And heritage, pardon me, heritage, it is here. Here I am, hope you're there. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time being done exactly at this time. So if you are available right now, avail yourself of the session. The one man went to know more sessions, regular-ish as clockwork. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the East. The voices of defiance from the East holy, as guys, I bring you this. Jonathan constitutionally qualified to run for president. So it is Mike Ozekhome or Ozekhome saying this. Mike Ozekhome, a senior advocate of Nigeria himself. So now this now essentially a battle between the senior advocates of Nigeria. This guy always likes to run contrary to a position pronounced by FEMI Falana. But then, of course, when it comes down to the wash, Falana often instances takes him to the cleaners because he just thinks that he has to be contrarian to everything that Falana says, and often instances Falana wins the day. But this now is just a matter of law, I think, between the two of them. What the Constitution actually interprets as. This was something that Mike, not Mike Ozekhome or the Mike that comes here, this is what he was hinting at when we last visited this topic. Jonathan constitutionally qualified to run for president. Mike Ozekhome, total opposite of what Falana said. So quite how he backs that up, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. This one, a real turn up for the books. 2023, I will support Yahaya Bello. I don't believe in Igbo presidency. So now, I'll give you $1 million to guess who is saying this. You will never guess. It is Ralph Uwazurike. So one of the most seniors within the Igbo space is the persons making such a sacrilegious statement, you would say, if you are an Easterner. But he did say it, and here it is, the headline all over the Nigerian news space. 2023, I'll support Yahaya Bello. I don't believe in Igbo presidency. A headline attributed to Ralph Uwazurike. So there's just two elements, two bombshells in that headline alone. One, he is supporting Yahaya Bello of all of the people available to him. Why Yahaya Bello? A notorious looter and somebody that has just ruined his state for 8 solid years. So why Yahaya Bello of all of the people available to him? But even more alarming, I don't believe in Igbo presidency. It's not I am not supporting, no, not the time is not right. I don't believe in. So we find out exactly if he did say that and what led him to say that. So all of that's in play, and we find all of that out shortly. I think this guy was a lieutenant of Nnamdi Kanu once upon a time, if I'm not mistaken. So that is how far he has strayed away from home. So there it is right there. So this one now, just a satellite little story that is peculiar to just a satellite little state in Yoruba land. Dapo Abiodun said he could not guarantee my safety if I contest against him. Sarafa Yusuf. So there's no reason at all to bring you this story other than just off the back of that headline. So I don't even know who Sarafa Yusuf is, and I don't know what her contention is with Dapo Abiodun. But Dapo Abiodun, of course, we've had plenty enough stories around corruption and fraud in America and him being wanted by the FBI and all this kind of stuff. And so we know he's somewhat of a gangster. But how gangster is he? Is he gangster to the point of taking a person's life? Dapo Abiodun said he could not guarantee my safety if I contest against him, a headline attributed to an element called Sarafa Yusuf. So who Sarafa Yusuf is and why she feels the need to say that, we'll find that out shortly. So now this, I'm also bringing you this just purely on the basis of the headline. 4 kinds of people buying APC nomination forms for 100 million naira. So it's only that headline that is making me bring you this. So quite what those kind of people are, and how they have categorized them, and then how they have defined those four categories, we find out just shortly. Or is this just a nonsense piece? We'll find out that as well. But the headline is intriguing enough that for me to present it so that we can explore it together. The 4 kinds of people buying APC nomination form for 100 million naira. So who those people are, We'll find that out shortly. So plenty to find out. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, click on the subscribe button as well. So do the clickings. So as you do the clickings, let me provide a little bit of a musical inducement. We stay in the East and partake in another Python dance.
Oh, you do I fall. Oh, Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Ulapuri Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. O Mary Nizu Angiroya Abakare Mamanda Mora Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi.
Okay, so there it is right there. Nandi wins the war. We already know what underpins that. Nandi wins the war. So Nandi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Jonathan constitutionally qualified to run for president, Mike Ozekhome. So, of course, Falana quoted us Constitution to tell us exactly, and the section of the Constitution, by the way, that Falana quoted was instituted into law by Buhari himself. So that section of the law, Falana was explaining to us the bars Jonathan from being president of Nigeria. But it looks as though Mike Ozekhome, he has a contrary view. So brace yourself, because it's usually quite labored whenever you read a Mike Ozekhome piece. He thinks he's Wole Soyinka and he wants to write labored stuff. But let's labor through it. So here it is. Nigeria is a country of, Nigeria is a country of one major news item per day. The issue in the polity currently generating national ruckus, hoopla, and bedlam is the presumed intention of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to run for the 2023 presidency. It does not matter that he has never confirmed to anyone the rumors of his planned defection from his opposition PDP party, under which he was once elected president, to the ruling APC party. They are prepared as ever to shave his head in his absence. I have currently read the arguments of those who believe that Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan is disqualified from contesting the 2023 presidential election because, according to them, he had already done 2 terms and will thus be ineligible to contest for a 3rd term. They cited the 4th Alteration Number 16 Act, which was signed into law by President Muhammad Buhari on the 11th of June 2018. The section they are relying on is Section 137, subsection 3 of the said 4th Alteration to the 1999 Constitution, which provides that a person who was sworn in to complete the term for which another person was elected as president shall not be elected to such office for more than 1 single term. The truth of the matter is that the antagonists of Jonathan running in 2022, in their strange line of argument, are mainly relying on the above section 1373, 137 subsection 3, they have probably not averted their minds to section 141 of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended, and section 285 subsection 13 of the same fourth alteration to the 1999 Constitution as amended, which they are relying on. More revealing is that these antagonists are probably not aware of an extant and subsisting Court of Appeal decision where Jonathan was frontally confronted and challenged before the 2015 presidential election on the same ground of being ineligible to contest the said 2015 election, having allegedly been elected for 2 previous terms of office. The section 1373 being relied upon by the antagonist was signed into law in 2018, 3 years after Jonathan had left office. Can he be caught in the web retrospectively? We shall see that anon. The case in blah, 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 so it goes on to cite our case laws. In that case, the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division, actually, let me give you the fullness of it. The case in question is Cyrus Njoku versus Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. In that case, the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division, held that President Goodluck Jonathan had only taken the oath of office once and therefore upheld his eligibility to contest the then Nigerian presidential election slated for March the 28th, 2015. The Intermediate Court held that the oath of office President Jonathan took in 2010 was merely to complete the unexpired tenure of late President Umar Yar'Adua, who died in office as president. The appeal had been brought before the court by one Cyrus Njoku, who was challenging the ruling of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, which on March the 1st, 2013, had dismissed the suit he filed to stop President Jonathan from contesting the 2015 polls. In a lead judgment delivered by Justice Abubakar Yahaya, the full panel of the court unanimously held that President Jonathan had only spent 1 term in office as president, going by the provision of the 1999 Constitution. President Jonathan had been empowered as acting president on February the 9th, 2010, following a motion for operation of the doctrine of necessity by the Senate, owing to the protracted stay of late President Umar Yar'Adua in Saudi Arabia on medical grounds. When President Yar'Adua eventually died on May the 5th, 2010, Jonathan was sworn in as president to serve the unexpired residue of office of Yar'Adua. Jonathan was later, and by the way, I don't know what unexpired residue means. If you are not there, you are there to serve as president with the fullness of the mandate of that office, not on behalf of. So it wasn't serving on behalf of Yar'Adua. He was Yar'Adua's deputy, and by constitution, when Yar'Adua passes on, because the mandate still subsists, there are 2 people on every ticket that seeks to go into a front office within the Nigerian political space. A governor and a deputy governor, that is the poster you see everywhere. A president and a vice, that is the poster you see everywhere. In America, the same thing. So if God grant him life, if anything happens to Biden, Kamala Harris takes over substantively, not on behalf of, she becomes fully fledged then the president. So she's not acting on behalf of Biden any more than Goodluck Jonathan was acting when he took the oath of office to become the substantive president of Nigeria. He wasn't acting. I don't know what this guy is doing, but then, of course, as I said, he just likes to counter Falana, and often he falters. Even from my lay view, he's faltering already. When President Yar'Adua eventually died on May the 5th, 2010, Jonathan was sworn in as president to serve the unexpired residue of office of Yar'Adua. Jonathan was later elected president in 2011 for the first time on his own merit. So he ran an election for the first time and won the election for the first time, but he took the oath of office for the second time. He took the oath of office when in 2011 for the second time. So because when he took the oath of office, that was a term that he served as president. He was president of the country, serving a term, however short that term is, as the president. And anyway, we get to that. Mr. Njoku had contended that Jonathan had already sworn to the oath of office and allegiance twice, and therefore should be disqualified from contesting the 2015 election, as any victory he secured would amount to being sworn in for the third time. However, the court ruled that the oath that Jonathan took in 2010 was merely to complete the unexpired tenure of late Yar'Adua, adding that by virtue of Section 135, subsection 2b of the 1999 Constitution, Jonathan only took his first oath on in May 2011. The Court of Appeal further held that disqualification is through election, not oath taking. So that's quite pertinent. I don't know. I don't know. That seems to me like a misread of law. So anyway, that seems to me like a misread of law. The intermediate court's judgment reads in part, in this appeal, it is not controverted by the appellant that the first oath taken by the first defendant, Jonathan, was the oath he took as the vice president and not as president, but he took the oath in May 2010 to complete an expired tenure of late Umar Musa Yar'Adua. Section 37(1)(b) Section 37(1)(b) disqualifies a person from contesting for president if he had been elected twice. So we probably have to go to, not to case law, but actually to law itself to find out what that section says, because that is quite pertinent to whether Jonathan gets this slot to run. So this is what Ozekhome is arguing. Section 37, subsection 1b. That's where, so if you have the Nigerian Constitution, you might want to flick to that. Section 37, subsection 1b disqualifies a person from contesting for president if he has been. So now, it's the last two words that changes the dynamics. If he has been elected twice. So not if he has taken the oath of office twice, but if he has been elected twice. But then, this is the law as subsists, by the way, in 2014, not the law that subsists now, but the law as subsists in 2014. Pardon me. Disqualification is through election and not oath taking. Election is a process of choosing a person to occupy a position by voting. When election is given its literal meaning, it connotes when a voting is employed to choose a person for political office. This is not to take place at, let me scroll up so I can run through that. So let me take it from the top once again. Disqualification is through election and not oath taking. Election is a process of choosing a person to occupy a position by voting. When election is given its literal meaning, it connotes when voting is employed to choose a person for a political office. This did not take place when Jonathan stepped into the shoes of his late principal, who went to the great beyond. To say these things were done is to import words not used by the Constitution. Section 146(1) of the Constitution cannot be deemed an election for a VP. Section 146 of the subsection 1 of the Constitution cannot be deemed an election for a vice president to step into the office of a president. Election involves. So what that space is actually clearing up, that subsection that is being referenced. So let me just read it to you again and then give you maybe a better understanding of it. So section 146 subsection 1 of the Constitution cannot be deemed an election for a vice president to step into the office of a president. So that seems to counter the argument then that even if Goodluck Jonathan was stepping into the office of the president, he is already captured also by the section that says that you cannot, via election, take the oath of office twice, because he was on a vice ticket, which is near enough. So he got elected into the presidential space, even as a vice. But what this subsection is saying is that does not cannot interpret to say that because he was vice president, he was captured by the election clause that precludes him from seeking elective offices twice as the foremost citizen of the country. So section 146 subsection 1 of the Constitution cannot be deemed an election for a vice president to step into the office of a president. Election involves conducting primaries by parties, nomination, election, and announcement of results. All these processes were not done. If a vice president succeeds a president that dies, that cannot be challenged. It is a mode of stepping into the vacant office provided for by the Constitution. When a president dies, the vice president automatically becomes president as provided for by section blah, blah, blah of the Constitution. It was not election that produced the first respondent in May 2010. The oath he took then was not an oath of elected president as provided for by section 180 of the Constitution. The process of election was followed in 2011. The oath of office taken in 2011 was the first oath taken by the first respondent as an elected president, having fulfilled all the process of election. Again, the succession of a president to the office of the succession of a vice president to the office of a president who died in accordance with section 146(1) of the 1999 Constitution cannot be deemed an election, especially for the purpose of taking away a right, especially for the purpose of taking away a right that has been vested. As stated earlier, an election under the 1999 Constitution involves primaries, nominations, votings, and declarations of results. That is the mode prescribed in electing a president. And once it is prescribed, it must be followed, and no other method can be employed. All these processes can be challenged in a court of law, and if successful, the election will be annulled. But if a vice president succeeds a president who dies, that cannot be challenged because it is a constitutional provision and the succession cannot be annulled. It is a mode of assumption to office of the deceased president and appointment by the Constitution, as it were, as no letter of appointment is necessary from anybody. The vice president, also, it goes on and on. Sorry, I'm only skimming. I'm only skimming through it to see where Ozekhome comes in. So he goes to the Constitution to make this labored argument. It goes on and on. So I don't want to label it. He goes on to cite a series of case laws. It says similarly in Alewa versus Sokoto State INEC, and then it cites examples, and then it goes on to cite yes. So it cites Alewa versus Sokoto State Government INEC, and then it cites Egunjobi versus FRN. So case laws. So what I'm skimming through now are case laws that he is citing to buttress then that particular element of law. Okay, so let me come to the conclusion. So the conclusion. So this is a conclusion, and so I'm hoping now that this is where Michael Ozekhome has his insertion. So conclusion, it says, it is clear that those deliberately misinterpreting the clear position of the law may be baying for Jonathan's blood, possibly as a potential candidate who may subvert the chances of their preferred candidates. I do not view issues from such a narrow ad hominem prism and blurred binoculars. So there here he is now getting into that Honorable Eguafo language that he speaks. I don't know why people from the Creeks, they find the need to speak all this ludicrous grammar. Let me take that paragraph again. It is clear that those deliberately misinterpreting the clear position of the law may be baying for Jonathan's blood, possibly as a potential candidate who may subvert the chances of their preferred candidates. I do not view issues from such a narrow ad hominem prism and blurred binoculars. It will be grossly unfair, unconstitutional, unconscionable, and inequitable to deny Jonathan of the right to contest the 2023 presidential election when our extant laws and appellate court decisions permit him to. The question of whether Jonathan really needs to subject his glittering and internationally acclaimed reputation and credentials to the muddy waters of a fresh competition with persons, some of whom were his personal appointees as president, is another matter altogether. Only him, and not the present state of the laws in Nigeria, can answer that question and decide his own fate. But as regards his eligibility to contest, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan is preeminently constitutionally, morally, and legally qualified to contest the 2023 presidential election. So that is Michael Ozekhome's counterpart to Femi Falana's position. So very labored and very weighted both with constitutional law and case law. So he quoted the Constitution and he quoted case law, but there's only one addendum. All the constitution that he was quoting and all the case laws that he was citing, they predate the new insertion that disqualifies Goodluck Jonathan. So Goodluck Jonathan was qualified under all of these criteria that this guy has described pre-2018 when Buhari signed that new insertion. But post that new insertion, Goodluck Jonathan is not qualified as stated by Femi Falana. So heavy labored, but just tautology. It's just braggadocious, blowharding. It's just blowharding. So blowharding, but now this is just blowing BS. Though this next one blowing BS. 2023, I will support Yahaya Bello. I don't believe in Igbo presidency. So shocking enough words, but a real killer, Ralph Uwazurike, the speaker. Chief Ralph Uwazurike, leader of Movement for the Actualization of Sovereign State of Biafra, on Saturday, led some Southeast youths in a solidarity march in Owerri, Imo State, in support of the 2023 Let's start that all over again. But let me have a gulp of water first because I'm a bit purged. Pardon me. So Chief Ralph Uwazurike, leader of Movement for the Actualization of Sovereign State of Biafra Masob, on Saturday, led some Southeast youths in a solidarity march in Owerri, Imo State, in support of the 2023 presidential bid of Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State. Uwazurike, who also said he does not believe in president of Igbo extraction, said the contest should be thrown open. The Mossab leader stated this when Bello, a presidential aspirant on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC, visited him in Owerri in Imo State. The youths who started the procession from the Mossad leader's house in Owerri marched through the streets carrying different placards with the inscriptions such as "Power to the Youth, Support Yahaya Bello, Youth Can Also Lead," and Yahaya Bello for the youth, amongst others. They made it clear that the only solution to Nigeria's political quagmire was for power to go to the youth. According to them, in this regard, Bello is the right fit for the position of president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, recalls that Bello picked the APC expression of interest and nomination forms at the party's national secretariat on Wednesday. Uwazurike, who advised Nigerians and party leaders to shun zoning as it had no place in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, said his group would support Bello to become the next president of Nigeria because he had the leadership qualities to lead Nigeria effectively. He noted that power should go to the best in the race, adding that the Kogi State governor remained the best for the job. All Nigerians should rally round the youthful governor. We are supporting Bello for this and no one else. That he has the capacity to solve the problem of insecurity and a host of others facing the nation is not in doubt. This is a crucial time in the history of the country. We must give youth a chance, especially one that has demonstrated uncommon capacity in the person of Yahaya Bello, he said. Uwazurike, who is also the founder of Biafran Independent Movement, said if Nigeria's sovereignty must be upheld, the idea of Igbo president should be discarded. So you heard that. You heard that. So Uwazurike, who is, I'm just rereading it because I want to be clear that I read what I read. So this is what he said, a lead Igbo Biafran. Not even an Igbo man, on an Igbo Biafran. This is what he said. Uwazurike, who is also the founder of Biafran Independent Movement, said if Nigeria's sovereignty must be upheld, the idea of Igbo president should be discarded. So those are his words. Pardon me. He said, I don't believe in the idea of zoning system or Igbo president because zoning means sectionalism. So a Biafran talking about sectionalism as a bad thing. If we want to talk about Nigeria, we must throw the presidential contest open, but if you throw it open, it must be for the youth, not elders, because the elders have failed us. Uwazurike said his group would support Bello to become the next president of Nigeria because he is a youth with the leadership qualities to deliver the Nigerian project. The youth must be given power. The elders have continued to be in power without great result. He urged Nigerians to support Bello, describing zoning or Igbo presidency as a project aimed at promoting sectionalism. Speaking, Bello expressed gratitude over the reception given to him by no fewer than 500 members of the Masob/BIM who welcomed him in Imo. Bello said he was prepared to deliver the Nigerian project if given opportunity to serve as the next president of the country. I am prepared to lead this country. I shall address insecurity, health system as well as education system. Nigerians must be very careful and be ready to make the best decision in choosing their next president. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. The day I thought would never come, but today is that day that we thought would never come. There it is, an Igbo man, a Biafran, telling you to forget Igbo presidency, that he wants to forever be ruled by Yamala. So from that to this, Dapo Abiodun said he could not guarantee my safety if I contest against him. Sarafa Yusuf. So Sarafa Yusuf, a governorship aspirant under the All Progressive Congress APC, Modele Sarafa Yusuf, has alleged that Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun is after her life. Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, a former media aide to the governor, made the shocking revelation in an online exchange with one of the governor's Cuba warriors, Ola Muritala. The aspirant was complaining about the removal of her campaign billboards, which she said had been duly paid for and registered with the authorities. When Mr. Muritala snapped in to excoriate Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, her former supervisor in the defense of his principal, the governor. So that doesn't quite read quite right. But let me just do that again. A governorship aspirant under the All Progressive Congress APC, Modele Sarafa Yusuf, has alleged that Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun is after her life. Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, a former media aide to the governor, made the shocking revelation in an online exchange with one of the governor's Cuba. I think that should be cyber warriors. They spell it CUBER. That was what flummoxed me, but I think they meant cyber warriors. So Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, a former media aide to the governor, made the shocking revelation in an online exchange with one of the governor's cyber warriors, Ola Muritala. The aspirant was complaining about the removal of her campaign billboards, which she said had been duly paid for and registered with the authorities. When Mr. Muritala snapped in to excoriate Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, her former supervisor, in defense of his principal, the governor. We have reports that our billboards, properly paid for through registered agencies, are being removed. Ogun State signage agency sources say orders to remove are directly from the governor, and Ms. Sarafa Yusuf said. But Mr. Muritala accused the aspirant of lying, claiming Mr. Abiodun was a peace-loving man. Ms. Sarafa Yusuf then fired back. You mean the governor who told a first-class traditional ruler to tell me to back off, otherwise he cannot guarantee my security? You obviously don't know who you are being paid to defend. Ms. Sarafa Yusuf, who is also Mr. Abiodun's cousin, served as special advisor on information to the governor before resigning to run for governor. She told BBC Yoruba that the governor never told her he would. She told BBC Yoruba that the governor never told her that he would seek re-election in all of their private conversations before her decision to contest for the Ogun top office. So let's just pause there for a moment. That's a bit cheeky to say that the governor never told you that is going to seek re-election. Which governor has ever come into office to serve one term? Just automatically, you know, without being told. So she was trying to fight within the. Well, okay, let's just carry on. But I think she's somewhat being cheeky there to say he never told me. He never told me. Embattled Mr. Abiodun faces calls for his disqualification for re-election since a group of petitioners brought his arrest for fraud in the United States and other crimes to the fore. Mr. Abiodun acquiesced to undergoing trial in the United States for credit card fraud scam, but said there were not enough grounds for his party APC. So you know, if you have a criminal record, you cannot run for public office. So why quite how they don't have enough grounds? I think this might well be well, only in Nigeria anyway. We all know, but you know, it's just the ridiculousness of it. Mr. Abiodun acquiesced to undergoing trial in the United States for credit card scam, but said there were not enough grounds for his party APC to disqualify him based on the petition. So there it is right there, the infighting within the Ogun State space. It was only that Sharafa Yusuf that made me bring you that story because, you know, not enough women in contention for anything. And it doesn't look though she's contending especially, but we see what plays out there. So this now the last readout. The four kinds of people buying APC nomination forms for 100 million naira. So this is from our friend Farouk Parogi. There is an unexampled swarming of the presidential nomination area by a motley crowd of wannabes. One argument for this is that Mohamed Buhari and Yemi Osinbajo have been such dreadful catastrophe as president and vice president that all that anyone who succeeds them has to do to impress Nigerians is just to be marginally better than they were, which doesn't take a lot. I'll come back to that later. Well, when the All Progressive Congress APC increased its presidential nomination form to 100 million naira, up from 45 million in 2019 and 27 million in 2015, people thought it would thin out the crowd of contestants, but it appears to be doing the opposite. Both the wheat and chaff, mostly the chaff, now litter the presidential nomination field. So what kind of people would pay a non-refundable fee of 100 million naira just for a chance to run for the primary election of a political party in which victory is not guaranteed, in which a snowball has a better chance of surviving in hell than them winning? I can identify at least 4 kinds of people. The first are overly bullish political investors. These are people who see politics as an investment and who are unrealistically overconfident that their investment will yield bountiful returns. For them, political office isn't an opportunity for service. It is a doorway to amass personal enrichment. Many of the presidential wannabes in the major political parties don't expect to win their party's nominations. They are simply plowing back some of the money they stole from the government into the long-shot presidential contest as a down payment for ministerial positions or other juicy appointments for whomever emerges as the president of their political party. Even if their party does not win the presidential election, nothing is lost because the money didn't come from their hard work. Plus, politicians are a special breed of hopeless optimists. They see victory even in the menacing jaws of defeat. This is the logical graduation of a new kind of elite corruption that the Buhari regime birthed in the first few years. No appointment is now merit-driven, from ministerial appointments down to janitorial personnel in the federal civil service. Everything is lubricated with bribe. In a December 17, 2019 article titled Ministership for Sale, up to 2.5 billion per slot, I disclosed that 4 different dependable and independent sources who don't know each other but who are close to the corridors of power were eerily united in telling me that except for a few ministerial nominations, notably those of Adamu, Ali Issa Pantami, Mohammed Musa Bello Raji Fashola, whom Buhari personally penciled, and those were ceded to Tinubu, and those that were ceded to Tinubu, every other post was literally auctioned off to the highest bidder. That is why there are no apolitical technocrats in the Buhari cabinet like there used to be in previous administrations. No honest, hardworking, or self-respecting professional would leave their day job and give financial inducement to a cabal of Asorok thieves just to be appointed a minister. Since Buhari and Oshibanjo have officially made governance a raucous, in your face, no consequence stealing bazaar, people understand the presidential nomination fees as deposit for a chance to steal with impunity from 2023 onwards. So it is a grand political pay-to-play scam. The second kind of people who would pay 100 million naira nomination fee without seeing it as an investment. The second kind of people who would pay 100 million naira nomination fee without seeing it as an investment from which they'll reap hefty rewards later are rich drug addicts who are trapped in a state of hyper-arousal disassociation, who live in a drugged and drunken, altered universe. Who knows if that is why Buba Marwa, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, wrote to APC on April the 27th, asking to be allowed to conduct mandatory drug tests on the plethora of presidential aspirants that are crowding the party's political platform. Correspondents report Marwa to have said that he would send a similar letter to the PDP and to other political parties because Nigeria requires a mentally stable set of leaders to pilot its affairs. Like the rest of us, the NDLEA boss must have reasoned that only drug-induced megalomanias can aspire. Like the rest of us, the NDLEA boss must have reasoned that only drug-induced megalomania can inspire some of these aspirants to think they can be president of a complex country like Nigeria that Buhari and Oshibanjo have almost destroyed beyond recognition. So I don't think that this guy is actually, there's no real substance to this. This is just really speculative stuff. It's really speculative stuff. All right, no, it's too speculative for us to labor with, especially. So we won't labor with that, but we labor instead with a T. We see you a T. We labor with instead of La, we see you or La. We will definitely be laboring with Charlie Boy. So we see you, Charlie Boy, and we see you, Professor Data O as well. Sorry, if you can mute yourself for a moment, Prof.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So we see you, gentlemen. So good to have you all. So here it is, and we do it again. So we start off first with this now rather to and fro. None of us are, I don't know if any of us are lawyers, but I know certainly that none of us a senior advocate of Nigeria. But then this back and forth then between Michael Ozekhome and what's it called? Femi Falana. What are you then making then? Anytime Falana speaks, this Ozekhome feels the need to counter him. Ola, what are you making of all this?
Hello, everyone.
Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I listened to Barrister Femi Falana and I read some of those things that Michael Ozekhome said too. Well, both of them are lawyers, and I know that they have the premises, they have how they determine their decision. But to be honest, I think that of Femi Falana appeals to me more than what Ozekhome was saying. So, because the way Femi Falana presented his own case then was this. When the Jonathan issue, for example, and that of Oshibajo issue, because Okinbaloye was asking that guy that, okay, what of in case of that of Oshibajo? And he clearly separated that one from that of Jonathan. Because the issue with that of Jonathan and Yadua was this, that Jonathan, Oshibajo, Yadua died, and Jonathan took over. The fact that it was sworn to that office, that's a very key clause there, sworn to take up that position. Then he came the second time too, was sworn in twice. So that one already disqualifying him to contest again, because Femi Falana clearly stated it that what that particular session was saying is this: you can spend less than 8 years, but you cannot spend more than 8 years. But the fact that you were sworn in twice, that already disqualified you. And it now made references to different cases, including that of Segun Oni and FEMI, and so many cases that is cited that way. Now, some people now, when I said, okay, they cannot use that thing retrospectively, but it's cited an example where court used that judgment retrospectively. So once you set a particular judicial precedent, that one becomes a law on its own. So that is why I say I'm biased to the side of Falana. And not only that too, leadership, when you say you want to become a leader of your people too, this thing should even go beyond the legal aspect of it. Moral is part of those things. Now,
moral, okay. You're expecting morality from politicians.
Exactly. That exactly is like, so it is easier for Kame to pass through the middle hole than for a politician to have such moral. So Jonathan by now should have known that he is going to be used. Some people want to use him to achieve a purpose. Now, a sensitive person should be able to differentiate between your selfish ambition and someone that wants to use you, and then along the line can destroy you too. So you have to be very careful of the type of legacy you want to present. For example, like we keep saying, like, for example, if you've not voted for Buhari now, we say, oh, the best Nigeria never had. We used to say that on of Awolowo, but we've seen what Buhari can offer now. That Buhari is even a factor that is making Nigeria now to now rethink of the existence of the union. So now, whatever we praise Jonathan for now, whether we like it or not, whether some people will say Jonathan is corrupt, but the fact that he called Buhari to hand over government to Winnie, even when they've not even finished announcing the result, that one already has given him some kind of credibility. He has written his name in gold on the rock. So now, for some selfish people that want to grab power, that enjoy power, now to want to use you and you want to dance to them, that one alone should not, honestly, it is something that I think he should think through, and don't make yourself a tool for some people to use you. The same people that didn't want you, all of a sudden, they want you now, you are the best in the sliced bread. So I don't know. This thing, Jonathan should just tell them, if he's not interested, instead of dealing down in around, just tell the public that
you are not interested, and die that place immediately. That all those kind of side talk, everything, die everything down. So to me, Ozekhome, like I said, is a lawyer. They will always argue their point. So, but I decided to go with that of Falana because it sounds more logical to me. So, to me, the game is on, and they are trying everything to make sure that they light the pace up. I even heard now that even APC now want to remove a zoning arrangement. Maybe I heard it from you yesterday. I can't even remember. And so you should look at all those political permutations and try to
but Ola, I don't think you can really bring any, because that morality that you're speaking to, that's your subjective view, and Goodluck Jonathan will tell you that, well, you can have to you your own morality, and he will have to him his own morality, but what is the legality? So if the law permits him, then he can do it. But really, to stop him really is that, does the law permit him? That is really, so that's the window that has been explored by Ozekhome and Falana.
Yes, but like I said, because a court has issued judgment based on that. So if court has used that 2017 law retrospectively, so I will believe too that the law doesn't permit it. Just like this Speaker of the House was warning those
because from all of the readouts, the bulk of the substance of Ozekhome's argument, it is the insertion that precludes Goodluck Jonathan. So he was just rehashing all of the legal battles that we had in 2014 to allow Goodluck Jonathan to run as president. But then there's been succeeding amendments to the law that precludes him from running. And it's quite categorical what that law states. So what the two things is, can it be applied retrospectively? That's one question. And two, does it actually in his word and spirit preclude Jonathan? So those are the two subsisting. So he went to, I started case laws after case laws, and I was waiting for him to get to where he actually argues against the new amendment now, because Falana was never really arguing the merit or demerit of 2014. He's saying cases as it obtains now. So I'm not quite clear that Ozekhome was even clear on what he was arguing about.
Now, of course, yes, it may not be clear, it may not be brief, it may not be aware of what is happening to, because like I said, Falana clearly stated a situation where the court of law used that particular law between to make a judgment. Now, look at another situation too. This one may, like the new electoral law, for example, that prevents all the appointed political appointees, for example, from that they should resign before they go for any primaries, for example. Now that this guy, what's the name of this guy? The Attorney General of the Federation ran to one of the high courts in the East just to grant some kind of court injunctions. Whereas there's a pending case somewhere whereby the same case was already determined. But you see what Attorney General of the Federation did, just because maybe he's aware that maybe the judge that he was going to use there is not aware, quickly went ahead to procure judgment. Now, when they now took the case to Court of Appeal, it was Court of Appeal that now say, okay, this case has been determined somewhere, so they now grant stay of execution so that the law is at its state now that what this guy, Attorney General of the Federation, would like to do it's not possible. So now the same way too, Ozekhome may not be aware of those legal cases who won based on what happened on 2017 reform. So he may just be talking based on his own, but for the fact that Falana was able to present his case, I was able to cite example. So I find this, I believe whatever Jonathan.
Do you think Ozekhome is somewhat envious of Falana? Do you think that? I think so.
I don't think so, because lawyers can never agree. Because if you bring 10 lawyers, they will have different views. So whatever they are saying can never be really established until there's a court ruling that settles the case. but everyone will have his own opinion. They will interpret differently until maybe the court of law we have to decide. So I don't think so, because Ozekhome is an established and a successful legal personality. So I don't see
any reason. Do you think Falana is superior to him, though?
Saying someone is superior.
No, I'm asking your subjective view now. Do you think do you think he's superior to him?
It depends. Both of them they fought for human rights and all those things. But when you want to see the cases that Femi Falana personally won on behalf of common Nigerians while working together with FEMI, he might have won so many more than Ozekhome, but I do not expect them to have the same number around that thing. But so to me, there's no need for superiority, because the two guys they've stood for something that, even if you are not saying it now, that will benefit common people in the future. It may not be our generation, but all those legal battle won, I think, is going to live after them, and it's going to be of benefits to many Nigerians. So
all right, they're of equal weight. Yeah, go on.
Ola,
yeah.
Ola, do you feel that if Jonathan ever declares, that means he has gotten the backing of the judiciary? That means he's 100% sure that if he wins the election, he's not going to have any issues in court?
No, there's no way to determine that he has got the backing of the judiciary until there is a court case that will deliver a particular judgment. So even if he contests now, it's at the parties that present him, it's at their risk. So, for example, if you have a situation whereby a president, you go to the court, for example, and you have a court ruling against the president of the country, you may think it's not happening in the country today. It may happen tomorrow. So whosoever that is presenting the candidate to whereby there are some kind of controversies around the eligibility of that person, I think it's a risk. To me, based on what I've been able to gather from most of these people that have argued these cases online, I think that's where I'm siding. That's where I'm siding with Falana, because those guys that are saying Jonathan cannot contest, they were able to prove their cases using judicial precedent to prove this, but I've not been able to grab a particular judicial precedent.
No, he cited countless case laws. As much as I read of that thing, I only really read about 40% of it, because it just goes on case law after case law after case law after case law after case law. So he cited case laws, but where I think he falters is that he was citing essentially to argue from a 2014 prism. Do you say? So that's
no. I definitely got the point, but the fact that Jonathan is coming now, even though it was there before, now it's coming now. I want to do now. I think that we apply, because already he has been sworn in twice. Because you sworn into that office twice, it's a requirement. It's a requisite. Because first of all, you were sworn in as the president, even though your time was 1 year. You spent 1 year. The second time, you spent 4 years. So the constitution is saying you cannot spend more than 8 years. It's not saying you must spend up to 8 years. So if Jonathan comes in, for example, now, by the time he starts now, is he not going to spend more than 8 years as the president? So in the capacity of commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he's going to spend 3 years. So he's going to spend like more than 8 years. So that one is already a lacuna that I think.
Now don't start using legal terms. So when did this? Look at this guy saying lacuna.
No, I'm not a lawyer, but I listen to them. So in the SLE
very soon you start saying I object. Look at their objection. Don't say look at this guy. Don't say objection. Carry on. Sorry, I was.
So to me, I think by the time Jonathan comes back and say you want to spend, he's going to set some kind of a precedent that is not existing in the constitution, and may be dangerous for those people that really want to undermine the constitution, even though we believe the constitution is fraudulent. But as it's fraudulent as it is too, pending the time we are going to get another viable constitution, I think when you allow what some people want Jonathan to do to go through, it's going to be like you are undermining the constitution. You know, the government of the day, he has done that. The guys there, Buhari has done that perfectly, especially in the area of his security, all those service chief that extended this thing even beyond the normal this thing without any legal backing. So I think anybody that loves Nigeria,
Buhari has essentially ruled Nigeria like a military head of state.
Exactly.
That's what we have just experienced. It was a military administration.
Yes, he has ruled the country like someone that has no regard for the law. It's as a lawbreaker. So former military of the state is like trying to, how do I say, just be soft with him. He has ruled the country as a criminal. You know, I've never changed my opinion about this man. Based on the legal time, that guy is a criminal and he has always behaved like one.
No, he committed treason against the Nigerian state. You know, the biggest irony of the Buhari thing is that the last democratic dispensation that we had in Nigeria, he truncated it. And then we fought very hard to get another democracy, having fought through his fellow uniform wearers. You know, he ended the Shagari administration, Buhari, and now we have democracy. He's coming, but he's now even destroyed it again.
Exactly. I don't see any...
And that was an act of treason, what he did.
Exactly. I don't see any worse crime that can be committed more than what Buhari has. He has committed that crime against democracy. Then this kind of the way he's killing people, using his chief of army staff, all those child people that he killed, all those IPOB members that the guy killed, all those people. So you know, this guy has always been a criminal. You know, it wasn't not recently that the prosecutor or is the investigator from Hague just visited. I know maybe they've already been opening fire for some of these guys. So, well, anything you want to say about that guy already? Maybe that guy already maybe he has accepted himself to be a criminal and he doesn't really care about what you and myself feel about democracy. So I don't think he really respects the law. So now, what his ministers and his political appointees are doing, they are just doing exactly what Buhari is doing. Resign from before you contest. You see Rotimi Amaechi running around, for example. He's not leaving his post. If he becomes the president tomorrow or becomes something, that's a very serious issue for his political party. The same way I believe that if Jonathan too tries to come out and win that election, it could be it can become a serious risk for his political party. So to me, at the end of the day, I think both of them, they argue their point, but I'm biased towards Femi Falana. I believe that he's saying this because he is definitely very knowledgeable when it comes to something like this. When you look at the number, the percentage of cases won by this guy, because this guy too, I can even guess that he has even won more cases than even his Oga, which happened to be Gadifa Wemi. So to me, because of his reputation and because of what the guy stands for, I want to believe that Femi Falana definitely knows what he's saying in comparison to Ozekhome. So that's my conclusion there.
All right, brilliant. So but what do you think is propelling this this ambition clearly that Goodluck Jonathan nurses? Why do you think he's still nursing this ambition? What do you think he's trying to? Dan, please don't say things like he wants to come and loot more money. I don't think he's I don't think he's wanting to come and loot more money, but maybe. But what do you think is propelling him to want to do this again?
To me, I just see whatever I want to do is just to self-interest. You know, self-interest is just self-fulfillment, nothing more. And that is where I'm saying that if he's very careful, he should understand that he's about to be used. Because what will he do? The only thing he can do, for example, now, maybe you come there and you say you want to restructure Nigeria and do all those stuff. We've seen Obasanjo, even though despite his performance economically, Obasanjo got there, he could not even correct the structural defects that he brought upon the country. Because if they have returned us to that same constitution we used to have in 1960 and the Republican Constitution,
yeah, but Obasanjo we don't have. Let's abandon that. I don't think anybody is returning us to, you know. I'm wanting to believe that Goodluck Jonathan, he must have an altruistic reason for wanting to come back. I don't want to believe that it's just selfish reasons. I don't want to believe that it's just the grandiose of office, and I don't want to believe that that is just greed for money. So those are the two things: the allure for power and the greed for the money that comes with it. So he has already experienced that, but he knows that constitutionally he only has one term left if he wins. And he knows the dynamics of the North-South politics. He also knows that if he serves 1 4-year term, the North will clamor back for it. So what does he want that 4-year window for? What do you think is propelling him? We don't know, but we speculate. Ola?
Yeah, you know, it is very easy for me to say, okay, he's coming to come and implement 2014 confab and restructure Nigeria.
Yes, but why not, though? Why not say that? Why can't that be his ambition?
But because when is there this thing we are talking about, this restructuring, it's not as simple as it is at the sun. Because, for example, now, even this draconian man that is there, for example, now, he could have, he was trying very hard to execute his resettlement of his people, even while there. We can still see that as defective, and as we can say all these our legislators, they are coward, all these are politicians, they still resisted. They resisting vehemently to make sure that you can never Fulanize the country. Yeah, truly they allow him to put his people at this thing, but there have been some critical policy that they never allow. For example, Ruga is an example now. The time he wanted to take waterway is an example. Look at this amendment, all this amendment to allow some settlers in the community after 5 years to become the indigenous of a place. They've sent us to all those things to the state assembly to look at those things too. Definitely, like some lawyers are saying, that all those new provisions they are sending out already, they are dead on arrival. So why am I saying this? Even when this guy is there, it's still going to be difficult because, okay, look at it this way. They want to bring this guy as the president alone, and they will still go to the National Assembly to imply the people there to make sure that things will be difficult for him. So these guys, no matter whatever the guy is thinking, if this guy cannot spend 8 years that he has no...
It could be a single... What if it was a single agenda tenor?
Single agenda tenor.
Yes.
This guy, what
I mean by that is to dedicate his whole 4 years to nothing else but to restructure the country.
This guy that could not even stand them in 2015 to even let them unleash that cat and baboon. Is it now that when these people now when they already fested?
I think we may be doing him a disservice. Okay, sorry, carry on. Finish that thought. But I have a contrary view.
That guy we have a lot to do within that 4 years, because starting from the fact, okay, look at this now. Boko Haram already and all these S-men, they've already infiltrated our military infrastructure now. So if we first of all, the first thing is get to go to that place, you want to make sure you correct all those things already, whereby you pardon Boko Haram, you are now recruiting them this thing. You want to do that. Now, you want to make sure to do that against the confidence of those people they will send to the National Assembly. Of course, those people that brought into power, they want to make sure they come back there. So by the time he start making those adjustments, those people, they will see it too. They will see, and they will engage him that they may make something difficult for him. For example, now, like some of this restructuring we are talking about.
But he has seen how presidential powers can be used. You know, because he was somewhat of a gentleman and a due process sort of presidency. But then he has, through the experience we've just been through now, seen just how potent a president can use his power in Nigeria. If he goes in there and he just institutes that state policing, it just cuts up that exclusive list, all of these sort of things. Do you know?
Where we can put all those in theory, but the way I function, the way I think of things is once someone lost, he has already lost the trust, because if there's anybody to do something at all, this man said he was shoeless. At the end of the day, you left your region even worse than you met it. So a person like that should have even dedicated that thing the first time, because for example, when he was there the first time, he could have done that. He could have still used his presidential power, being commander-in-chief, to make sure that nobody would take power from him in 2015. But this guy lost it. So I can't trust him to come and do that again now. Just like Buhari, when people like always say Buhari never do anything between 1983 and 1985, that this guy has never demonstrated that he can be at the topmost this and that, because already he created economic crisis right from when he was there at the military head of state. The same thing that we preach there is the same thing that this guy has come to implement. Just because people, we don't like to read history, even we don't like to read history and learn from all those things. We used to believe the fantasy that Buhari will come there and yell everybody all those things. We were seeking some kind of draconian agony for us to move forward, and here we are now. See what this guy has brought upon us now. So when the like of this Jonathan, that all these politicians, they are romancing, they are this, those people that want to bring him into, they are not stupid. They are not stupid at all. So by the time he's coming, that 4 years may not be enough for him to do anything. They may engage him, because this is the same president that wanted to procure arms just to even fight insurgency in that country. Now they will find a way to block him, because the people he'll be dealing with, they've stolen enough of the country's wealth to be able to cage this guy, that they won't allow this guy to function properly. But if we have some weary there now that is ready to liberate the country, knowing quite well that he will still be qualified for the second term, the president of the country, they have a way of using the fact that the president to negotiate with the politician that, if you want second term, you have to listen to me on this. But this guy will only have one term. So it's going to be some kind of, to me, that's just my reasoning. I think it's going to be one of the worst mistakes if we ever allow.
So what is driving him? Sorry, just let Ola add this and then have your insertion. Izon, go to see you. What do you think? What are you speculating that is driving him, Ola? That is driving, because of course he's been driven to the narrative. So what are you speculating that is driving
daydreaming
him?
Is your whatever I may be pushing in now? Daydreaming. So at the end of the day, daydreaming supported by selfish ambition. That's the only thing I see there, because Nigeria is worse than how he left it.
All right. Izon, you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add. I think I disagree with Ola in terms of saying that it's something as simple as daydreaming or
I don't
selfish ambition. The selfish ambition, if anything at all, you will notice that if he had selfish ambition, then he would have risked the lives of Nigerians, the blood of Nigerians, to cling on to power. He chose not to do that. He was the incumbent. He had the authority if he wanted to rig the whole thing and win, but he said no. He opted for free and fair. And when he saw it was, he said, okay, fine. It's not going my way. I'll step down before the final results are even announced. So I think if Jonathan, by some miracle, enters that office for these 4 years, he will shock all these people. He has been there. He's not going to be wowed or scared by the bright lights. He knows who he's dealing with. He will go in there, that constitutional confab, he will make sure he finishes it. I've heard through the grapevine that there are people close to Jonathan, and a lot of those people have a lot of regrets after the 2 years, the 4 years, they had some big plans, because they automatically thought that, Nigeria incumbent won't lose, he will come back, and there are certain things that will happen. But those things didn't happen. I honestly believe if Jonathan gets into office, Nigeria will restructure. You know, that is based on everything I've seen. Remember, when he was leaving office, he gave Buhari the results of the confab, and Buhari threw it in the trash. You know, they believed in that confab they held. They believed in the recommendations that were made by even El Rufai himself. So he has.
You know, part of that, part of the recommendations that Goodluck Jonathan was pushing through. He was a great man. Well, I say it's not dead. He's a great man. It's so easy just to unpick him because he was a gentleman. I think that his biggest failing was that he was a gentleman. You know, one of his recommendations was to have it that the Nigerian presidency is one single 6-year term. Yeah. So whatever it is that your plans are, 6 years is sufficient enough for you to conclude it. So you can then just say, okay, once and for all, just do your bit and then move on. So a lot of things that he unfinished matters.
It was 5 years, not 6 years.
No, it was
5
6 years. No, I think it was 6 years. Let me look it up. But it was 6 years. I'm pretty certain.
And the thing is, Jonathan tried to govern Nigeria as a developed nation, not realizing that he was working in an environment where you have some sharks. You know, he didn't micromanage some of his cabinet. He let them run wild, and they stole money rampantly. At the end of the day, the buck stops with him. So it's his administration, you know. But he could have, and he wasn't gangster enough.
Yes,
you know,
he was too much of a gentleman.
Correct. Some people will say, "Oh, I know people in PDP in Delta State today that are still swearing for Jonathan. They're swearing for him. They're like, nothing will be ever good for him in his life, because they're like, they can't understand how he would even think about relinquishing power. They can't comprehend it. They are looking at him that Jonathan is a coward. He's a weak man. He's you know, and they're looking at how can he lose office? You know, how? They're very angry at him. So, you know, and he believed what he was doing was right. In the Nigerian context, that is unheard of. And the incumbency to lose office. Even if he loses by the polls, he will win on election day. So it's very bizarre, but I'll let Ola continue.
No, but before, what is is that your speculation then that he wants to come and push through that confab?
Yeah, I think this is beyond selfish ambition or you know, personal gain of stealing money. It's gone beyond that.
It doesn't strike me as a steal of money.
There's some genuine regrets. Genuine regrets that he feels he had. He felt betrayed by a lot of people in his party, in PDP, that self-sabotaged him, that ran out of the party. Even the ones that remained in there, some of them even self-sabotaged him towards the end. You know, so that is there as well. Plus, they really put in time into that confab, and they believe honestly in it. And from what's going on in Nigeria, Jonathan is going to come in and he will shock these people. So my prediction is, if he wins, which can be a big if, but if he wins, he will come in and he will immediately, because he has one term, he has nothing to lose. He's not campaigning again. He's not trying. Immediately from day one, he'll start pushing to get that country changed.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That is a single agenda, sort of. It's a reformist, a reformist term.
Yeah,
you know,
a
reformist term. You know, so because I'm here speculating that what is it that is driving this guy? You know, it cannot be that he's been seduced. But Ola, you wanted to.
You see, like I said, it is very easy for me to go along that line. If you look at, you see, when you look at the issue of that country, some people, they've had the opportunity to come to the same position twice, and the leopard never changed their skins. Number one, I can give you an example. Fayose is number one in Ekiti. He never changed. It became even worse the second time. Fayemi is another case. He never changed from what it used to be in the first time. Then another case himself was Obasanjo himself.
But people describe Fayemi as somewhat of a you come here to describe him as a successful governor.
No, I said exactly the same thing he was doing is the same thing. He has never changed from what he used to do. That is exactly what I'm saying. So
yeah, but was he doing
changed.
the right thing? Was he doing the right thing?
Well, to me, like that of Fayemi, for example. Now I've praised him for trying to invest all those stuff, but it can improve, right? But it's still the same approach.
And everybody can improve.
Now, so the problem with this Jonathan is this: when you look at the report of that 2014, there was some component of that in that just needed executive order to execute, that you didn't even need the National Assembly.
No. I think sorry to cut into you, Ola, but I think the anticipation of Goodluck Jonathan, because there was no, it was very difficult to say that Buhari would beat Goodluck Jonathan. How quite it happened? I think he was bullied somewhat and betrayed. So his expectation was his second term is entirely about executing that 2014 and reforming the country. So he did not need to use executive order when he already planned that he will do that in the second term.
I will give an example. Right. When the like of APs, the like of Tinubu and co were saying, no, this guy was just wanted to use that thing to win election. He should have gone ahead, for example, like revenue sharing formula, for example. Even you could have even demonstrated it. Okay, the federal government is taking too much. Okay, let me start by even give.
Was that part of the 2014 confab?
Pardon me.
Revenue sharing. Yeah, was that part of the? Yeah, but no, the whole point is that thing happened in 2014. That confab presented his report in 2014, and that cascaded into an election season, which led to an election. So it wasn't really the space to be doing executive orders when his anticipation was that he would just execute the confab in 2015 when...
At least when the opposition were saying this guy was using these political tools, then he should have done the thing that...
No, it should have, could have. No, that's
executive
not...
order.
No,
for
that's
example,
that's not technical.
Ola. Let me. Do you think? Based on what you are saying, I just want a quick question, please. Do you think it's a good idea to go into an election, a democratic process, and on the eve of the democratic process, you use an executive order? Is the worst thing you can possibly do in terms of strategies? Use an executive order, even in America, even over here where you have, someone like Trump who used some of the most executive orders you've ever seen. No one will do it on the eve of a general election. That's like the worst idea possible.
You can do anything at any time. It depends on the benefit. Okay, they can bribe the electorate at during the election year, right? But look at this way.
Now he did not do it.
No, hold on. Let this conversation be at a high level, and that to Insi be there especially. We want to keep it high. Yeah, go on.
There are some things that could have been done based on that the constituents of. Okay, now for example, when the constitution says there shall be minimum of 13% derivative, for example, that means that thing at the discretion of the president, you can use a executive order to implement that thing. Okay, state will no longer take 42%. Okay, I'm giving state 80% of the revenue so that they can develop. If you have done that during that thing, for example, because it's within its power to do. Then on the state police. Now, some of these lawyers say there are some kind of state structure that support all those things, all those state policing. Well, he could have done that as the president because it's within your power to approve the use of arms for them using executive orders. You could have shown some kind of willingness to counter those people that are saying you just want to use this thing. When you do all those things within your capacity to show that, no, I really need this thing. Just give 1, 2, 3 examples, the thing that is within your power as the president to do. But he was not doing this thing. He was rather using that thing to entice people like FEMI and those people that are looking for this thing. So when his opponent say, no, this is just political something, this guy didn't show any actions to show that, this guy was just... So to me, what was your capacity to do that you could not do that time? If it's not now, you will do. For example, I'll give you an example now. The issue of electricity now, for example, you could use executive order to say, okay, I'm ceding parts of the federal exclusive power to you to say, okay, go and generate your electricity, for example, and said for your people, but with the term of
hold on. All these things they are just saying, man. The one thing first, it could have. Hindsight is 2020 vision now. Hindsight is everybody sees it perfectly. Can you hold on, please? Everybody sees it perfectly after the event. That's just so easy to do. It could have, it should have, but he did not. But Goodluck Jonathan was never really an executive order sort of president. He was a carry people along sort of presidency. So stylistically, it wasn't even his manner. So he could have done all of these things and probably a lot more. But I don't think stylistically that was his manner. But that's just my own understanding of it.
No, I agree.
We can say a million things they could have. Why not? You can
exactly. And Ola, you have to realize you're looking at this confab through the lens of the current insecurity situation, where it has deteriorated to the point where bandits are all over. Most people in the country now are calling for state police. But if you even take the temperature of the nation, where the nation is now, how everyone is calling for independence of regions. Let's go back to the Constitution of the 1960s. Everyone now is realizing the importance of the confab. At the time when Jonathan was having this confab, there was so much criticism of his administration that people didn't necessarily see the importance of what they were trying to do. And when they came out with the recommendations, like one man said, he did not want to be seen as someone just wielding the power of the presidency. This is a man that could have easily gotten reelected. There was nothing stopping Jonathan from getting reelected, putting someone that he knew from South or something in as a
exactly as Barry just did.
Yeah, and then just getting reelected very easily. He put Jega. He had never met Jega before.
And heavens will not fall. There will be some skirmishes. It will send the army to quell it down, and life will go on.
And it will continue. So clearly, you can see that this was someone that tried to say, listen, we're in a democracy. Let's run this place like a democracy. I remember when Jonathan was in office, that's when you saw the most protests. You had the marches in Lagos on the street. You had people protesting. Nothing like
look at the level of abuse that guy.
People insulted him every day.
I don't think before or since Nigeria has ever enjoyed freedom of speech as they did from 2011 to 2014. You could say anything, you could act anyhow, and the guy would just say, okay, that's not true. He will counter you with an argument, not with a bullet. Yeah. You say Buhari is not almighty now, they will come and gun you down.
Ola, what you're saying, if it was Buhari that had a confab, I can guarantee you it will be implemented within the next month.
But is what Ola's saying a failing actually in Goodluck Jonathan, but that it wasn't tough enough?
If you look at it from the Nigerian context, you can say yes.
We can only look at it from the Nigerian context.
Yeah, but if he was trying to do something that the country is not ready for, in essence. My biggest criticism of him is he had the political
because
capital.
Ola is right. He could have executive ordered a lot of these things.
Yeah, he could have done all those things.
Would have had state police now, and then at least
100%. He could have done all those things, and that again is like what I was saying. The PDP people I know in Delta State who are still cursing him out, swearing for him that there's no way he should have lost power. That is the thing. They call my brother. That is the thing that people are criticizing him about. And like, for instance, my criticism of him is he had the political capital to make sure that NDDP, NDDC, did its job in that area and developed the area. But he was so afraid of people saying that he's developing his region that he stayed away from it. And so what Ola is saying has merit. I'm not discounting it, but the point that yes.
One man, everybody. I think one thing we are failing to talk about is, when it comes to Goodluck Jonathan, which also equally applies to all of that president we've had, starting from 1999, were they people who were prepared to lead? That's the question we should be asking. Obasanjo was never prepared. They brought him out of prison. He had no blueprint, no doubt, of what he wants to do when he gets there. Whether maybe he was able to, whatever success he had was maybe based on he having been there before as a military general, who headed the country before. Maybe that was what he used, coupled with the new ideas that he started having from people who work with him. Now let's fast forward now to what's his name? This guy from Katsina who died himself. When he was there, he admitted that he wasn't really prepared. That they just brought him in to become the president. And then Goodluck, that was his deputy too, from deputy governor, he became governor, and he was never prepared to even become a vice president. They brought him on a ticket. People who were already prepared, the likes of Peter Odili and the rest of them, they were struggling then. They never gave them a ticket. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: if you look at that country to this very day, the people who has ruled that country are people who are not really prepared, who has nothing, no plan whatsoever. That this is what I'm going to do when I get.
But if we get Goodluck to Jonathan again, he will be prepared. Okay. And I agree with what you said, by the way. Everything is, yeah.
Good. Now let's talk about this Goodluck Jonathan we're talking about for the second time. Now, the question we're asking now is he really prepared to come back again? Because the argument we've been making here is, people have been asking him, come on. I mean, if you know, like, let me quote the word of this guy from Arise. What's his name? Ruben Abati. People should not be forced to come and contest. Let it be their own result that they want to contest because they know what they want to do when they get there. So when we start saying, come and contest, good luck, or some people through back channel, well, maybe Malami and the rest of the Fulani agenda from the north, they went behind and said, we want you to become whatever agenda they have from their own. Maybe they want him to have his one single time and the thing goes back to them. But the thing is, the guy is not really prepared. Even the second time he's coming. I don't think he's prepared. If he's coming back there, well, like what we've been speculating here, because he has been there, he will use the idea of having been there. I mean, the question is, now, with the current reality that is facing that country, does he have the master plan? Does he have the blueprint in bringing us out of this problem we find ourselves? That's what you should be asking. But people are asking him to come and contest. If you know he's sure of himself, you don't even need people telling you to come and say, I want to contest. You just say, I want to contest. Don't say I'm consulting. You're not consulting anymore.
No, but rational mind. I think your interpretation is based on what you're hearing in the media, which is not.
What am I hearing in the media?
Because you're hearing.
As he said, he wants to contest.
Wait. You're hearing that in the
spin
media.
It around. Listen, if you say
no, I'm not spinning. I'm just. Because what you're saying is people are forcing him without you knowing where the man himself stands. Okay, what you hear is that. You hear about some of the people from APC trying to convince him and all these rumors. Even Abati that you quoted said it himself on Arise. One time they said, we hear your old boss might be in the running. And Abati said, listen, if former President Goodluck Jonathan wants to run, he will let everyone know when the time is right that he wants to run for office. That he forget all these rumors you're hearing. So at the end of the day, this is a man who has been there. It's not like he's someone who's trying to run for office and he has failed several times. He will make that decision on his own. So clearly he said he's still, one man, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he's still consulting.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah.
Consulting.
Let's have from CBD. Yeah, go on, CBD. Yeah.
Do any of us actually believe that the office of the president is something that people will be the one to just wake you up one morning and tell you to come and do without you having the desire for it? So as much as we are saying all these things, Goodluck cannot declare if he doesn't want or if he's not intentional about it. And if not, if that was the case, why didn't he just tell them why they were parading, around his office that, okay, I will run? He said he should give him time because that's his own personal decision, So personally, I don't believe that anybody can just make you run for the office of the president of a country if you don't have any interest in it.
Well, maybe you use the word forced. Maybe that's what you should use. Nobody should be forced. They're not forced. Apparently, they have a desire at some point. But the thing is, are they prepared? There's a different thing. You having the desire and you being prepared to assume.
Let me ask you a question. Let me just one quick question.
Allow me land this point, please.
Okay, land the point. I'll ask you a question.
Rational mind. Who do you think is prepared?
Thank you. That was the question I wanted to ask him. How would you define prepared?
I'm not here to tell you who's. I mean, it's left for everybody to determine that themselves.
No, because
In
no,
my own
you
opinion-
gave examples of 3 different presidents, and you said they were not prepared because of the conditions in which they came in, not taking into consideration that you didn't fully know their mindset. So my question to you is, how would you define? You said Odili was prepared. Okay, why was Odili prepared? What made him prepared?
Okay, let me say this. There's a difference between being prepared and having a desire. You can have a desire, you can express desire that I want to be this, or people come and tell you, oh, do this, and you say, oh, good, I want to do it too. And you say, okay, I want to do it. But the question is, are you prepared to assume the responsibility that comes with that thing you desire? That's what you should be asking. Now, you're talking about the question you're asking me, how do I determine? Now, it's just unfortunate that we live in a country whereby policies, what people want to do does not really matter. People don't really probe. Well, as long as it's a person from our tribe or one party, or we just seem to be somebody who has the charisma or whatever, we want to jump on his bandwagon. We don't really probe. This person, what he says he wants to do. We know that's how the country is structured. For people not to probe people who they want to vote as their leaders. Now look at the one that is there right now. He never attended any debate. He only had, I will change 1 naira to 20 kobo. I mean, 1 dollar to 20 kobo. I'll do this and do that. And nobody probed him. Ask him. Because some people just want to shield him because they know that he's going to goof.
Rasanoma, you are right. You are right. By the way, he did take 1 naira to 20 kobo.
I just have said that, and I know he didn't really.
I know, but that's what he did, by the way. But go ahead.
What I'm just trying to say is that we don't probe these people or whatever thing they say we're going to do when they get there. We don't assume because they belong to Gioboa said that he's our man, Baba Sokwe, everybody should vote. Everybody will just they go and vote for it. No. So that is the problem. So what I'm trying to say is that people who say they want to, who say they are ready for this position, probe them, whatever they say they want to do. Look at Obi. Obi say he wants to do. He has been talking about the Asian economics, and stop every time when you ask him, I will do this, I will turn this, I will import many people. I mean, we bring in small scale SMEs. I mean, you're of Mogalu, you're of those people. They talk about what they want to do. Why don't you give these kind of people the chance? Rather than these people that they will just come. And look at Atiku. I've never up to this very moment. I've not heard what Atiku says going to do. Look at
Rastaman, I fail to understand. I fail to understand your explanation. The question I asked you, my brother, was that how will you define someone that's prepared? And you've been giving examples about people that are talking and being probed, and you are talking about Mogalu and Showore.
You're just giving us like some examples from Peter Obi and Sowore.
No, he said Peter Obi is talking Asian economics, so he doesn't think he's prepared. Am I right? Then he said Mogalu and Showore are talking. But
hold on. I've not said Peter Obi is not ready. He's ready. The guy is ready.
Okay, so what I'm trying to what I'm trying to understand is what characteristics.
Sorry. Where are we in this conversation? Because
one man he said that some people are.
We need to be able to make the distinction between the desire that somebody said that Jonathan has. Having the desire does not make him ready. The question is he really ready? Having been there before does not mean he's ready.
I think what Rational Mind is saying is quite clear. There are some people that are somewhat accidental to the sport. Like Obasanjo, he came from prison straight to State House. So you cannot say he's prepared. He wasn't even out in public to know what's going on really. So completely discombobulated and somewhat confused, you would imagine. You're not in his mind, but just looking at the narrative as it played out, that's certainly not somebody that is prepared. I don't know how prepared Yar'Adua is or not, because I think Obasanjo wanted to repay to the Musa Yar'Adua family. Musa Yar'Adua dead, and his brother Umaru. So he just gifted it to him. You remember when their mother, the Yar'Adua mother, was going to Asaroko, and she was only saying one word: Nagode, Nagode, Nagode. Thank you. So they were not prepared. Goodluck Jonathan, of course, was not prepared. You saw how confused he was. He was chaperoned onto that seat, especially by Obasanjo. You remember when Yar'Adua was almost, it was dead as announced by Sahara Republic, and they did not accept it at the national space. Do you know that they went to station a soldier at the seat, at the presidential seat at NEC, the actual physical seat, that Goodluck Jonathan must not sit on that seat. If he attempted to sit on that seat, they'd have shot him right there in the next. Do you remember that in CBD?
I remember. In fact,
I remember.
He was not prepared. He was confused and staggered into it. It was almost like an unwilling person that.
Yeah, but one man.
So
one man. The question. Yeah, I understand that part. But the question I was asking rational mind is, how would he then define, from his perspective, someone who is prepared? Buhari tried for 3 or 4 times before he became president. Would rational mind say that Buhari was prepared?
No, but Buhari was not prepared. Buhari was not prepared.
So that's what I'm asking. I want to understand.
Buhari might have been prepared somewhat in those 3 years, but he wasn't. This time that Buhari won it, he had already given up. They actually persuaded him to run because he knew that he was too old and too ill, and all of his plans were plans of days gone by. So he came in confused. Now we saw how long it took him, and he was still not even in government, even 7 years in. So he's just coming to say, well, they told me to go there. Let me just go there. Whatever happens, happens, sort of thing. But GOODLUCK Jonathan, if he comes back.
Those things that they listed in his plan, in his manifesto, he denied them. He said he never said that. Do you know that?
I would say, I know. I'm saying, on the case of GOODLUCK Jonathan, I will look at it on this from this angle, that it's not about being prepared. Just my own observation. For his own case, I think he faced the worst kind of opposition any president would have faced in Africa in recent times. And this man it was not just opposition from from the media or through the media. It was almost physical. You remember when the man came out telling us that Boko Haram is in his government? So the man knew what most of us don't know. We only think we know. So for him to just maintain some kind of sanity and peace in that country,
even his life was at
risk, and that's why we are not looking. We are just going through. I think most of people even criticizing Jonathan, they are just riding off the back of these media smear campaigns and this opposition, whatever they were saying. Jonathan was almost fighting for his life, and in turn, not just fighting for his life, but also fighting to make sure that the ordinary citizens, do not lose their life in the process, or in that process. So that's what I think about it. I don't think it's about being prepared, but if it's about being prepared, I think Jonathan had a clear direction, and he was actually making progress.
No, he wasn't prepared in the first instance because he was just an incidental president. It was fortuitous. Now it wasn't as though unless you can
he
say
might have got there incidentally. I understand what you're saying, that if he had gone through he didn't, because of Obasanjo's supporting him, he didn't go through that hard process that other people went through or could have gone through to get to.
Can I give an example of something I'm trying to say?
But when he got there, when he got there, I believed he had a clear direction of where he was going to, and he was actually making progress. If we are to look at it, it was under him that Nigeria became Africa's largest economy, and now Nigeria, even with all this thing going on. So you need to understand, look that he might not have gotten there by being prepared, but when he was there, the man actually knew what he was doing till he faced this demon. I don't know how to even classify the kind of opposition he faced.
It's unprecedented. Even the opposition was largely from his own party. This is the thing, because they were so subsumed by tribe. Remember all those Babangida Aliyu, all this Lamido, Sule Lamido, all these people.
Yeah. Everybody, they infiltrated almost everything and everyone around him, including even sometimes people working closely with him in his cabinet would just turn against him just from nowhere.
And if you ask GOODLUCK Jonathan till today, he will tell you that are the Chibok girls that was orchestrated. He will tell you that.
Exactly.
Of course, we know it was some kind of plan.
Woman. Yeah, can I give you a quick?
What I'm saying is,
can I give you a quick conspiracy theory on that whole Chibok girl and the insecurity in Nigeria?
Carry on.
So I was looking up something that happened in 2009. Do you remember the Nigas scandal of the name?
No.
Nigas.
Refresh our memory. Refresh our
Remember
memory.
when President Medvedev of Russia came to Nigeria, and they were going to form a partnership between Gazprom and Nigerian NNPC and Nigerian Petroleum.
Okay.
And the plan was to build a gas pipeline from the Niger Delta all the way into Europe. And Russia was going to finance it and partner with Nigeria on it. So that way, Russia could control their own pipeline that goes into Europe through Germany, and then the pipeline that comes from Africa into Europe as well. And their plan was also to build several power plants, build refineries in Nigeria, totally make Nigerian oil self-sufficient and everything else. This was in 2009 under Yaradua. And then the whole project was supposed to be called NIGAZ, N-I-G-A-Z. And it caused a big, The Guardian and all these newspapers carried things saying, oh, it's racist, it has a racist name, whatever. That became the whole hoopla. Well, based on what's going on in the world between this, if Russia was able to do that, first of all, it would undoubtedly control all the energy sources going into Europe. And Nigerian government working that closely with the Russians would take it away from the West. So not too long after that was announced and that whole project was going on, not too long after that, the insurgency in Nigeria kicked into high gear. And if you recall what happened in Syria, the insurgency kicked into Syria as well.
This your theory is now getting labeled and far-fetched.
No, just let me land the plane.
From Russia to Syria, and then
the insurgency.
The whole world is against us. Is this?
No, the insurgency in Syria. The insurgency in Syria kicked off for the same energy reasons of a gas pipeline going into Europe. So, in other words, these people fight through their proxies to start an insurgency, fund arms, weapons, to destabilize the country so things can't kick off. And that's when the insurgency really kicks off in Nigeria.
What you're saying now,
because rational mind, the final point is because as Jonathan was trying to fight it, what did they do in the West? They put an embargo on Nigeria from buying weapons.
So what
in the midst of...
Are you saying Russians are behind it or the US?
No, I'm saying the West.
You're saying the West.
I'm saying the West is clearly behind.
Hold on. Let me hold you on that thought.
Yes, please hold me to it.
You said that the West are behind it now. Look at what is going on now in Europe. Now, what's his name? Putin is shutting down the gas valves. He's shutting his valve to Europe. Now, where are they looking up now? They're looking up to Nigeria.
No. Hold on, rational mind. I don't think you heard him. What? Because he's always using big grammar. Don't overcomplicate things. What he's saying is that Russia, who already controls a significant amount of the, in fact, I think that they're about in the advantaged percentages of the gas that goes into Europe, which is Western Europe. So they control that. But they were now trying to form an alliance with Nigeria, which has just a stupendous amount of gas as well, which is the next round of jackpot that Nigeria is going to cash in on. So they wanted to form an alliance with Nigeria so that they can then control both their gas and with Nigeria's gas as well. So they then have a real stranglehold on the world's gas supply. Exactly. So the Western world saw that move, and then they decided to subvert the Jonathan administration that was working with the Russians, but by inserting this insurgency to destabilize him and then preventing him from getting weaponry to fight them, and then just win against him globally to the point that they forced him out to then put
I get it. I understand his narration. I heard him, one man. But what I'm
Thank you, one man. You explained it better than I could have.
Because you are trying to counter it. It doesn't counter.
What I'm trying to counter is this, that if we were to go by what you're saying, that the West are behind it, they're the one sponsoring this insurgency so that will not happen. That partnership in Nigeria and Russia will not come to fruition. Then we need to reason it this way now. How is it backfiring for them now? Because
it's not backfiring for them because they are now signing. They are signing the gas deal that they prevent Russia from signing.
Exactly.
They are not signing it with Nigeria, right?
Of course. Now is that not what? Have you not been following that space? That's the news.
I've not heard them. Listen. All I'm hearing. I've not heard them.
They said the West is looking to Nigeria.
Nigeria has
for
about
their gas
$1
supply.
trillion gas reserve.
Yes.
Or even more than that.
Did more than that, but according to the figure that I saw in the newspaper.
Rational mind. Why do you think they're investing $500 million to build an embassy in Lagos? This is geopolitics. Why do you think they're investing $500 million to build?
I'm not saying all of this, but I'm just trying to filter that your reasoning. Which maybe you've kind of like make me understand now that if they could block them, they could sign it. Okay, and if really because I'm yet to see them sign any contract with Nigeria. They're only
in fact, Open trying to cut in on it. They're saying no, we will build it. Everybody's scrambling for Nigerian gas now.
But now the thing is this: how possible is that going to be? Because the Sahel is in a mess right now.
Don't worry.
Okay. I should not worry. Okay, well, look,
you think these people will let some mala with a gun stop them from? What are you talking about?
That's when you see the end of the insurgency.
That will be the end of the insurgency. Yes,
immediately.
If Putin shuts down that gas, forget it. Europe will go into recession.
All they have to do is they want to try and manage Putin until they're able to tap into the African gas, which sweeps up Nigeria and Angola, as Nsibidi said, and then they will have sufficient enough of a gas security, and then they will deal with Russia.
In fact, Rational Mind, Italy last week I've just signed the official deal with Angola. They are getting all their supplies right now from Angola. Italy. So it's not a far-fetched something.
Are they going to lay pipe through the Sahel into the desert?
No, you know, they could liquefy it. There's other ways they could liquefy it.
They have ocean-going ships. There are ocean-going ships.
Talking about liquefied gas.
They have ocean-going ships. Is that a new discovery? Ocean-going
ships. I mean, how feasible is that? Because they will need it in large quantity. Hold on, guys. They will need this liquefied gas in large quantity. How many can they put on a ship?
Oh God! Look at this.
Listen now. If it's that easy for them, why are they not having ships bringing?
It's not easy now. It's a spend. So it will take a lot of money to do it. So that's
pipes.
No, not to do the pipes, but to liquefy and then cargo it via ship.
So which one is more better? That's what I'm saying.
Have you heard of the Strait of Gibraltar in between Spain and
I don't go to school. I did not go to school. So I'm
asking, what is the matter?
That's why are you being so sensitive now?
I didn't put his CV in the leg. Don't worry. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. That's the distance between that Strait of Gibraltar from Morocco and Spain is almost like a river. It's just very small. If you go and check the map and check the distance. So putting a pipe across there is nothing for these people.
We're not saying putting a pipe is a problem, but do you know what the Sahel is right now? The Sahel and the Sahara. Do you know how dangerous?
Rational Mind. Do you know that there's a project that they are planning to do from Nigeria to Morocco or Algeria?
Yeah, but it's not even for Morocco. It's to get it through Morocco to Europe. Because Morocco.
Yeah, it's very possible for them to do the pipeline. It's not even a big issue. It's just an issue of money and political will.
Listen, it's possible if there is no problem in the Sahel. Those Tuaregs and the people fighting there.
You know what they would do. You know what they would do. Rational Mind. They will just create they'll say there'll be a no flight zone sort of something. They'll clear those space of people and persons, and nobody goes there, and they will man it up to the point
what are you talking about? You know the Sahel? I mean the Sahara Desert.
Forget the Sahara Desert. These people have technology.
Have you ever crossed the Sahara Desert before, Mohammed?
No, I have no reason to. Yeah, well,
Rational Mind. How is internet? How are you receiving your internet?
The only thing you can tell me is
you know that the internet that you're using is not just in the air. That these are cables that have been passed through the oceans.
Yes.
And you're talking about Sahara Desert. You know that the cables are passed through oceans.
People don't know that, you know. They think it's some satellite.
You think it's in the sky.
Fiber optics. Do you know fiber optics now? Fiber optics.
I know, because I don't go to school. I don't know. Fiber optics they pass through underwater.
So why are we arguing about Sahara Desert?
hold on. What we're arguing here is
because some Taureg on the camel,
there are some insurgency Islamists in the. Do you know what is going on in Algeria? Algeria still is trying to link a pipe from, I think, is it from Chad through Algeria, but they're having problem in that Sahara area because they too have gas. Do you know that? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm not
so
aware.
They're having problem.
Why would I be?
What I'm trying to tell you is that is either two things, like you guys said, either they bomb them out of existence, they clear that place out of those people, or they go into some kind of agreement with them that, okay, you people guard these pipes, we'll be giving you so amount of money. That's another way of giving. I mean, incentivize. I mean, just giving like an incentive to them. That way,
one way or the other, they will get it. They will get it done now. One way or the other, they will get it done. So
and also, it depends which part of the Sahara.
But they're not going to let the Sahel stop Europe from getting gas. So it's not. I mean,
well, we shall see then. Let's see then.
Rational mind, are you saying it's the entire Sahara or Sahel region that Tuareg rebels are controlling?
Oh my goodness, that's what I'm saying to you. You don't know that area.
No, I'm asking you a question. You say I don't know.
Hold on, ECBD. I don't want to be sounding like maybe I'm just sounding like.
And you know that it's not the whole of the Sahel. It will be a pipeline, isn't it? Well, we're not talking about no more than a 2-mile width stretch. You know, so I don't know.
It's possible. Don't get me wrong. I know it's possible, but the only thing, like I said, is either they bomb them out or they go into some kind of partnership with them. You guide this pipes for us. We'll pay you so amount of money, millions of dollars every month or every year, or whatever agreement. They will do it. I'm sure those Tuareg in the Sahara, they will do it. They will guard it. But that they will not enter any agreement with them, and they expect them to lay that pipes, and that pipe will not be blown out of forget it. They will.
Yeah, all right. Well, yes, I think. Well, I don't know. You know, what do I know? I'm just some funny guy. But so back to you, Ola, if you're still with us.
Yeah. So you know, like I heard that people were saying Jonathan wasn't prepared, all those stuff. To me, I find it difficult because at the end of the day, we still go back to indicting the two major political parties we have in that country, because naturally your structure, your manifesto and everything you put together, because as Yoruba will say, you know, a tree can never make a forest. So, you know, all those things were there for whosoever that want to lead the country, just to key in and use the existing structure to his advantage. But what we find out is, like Jonathan, to be fair to Jonathan, Jonathan, I won't say he wasn't prepared, but unfortunately, the time it came was the time that the NATO just went to Libya to cause the normal catastrophe there. And the escalation of what happened there is what spread to Nigeria, because all those Boko Haram that they were just preaching, anything book is around, anything Western is around, all of a sudden they had access to gun and some kind of weapon. And that was what they used to unsettle Jonathan's government. If not for all those things, I believe Jonathan will have come out better. But as for this guy there, now, sometimes too, it's difficult for me to say it's unprepared, because why will I say that? His own issue is not because it's not about preparedness. It's just because he has his own personal agenda to fulfill. So, because the party clearly told us what they were going to do, they told us how they were going to supply electricity off the grid and later reintegrate everything to the national grid. They even talk about restructuring, how they were going to develop power, all those stuff. But this guy just came there and they were even telling him about the document for him to start. He told them that what is wrong with the current system? He just threw that in a way. Was busy presenting bill on how to repeat the Land Use Act, busy on how to reclaim water system. So the thing is, this indictment is on this. So I don't want to say they are not prepared, because when you have my party manifesto, that should even be enough for your guideline. You only need those people that are experts within that field to guide you. But in a situation whereby you want to drive your agenda, you will look bad. So that's what I see.
You see,
so for Jonathan, like I said the other time, honestly, he could have used some of those things that were within his capacity to silence the like Tinubu, the like of Lai Mohammed that was busy lying against him. You know, they were lying against Jonathan, and Jonathan could not even defend himself. So now, those people, they've even stolen more now, and they are even more ferocious than they used to be before, because someone that is scheming you to come and spend 4 years, honestly, they will be on his neck. Yes, he may fight, but these people, they've stolen enough to fight him back.
You see,
that's the problem. So the people that will not allow him to have access to weapon in 2013, 2014, they are still there too. They are even now richer than they used to be. So to me, the guy should just I don't know, he may be listening to us. I will just tell him that the level of reputation he has today, he should just go and keep that. If you are so desperate that you want someone from your region to go, yeah, you can queue behind there Peter Obi and some other people from your region, because I will see him as Biafra, even though some people may not want to agree. Go and look for people within your tribe. You must not be the one to lead. As a leader, just find some people that you can influence to carry out your project. You don't have to be there, because whosoever you are pushing forward.
You made the point now, Ola.
You see, Ola, here's the truth. I'm gonna shock you guys. The North didn't want a Niger Delta Eastern to be president. They played Goodluck Jonathan. That's a fact. We can't lie to ourselves. They played.
Why do you say that, Charles?
I'm saying that they never ever wanted a Delta Eastern to be president. Just play Goodluck Jonathan. He got played.
No. Why do you say that? I didn't say repeat what you said. I said why did you say it?
Because they know that Goodluck Jonathan sucks. They know that he's weak. They played him to get into power.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, woman, that's a dude. I keep saying.
Well, I don't know what are you talking about, man?
I'm saying they played. See, I like to say the truth. I know you don't want to hear.
Don't worry about all that. Say what you want to say. Don't worry what people want to. Just say what.
His example. They not use Goodluck Jonathan as to the play to get into power. They played him to get into power. That's what they're not. Not get into power. Not the Goodluck Jonathan.
They played him to get into power. I think that was what Ola just described.
Yes, that I'm saying.
Yeah, so you agree with Ola?
The reason I'm saying they're not never ever wanted a Niger Delta or Eastern to be president. They don't want that. That's what, and that's a fact.
They never wanted it, or they don't want it now.
They don't want it. That's the truth. I'm sorry to say this.
What do you mean you are sorry to say it? Don't keep saying you are sorry to say it. Are you saying contrary to what everybody else is saying? Is anybody disagreeing with what you said?
I'm saying the North would rather have a Yoruba as president for Nigeria for centuries until whether have Yoruba as president. No more.
What about in 2011?
In 2011, they didn't really want a Nigeria to be president. That's a fact.
They didn't want Goodluck Jonathan to be president.
No, they played and they used it as a trick, as a chip.
One man, but he has a point.
No.
Jonathan came through Obasanjo now.
Yeah, but he said they never wanted him. The whole country voted for him. We've been through the election results in 2011. I think at least 3 times on this platform. So why did that happen, Charles?
Yeah, they played, but I like to say that here's truth. They not played Goodluck Jonathan because they didn't want the Eastern and Delta to be president. That's a fact.
No, did you hear the question? I said, why did they vote for him in 2011?
This is what they not did. They will not pick Goodluck Jonathan. Not that Goodluck Jonathan is weak. That's why they pick him as a tool for them to get power because they didn't really want a Niger Delta Eastern to be president. They don't want that. If you look at the history of Nigeria, they never wanted Eastern and Nigeria to be president.
But hold on. Do you know who Goodluck Jonathan contested against in 2011?
Who?
Buhari. And he beat him.
You see, they beat him, but here's a fact. And they beat him, but they not wanted power to use Goodluck Jonathan as a weak guy. That's a fact.
No, hold on. Listen. In 2011, Goodluck Jonathan contested and won an election, winning a lot of votes in the north, a lot more in the south, a lot of votes sufficient in the entirety of Nigeria, north and south, to be president. And the person that was fighting him for that presidency was Buhari. So if the north did not want him, do not want a south person to be president, Why did they vote for him in 2011?
You see, they did that they did that to trick you guys. As a fact, they did that. They know that
Right.
you know Goodluck Jonathan will not last 6 years. That's what they want to get in power. I'm keep saying you got.
No, don't do all that. No, stay with the topic.
I know the not playbook, but I know the playbook. I'm smarter. I know the playbook.
What's their playbook? You said they don't want the South in power. Buhari was contesting against Goodluck Jonathan in 2011, and Goodluck Jonathan, he beat Buhari. So what is your explanation for that?
I know he beat, but my explanation is that the reason why the not Goodluck Jonathan is a one-term president could not didn't want a Eastern and
No. That wasn't the question. I said, if you say the North don't want a South, a Delta region president, and Goodluck Jonathan beat Buhari in 2011, what is your explanation for that? What is your explanation for Goodluck Jonathan beating Buhari in 2011?
You see, the reason why he beat Buhari because the election was fair. That's why he beat Buhari.
Right.
But the North.
So the election was fair.
You see, but the North didn't like that. So not realize the election was fair, and that's what they don't make Goodluck a one-term president. They rigged the second election to make.
You have to follow through in your thoughts. Just come
and say. No, that's the truth.
Don't keep saying that's the truth because it's not, is it really?
Jake,
you don't know the playbook. You have to open your mind up to the conversations you hear here. Don't.
Jake,
sorry.
You know why? Can I say something? Jake?
Oh, hold on. Let's hear from Ms. CBD first. Who wanted to come in? CBD.
Yeah, I think I think I understand part of what Charles is saying, just part of it, but which is I think also that at that point when Buhari was contesting against Jonathan in 2011, I think most people knew that Jonathan was going to win, and because Jonathan was already in the system, and and I think it was also like part of it was also like a turn. Yar'Adua he had just served his term, no matter how he left, but he was just there. So I don't think it was people were just anticipating for Buhari to win Jonathan at that point. So, and also sometimes when these guys, it might be a conspiracy theory, but sometimes most of us believe that that zoning thing and that rotational this thing, it has been going on, and somehow when they want to give it to the South, do you think they'll just come and tell you that this president did not win all the states in the North, but he's the president? They will tell you that he won. Now they will even give you data and everything. So I think that there's a little bit of truth to what Charles is saying. And I also have another funny conspiracy theory. I think they liked Bayelsa in the whole of the South. You remember that man? They came out and said that Bayelsa oil belongs to the North.
Yes.
And you see now they are coming again, telling you that they want me press you.
And I think they like Ogun State in the whole of the South. In the whole of the South, it's only Ogun State that Nigeria they seem to like. It's Yoruba land. Not the South.
Yeah, and also Bayelsa particularly. I don't know what they have with Bayelsa.
Can I say this to Jake? Jake, you see, one thing you said, what you said, I don't know why CBD is saying that. That is his own opinion. One thing you fail to understand is why Buhari was able to win the 2015 election was because the Southwest supported him. If the Southwest had not supported Buhari,
a lot of people seem to forget that little fact, and they seem to think that it's some almighty Fulani thing that won it for him.
He wouldn't have won that election. Previous election that he contested in 2011, that he won against Buhari never won one single state in the Southwest. I'm sure of that. He never won one single state in Southwest. But the event that led up to that 2015 was partly created by Goodluck Jonathan. The disaffection that he created in Southwest, that was one of those things that led to his downfall.
That was his biggest mistake, abandoning the Yorubas.
So, I would really like more context in this disaffection. One man, maybe one day, even if it's not today.
Go on. You can add it. Yeah, let Rational finish, and then you expand the space. Yeah.
Well, if you look at it, the politics that Goodluck Jonathan played towards the southwest, especially if you look at what his relationship with Obasanjo after he won that election in 2011, how he sidelined Obasanjo and what Obasanjo wanted for him. Although we know that Obasanjo too is another controlling freak who wants to be able to control, like he was trying to control this guy that passed away, that died. What's his name?
Yadua.
Maybe he was trying to control this guy too, and then some people around him said, "Look, don't let this man control you. This man will just ruin you," whatever they told him. And then he just pushed Obasanjo on one side. That really infuriated Obasanjo. And the politics that he played towards the southwest, because in his cabinet, I tell you, more than I think the Igbos and the Hausas constituted more than almost 85% of his cabinet. And the other cabinet that he gives, I mean, you talk about Minister of Petroleum, whatever, those big, like the same thing that this idiot that's there that right now is doing. That was what he did. He gave a Minister of Agriculture to a Yoruba man, which I'm not saying is a bad portfolio. But what I'm trying to say is that you don't find the Yorubas in his
and agriculture, Akinwumi Adesina, and Ruben Abati. And I don't understand what I've heard this argument before. I don't think it's valid.
It is to the fact that the traditional fathers in Southwest are fair themselves. They have to be telling him that, look, you're not being fair in the way you're distributing your cabinet. Maybe not as worse as this idiot that is there, but of course, Goodluck Jonathan really sidelined the Yorubas in his cabinet. So for that reason, that was one of the things.
It was the Creeks and the Abokis. That was it's Creeks and the Abokis.
So, I disagree, though. I disagree because there isn't evidence. There isn't evidence to show that that's the situation. There's no evidence of it now.
There's no evidence.
We need that.
There's no evidence.
Just the same way Gabashe will be telling you that whatever you people are talking about. Falana,
okay, what rational mind? Present your evidence. I'll listen.
Let me land this point.
I'll listen.
So just the same way Gabashe and Bonadation will be telling you here when you ask them that why is your boss so lopsided in his appointment? The way he will spin things around for you here is the same way you are trying to do it here, trying to make us believe that there's nothing wrong about what he did. You see,
Gabashe will tell you that it's morning when it's night. Is a different.
So what I was saying here, go on. I'm listening. Go
on. What's that?
I'm done. Go on. Talk.
No, I was saying that you should show me the evidence. That's all I'm saying. Like you made a claim that you said he sidelined the Yorubas. He sidelined the Southwest.
Okay, I ask you a question. How many Yorubas were in his?
No. I didn't make the assertion. You did. So I'm saying to you. Question. No, I'm saying to you. No, so
that is my answer to your question.
I can pull up his cabinet.
Okay, pull up
off the top of my head. I already named 2 critical positions that were filled by Yorubas.
Just 2. Right?
Off the top of my head, I can't. I honestly at this point. But I'm asking you. You're the one making the assertion. Present your evidence. If I made an assertion to you, I will give you my evidence.
Is cabinet those who had portfolio in
like who?
Like who? Okay. Let me present it then.
Please present it. I'm listening.
Yes, agriculture. Sorry. If somebody can mute themselves, I can hear some cute child, but still. Agriculture. Professor Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah. Aviation, Mrs. Fidelia Njeze. Commerce and Industry, Jibril Martin Kaye. Culture and Tourism, Abubakar Sadiq Mohammed. Defense, I don't know if this reads right. It says Defense, Ade Tokunbo Kayode. Is that reading right?
It reads right, one man. It reads right.
All right. All right. So, Education, Professor Razak Rufai. Environment, John Ode. Federal Capital Territory, Bala Mohammed. Finance, Olusegun Olutoyin Aganga. Foreign, Henry Ojumegobia. And then Health Vacant, Information and Culture, Dora Akunyili. Interior, Emmanuel Ihia Nacho. Apologies, I'm struggling with names. Justice, Mohammed Adeko. Labor and Productivity, Chukwemeka Wogu. Land and Urban, Unduese Essien, Mine and Steel, Musa Mohammed Sadar, National Planning, Shahidin Usman, Sports, Ibrahim Isabiu, Niger Delta, Stephen Oru, Petroleum, Desani Alison Maduike, Police Affairs, Adamu Waziri, Power, Acting. Yes. This crosses over. So it says Power, Acting Governor, Acting President Goodluck Jonathan. So I don't think that power means electricity. I don't think, or maybe he allocated himself that portfolio. Science and Technology Professor Mohammed K. Abubakar. Special Duties, Navy Captain Omoniyi Caleb Ola Bolade, and then Transportation Yusuf Suleiman, Women Affairs Josephine Anine, Works Senator Mohammed Sanusi Dagar, and the Youth Development Akilabi Ola Sunkomi. So there it is. So there it is right there. So he got
I think they don't have more portfolio than Igbo people. I think it's even the North and the Yoruba.
Is it not the Igbo? Where is where's the aviation from, Mrs. Fidelia?
The Igbos there is just four. Yoruba also four.
And one man you didn't mention. Remember, he also appointed Bolaji Abdullahi as transport.
It's more Creek.
No, there's more Yoruba than Creek there. There's more Yoruba than
Igbo. We have seen that.
So that's why one man, you see, the argument is,
this is the list now.
And based on that list, he spread it around the entire country, which is what the president is supposed to do. He spread it around the entire country. You know, I've heard.
They did not now. What Yoruba name?
One man, didn't you mention?
You mentioned several Yoruba names.
All right, I'll post it in the comment section for people to.
Because you know, one man, you know, this is the thing.
Yoruba name.
One man, you only mentioned about 5. I think I only counted 5 for what.
One man, you know, this is the thing. Yes, rational mind. That's the way it works.
You counted 5. Nominated only 3 Igbo names.
You get nominated from your state, and they try to have someone from each state represented in the cabinet. So I guarantee you, he had someone from each southwestern state represented in his cabinet.
No,
so I don't understand. I don't understand.
Them Minister of State. Minister of State is what he was giving them.
Minister of State, Minister of Agriculture. Obviously, the name you mentioned for Youth and Sport is outdated because he also named Bolaji Abdullahi as Minister of Youth and Sports at one point. So, who is from Kwara, who is Yoruba as well. So
Bolaji
you can see.
What are you talking about?
Bolaji Abdullahi. Is that not Yoruba name?
It's Ese Chukwuemeka and Nacho.
Okay,
Akunyali Odien. God, where's the Yoruba man? That's Operation Spot the Yoruba man.
Six political zones.
You have seen that we have 6 political zones.
You pick from each. You pick from each geopolitical zone. If anything, he spread it around the entire country. I don't know. Maybe if he had 2/3 of his cabinet as Yoruba people, then
5 Yoruba names there does not make any difference. That's not telling you that this whole thing is this whole Yoruba against Jonathan
special duties. Special duties is not a portfolio.
That is a Tinubu project, and I'm very sorry that some of our brothers in the Southwest fell for that. This whole thing against
I give up on you.
The irony of this whole thing is this. This is the irony of this whole thing. Is that
look at this one? This is really shocking. Sorry, I beg your pardon. You see this Olusegun Agonga, this guy. He was actually, as soon as Goodluck Jonathan got position, he got rid of him. From the 6th of April 2010 to the 11th of July 2011, and he got rid of him and got an Igbo woman in, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Aganga, yes, Olusegun Aganga. Just as quickly as he could, he got rid of him.
I think it was Commerce for something, is it?
Huh?
Olusegun Aganga was a minister for commerce, economic, whatever.
No, for finance. He got rid quickly, and they got Madam Ngozi in. Wow.
not perform now. Not perform. Can't
Yeah,
you
but
see
one man, who would you rather have, Madam Ngozi or Aganga?
Well, I don't know what
Aganga that
Aganga would have
nobody even
done.
know
I don't
that.
know. I don't
I
know what
can't even remember
was he
him.
given a chance? Maybe Nigeria would have been Dubai by now if that guy had been.
No, but one man. This is the thing. This is the irony of the whole situation, right?
Yeah.
Yorubas were instrumental in removing Goodluck Jonathan. Fair enough. They elected Buhari. Buhari.
You must not forget about Tinubu there.
Yes, through Tinubu. Yes, you're right. Through Tinubu. Yeah, Papa.
Now,
then
the
Buhari
was to remove them from PDP totally. Right now, how many Yoruba politicians are in PDP?
Exactly, and here's the irony of it, one man. The same Fulanis, the same Buhari you put into office unleashed his kinsmen on the southwest and murdered people, and now the same Buhari that Tinubu put in office is going to betray him and not give him the seat. So the irony
there are
of
no
it
guarantees in politics. There's no irony there.
Yeah, but that's the point.
It's a game of chance now.
It was almost like a fool's errand. It's like they did it.
Ayo Adebanjo, he said he met Tinubu one-on-one. He said it in that, and Tinubu told him, he asked Tinubu that this man said he was going to give you this presidency, and Tinubu said yes. So he now told Tinubu, okay, how is it now? So he said he was guaranteed. And he was,
I mean, so I'm sure not a single person in here is naive enough to think that anything politics.
So are you saying Ayo Adebanjo was not saying the truth? He said he met Tinubu and asked Tinubu.
No. He said he asked Tinubu and he said, "Do you think this guy is going to give it to you?" And
he met
Tinubu,
him.
Yeah, and Tinubu said, "Yes, I will."
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yes, I do. But he didn't say it was guaranteed. He says, "Yes, I do. I do believe that he will give it to me."
Yes, it's guaranteed for me.
What do you mean? He has to be confident. He has to back himself now. But I don't think Tinubu thinks that it's guaranteed that this guy will give it to him. All he was trying to do is to manage goodwill up to that spot. And he managed the goodwill up to roundabout the early part. I think it was really the thing that finished him, for me, Tinubu, was when the Fulanis went and killed Pa Fashoranti's daughter. So that was what really exposed him. Because he couldn't go Yoruba and he couldn't stay Fulani. So he was just in the middle of nowhere and he was then exposed. And Buhari didn't really move, especially against that space. So I think that was when the mortal blow was struck on him.
I didn't say something very interesting. You don't say something that's very shocking. You don't say that you both help for the body. Is that true or not? Well,
that's not news now.
No,
Is it
you
news?
Don't. If that's news, see, that's showing me something. You guys are getting played. I'm sorry to say this.
Everybody gets played in politics.
Yeah,
it's a game of
I think they took advantage of the Dobale culture and the respect of the oldest man or the richest man in the community that we see in the Southwest, and they used Tinubu and did whatever they did in the Southwest. Now you see that Southwest is mostly APC, and that's the mission accomplished for them.
See, the most funny thing is not to never ever play the Igbo guy. They always play the Yoruba and the Nigeria.
They would never play the Igbo guys.
They're playing them right now, my brother. That's not true.
Not only the North, everybody.
Have you heard of Uzodima?
Everybody is playing the Igbos, my brother. Everybody.
Have you heard of Uzodima? They're playing them right now.
But the thing is that to Jake's point, it does not circulate like that in Igbo land. Even up till now, PDP has not fully circulated in Igbo land. They don't have an Anambra state. So that's to show you that we don't always have to go on direction with all these people,
All right. So let me just take the window to acknowledge Plenty Water Super Chat, which he points in the direction of rational mind. So it's a cryptic one. See if you can untangle this rational mind. This is what Plenty Water says to you via Super Chat. It says, rational mind, do you realize your brilliant take on preparation shows that it will be insulting if you ever again try to promote anyone whose party isn't yet relevant in any local government? So untangle that. Thank you for the Super Chat, plenty water. So untangle that then a rational mind.
Well, yeah. You see, I'm not here to promote. Well, even though it sounds like I'm promoting somebody, it's just sometimes when I get frustrated with our leaders. The
Mention the name now.
Is that what?
Mention the name of the person you are promoting.
Is it your guy that is in
like
Akure now making noise?
Like I said, I'm not the person that worships.
Take it back. Take it back.
Yeah, well,
how can you take back what you never had? This is the question I've never really. Take it back. Take it back.
Well, that's another way of looking at it. Take it back something you never had. So how can you take it back? You know? Well, what he said was it belongs to the people of Nigeria. So the people of Nigeria should be able to take back what belongs to them. So
yeah, but to Plenty Water's question, your now excellent disposition regarding preparation, does that equally apply to your party man, Showore?
Like I said,
and Mogalu.
But no, Mogalu we can accept because Mogalu is somewhat, there's a brain functioning there. No, is there not a brain functioning with Mogalu? I think we all accept that. Mogalu is a brilliant.
No, that's not why we're laughing. We're laughing at the what you meant to say in that.
What it meant, yeah.
Well,
well, you see, like I'm trying to say, I'm not promoting anybody, even though it sounds like I'm promoting one person. I promote some set of people. The thing is, like Ajali Koko said, we don't want to go with these people that has run that country for many years, especially the people from PDP and APC. Let us test new hands. I'm not only particularly about just Showore or what's his name, Mogalu. If Peter will be another best option we have, regardless of whether the party is.
Do you buy into this Peter Obi narrative, rational mind? Because I've never really heard a coherent. And I'm trying to bring a senior Igbo. It's just I struggle to bring people on because they find it so aggressive somewhat, these particular sessions that we do. People recoil from it, you know. So maybe I should tone the aggression down a bit. But
maybe
I'm not. I like Peter Obi, but I don't see the argument hang together that presents him.
Your computer a little bit.
Okay. Can I give you a little breakdown on?
You don't know your list of achievements. I mean, you want to do list of achievements?
No, you want to point out the competencies that you're looking for now.
Yes, he built a bridge in Ogozaga, local government area, or something like that.
No. He's the only one that PDP can give the ticket and go and sleep. He's the only one that PDP can give the ticket and go and sleep.
Somebody is telling me that he's traveling to he's going to Morocco, going to all these places to see how. Do you know that any country in the world that transformed their infrastructure or anything, their economy, do you know that the leaders of those countries usually travel to do research from other countries and come back and do it? And that's what Peter Obi has been doing. The man said he has been to 38 countries around the world. And he always comes with facts and exactly how he's going to do these things. And when you're talking about his own record, I can't even mention all, but let me just give you this one. Someone that before he became the governor of Anambra State,
he left 30 million. Don't forget the 30 million.
Okay. You know, even as of, was it 2 days ago, the I don't know what, I will get the exact figure, but I think he invested something about, is it $20 million? And right now, for Anambra State, and right now that is worth $100 million as they are speaking right now. And it was announced
I had in Genje making noise about that earlier on, you know.
That's just part of it. Do you know that Peter Does and Yaradua, they are the only
does he wear a cape and rescue children from burning buildings as well? Does he wear a cape?
How?
Is he Superman? They are painting some comic book superhero. It's just some Pandora paper guy.
The man keeps on saying that they should elect somebody that wants to work, that is ready to work and transform Nigeria. And that is what people should be thinking about and stop looking for figureheads. and political godfathers. They should look for people that is ready to work and do the work and transform that.
One man, if there's that, I can't predict what Peter Obi will do on the national level. He was very successful in Anambra. That I will give, man. Is a very intelligent man.
What successful
But
now?
he was my brother. Honestly, now the evidence is there. But the thing is,
simple.
No, but the thing is, wait. Let me finish the point. The thing is that the only thing I can give him for certain on the national level is that I know he will work to try to make the country better. I don't know how successful he'll be. I don't know what his strategies will be, but I can say this: the effort, he will put it in. I
agree. I agree. If he becomes the president of Nigeria, he will probably be the first president of Nigeria that has good intentions actually for Nigerians, So he will be the first one that will go there with the right set of intentions, a people-centric. We've never had a people-centric. We've always had an elitist. In fact, I can't think of one. The only people-centric people that have ever gotten close, Awolowo. No, it was not people-centric. Jonathan is an elitist. You forget I never had a shoe. So Awolowo, and then who's that guy? Is it Aminu Kano? So he was a people that was for the. So those were the only ever really two senior. And if we ever have Peter Obi, he will be the first people-centric president.
So let me just put
the question I want to put across, really. Now we can say that someone will get there in 2023, but how are these people going to be successful? Because I'm a person that believes that, for example, Showore, for example, is not a necessarily bad guy, even though he doesn't have the structure in place. Peter Obi is not bad. Even this guy, this vice president, or whoever is going to get there. But we have to realize a particular situation we are in today now, because our creditors now, they are beginning to get wiser. And we are using almost 100% of our revenue for recurrent expenditure. Now, whoever that we come there in 2023, that will be successful. How? Because why did I say our creditors are getting wiser? Because some people are campaigning. They are letting all those guys realize that, look, in the future, when we have the right government, we are going to prove to you that you connive with corrupt people, with those people that they are going to embezzle whatever you are borrowing there, that there will be serious legal case at the international level tomorrow that some of this debt will not be paid. And like that thing is beginning to deter some international creditors now, lenders. So to me, whoever is going to get there in 2023, what will he do differently from this crook system we have? The system that is making you, for example, paying 100 in a party, 100 million, when the president is not supposed to even earn 70 million in 4 years. So to me, whoever is going to get there in 2023, we can live in this, we can use this fantasy, we can hope, we can do it. What is the person going to do differently? That is where I'm confused.
Can I take a stab at that question first?
Okay, please go ahead.
So you see, what you just said now is what I was saying by being prepared. I wanted to give an example of Showore. Some days ago, he was asked a question by, was it Arise or somebody on one of these interviews? Let's ask him a very good question. It says, the 2019 election and things you run, because you're running on this your same policy, almost the same thing that you use in 2019, as the same you're using for this. It says, well, yes, something like that. And that's okay. Now, this has evolved over time. Nigeria is having massive debt now. How are you going to tackle that debt? In fact, I was so glad that person asked him that question. How are you going to tackle that debt? Because this is a different thing entirely now. Over time, he has accumulated a lot of debt. So what Showore said was that he is going to sit down. I just want to answer our last question. He said he's going to sit down. He will call all these international creditors, sit them down, and he will renegotiate the whole thing again. And I thought that I sat down and I started looking at it. Would that be another better way of doing it? I can't say another. So
no, he said he would do what? Sorry, I missed what he said. He will
sit them down and he will renegotiate. He didn't give details as to what the negotiation.
I can tell you what he said, because
he said he would put a moratorium.
He said something reasonable. He said there will be some kind of legal default that is going to be intentional, just because you are able to hold on to the way you got that in a corrupt manner. So exactly what I'm even saying, I even got that idea. What propelled me to say this is even from what Showore said, which I see as a very brilliant someone.
Exactly. Sorry, explain that to me. I'm not sure I'm with you. So bring me on board.
One man, he said he will
we are going to default on some loan that we are going to
they will default
intentionally.
On it. Right, yeah.
So and it's going to
prove you take the hit. Okay, all right. Okay.
And it's going to prove it that like something like connivance within the corrupt system in Nigeria to defraud Nigeria through that. That's exactly basically what he's trying to say. And Ozekhome, if I remember very well, said the same thing about 2 years ago. So was this Ozekhome or another lawyer said the same thing that okay, no, it was this guy from all these people that are agitating. This indigenous, this thing, that guy there, is it Kalu or something? He was even the one that said it like a year ago that, look, part of the campaign they've already taken to all those international lenders is this. Look, we know you guys know that these people are going to invest with this fund, and yet you know all these risk factors, and you are still giving them that loan. By the time we get it right, we are going to take you on legally.
So it's not really Showore's idea. It's an idea that's already.
Where Showore represented it like this week, but Kalu already Unamdi. Unamdi? No, I don't know. The guy in what's the name of this thing? Indigenous people of Nigeria, whatever. That they are trying to. He said we are going to take that legally.
Ninas.
Yes. That brilliant guy. Tony Nandi.
Yeah. He said because we are going to take them on. Yeah. You know, it was after that when you look carefully too, you will see that China no longer want to borrow Nigerian money again, because people are collating fact that you guys, you know the risk factors in Nigeria, you know these people are looters, and your risk assessment is supposed to tell you that you are supposed to be careful, but you keep giving this.
Yeah, but Ola, the thing is, Ola, the problem is they know what they know. It's a risk. They know why they're giving Nigeria the money. It's leverage.
You see,
by giving us the money, it's leverage that they can use to control they can make demands. They can then try to determine certain things need to happen. By giving us that money, they know Nigeria is a risk. They know they're the ones that draft all the reports about the corruption. They're very well aware, but they know what they're doing.
But they are now throwing, some Nigerians now are now throwing it at them that just because they know that you are doing this thing to have some kind of corrupt connivance, that by the time we get things right, that those loans will not be paid.
And but you see, Ola, the problem is if they default on the loans, then it affects our credit rating as a nation.
Yes, which makes it that much more. That's you see, is the not following through. You see, people just get excited with the good idea. Not also, but sorry. Ola let Aison progress where he was going. Because that's where I wanted to go. But you were.
Yeah, there are global credit ratings, in the world that, like Moody's, that guarantee what the risk factor is. We default on those loans, then it becomes harder for us to access financing and capital as a nation, and that puts us in a very, very dicey situation. In fact, in this world today, you can't function without the way it's structured with the international banking systems and the countries that kind of control the world economy. You don't want to approach this situation from that standpoint. You're better off trying to negotiate.
What are our ways?
The only thing I'm using there is they will take these people on legally while defaulting two things. You will take them to court that these people they conspire.
The court thing will not be feasible. You are better off with negotiations, with striking deals, with coming up with ways to work around the situation. I mean, international courts, the legal documents backing these loans are solid. The international courts
talking about what Showore said.
So I think now my interpretation of what Showore said was that
Showore used the word legal default.
No. I think from what I heard, he said that he will ask for a moratorium.
Yeah.
He said that he will ask for it's kind of like a stopgap payment, so that way we don't have to pay over a period of time. And then during that period, he would have to have conversations. Nigeria has no leverage, none. We cannot make demands in this situation. We have to negotiate and try to say, okay, here's the situation.
There's something to be explored in the idea, though. Because if from the onstart the thing is embedded in illegality, and then you can default it because it's already based on a fraud, But like you said, they will have to take the hit in the credit rating, but they can even use law to hold that position to say no. We are fighting a matter of our principle and law, and that cannot be held against us. But
the burden of proof will be on us to prove that we knew that the creditors knew that the people they were giving it to were going to steal the money, and that becomes I don't have the answer to that question.
Oh yeah, but that will be in the details of the sort of contract now. If they are giving you a contract that I'll give you 10 naira and tomorrow you will give me 1 million naira, and everybody agrees to that the whole household will give you that, you will give me 10 naira and then my whole household will give you 1 million naira tomorrow. Then already within that there's an obvious so I think sorry.
Remember the Paris Club.
He was going to renegotiate, and he's going to put a moratorium and then renegotiate. Those are the 2 words I think I took from that interview.
Yeah, that's what I said. That he will put a moratorium, then he'll go back and have negotiations with them to try to identify, new interest rates and the like. But one might remember the Paris Club. That's where Okonjo-Iweala came to prominence, where during Obasanjo's regime, when she got the Paris Club to forgive us our debts, right? Remember that period? And so that in the near past, this has happened already.
That's happened frequently in even the distant past, though. They usually forgive those debts, or in some debts that they feel that is irrecoverable over whatever time. Then they will sell it off at 10 cents to $1. So they just
in my opinion, I think the Yorubas, the only way I think Yoruba to save Nigeria. The only way I think if Yoruba wake up, Nigeria will be safe. I believe so.
Why?
Do I believe so? I think if Yoruba don't realize the game played better, no, they wake up, they actually could save Nigeria.
Do you think the Yorubas do not realize that they are being played? They don't realize?
No, they don't realize that.
They don't. But you realize.
Yeah, I think Yorubas could actually save Nigeria. That might be a good company for you guys. Actually, you can actually save Nigeria. But the reason why you guys not actually doing it.
Do you like the Yorubas, Charles? Do you like them?
I say you guys could actually save Nigeria. That's a good idea. I actually giving good company to your tribe. I see you could actually save Nigeria.
It's not my tribe, it's just the tribe that I belong to. I don't own it.
The only way you get to save Nigeria, if you get to realize, on top be played by the North, you get to actually save Nigeria.
All right.
Because you got the whole.
I shall spread the word amongst my people that have just come to the wisdom that we might be being played. Thank you for this. A moment of did you see the light bulb go? A moment of enlightenment, courtesy of Taliban.
But do you believe what I'm saying, woman? Do you believe what I'm saying?
I believe in your right to say it. I believe in your right to say it.
You guys will save Nigeria if you guys realize the problem. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
Do I believe what?
You believe your boss realize the problem, they can actually save Nigeria if they realize the problem.
I believe that the rescue of Nigeria lies only in the hands of the Yorubas. And I believe that Nigeria can only ever be managed to what it should be only by a Yoruba person, only because it is the Yorubas that have always believed in the greater plan, in the greater being that Nigeria can be. I don't think anybody is on board on the Nigerian project outside of the Yoruba person.
I don't agree with you.
One man. There are so many cracks in what you just said.
No, that's my belief.
You're right. You're entitled.
Entitled entitled to his own belief. I entitled myself to my own belief.
You're entitled to your belief. You're right. I won't say anything about
men wear capes.
Huh?
Don't worry.
Have you not seen Shango? It's coming to
one man. Here's what I think. I don't think I grew up in Southwest, so I don't think Yorubas are. too tribalistic. Let me put it that way.
They are not
But
at all.
I do think a lot of Yorubas are highly ethnocentric, in that, you know, they may involve everyone, but they believe inherently.
No, they have self-confidence, is what you're saying.
It's not self-confidence. They believe inherently that all other cultures are inferior. And I think
sorry, not Nigerian cultures though.
No, I think that's where the flaw comes in.
No,
I think let me give you my opinion now. Let me land the plane. One man gave his opinion. Let me give you my opinion.
Later is on land, but I think you're talking more self-confidence than ethnocentrism.
No. I know. Listen, if there's one ethnic group in Nigeria I know extremely well, it's Yoruba people. And I'm saying this because I've seen it, I've experienced it. They're not tribalistic in the sense that, oh, you know, they don't like other people. No, that's not it. They are ethnocentric in that they believe their own is superior to anyone else's. And because of that ethnocentrism, it leads into other delusions that are made with decisions, and they feel, okay, in this situation here, these Yoruba people should be the ones in charge because our culture is superior to these other people. And I think that is where you have the conflict that comes in.
Do you know what an Omoluabi means?
Omoluabi.
Omoluabi.
Child of, no, I don't know. What does that mean?
Oh, okay. So well,
I think it's Lagos that caused all this thing. Lagos, because of and I think you people forgot that.
Everybody built Lagos.
Yeah, it's Lagos that caused all this thing now. Because
the first television in Africa was in Ibadan.
They brought all of us to Lagos.
The first television, the first university in Ibadan, the first high rise in Ibadan.
We don't even know about all that anymore.
It's a matter of public record now. You want to argue that one as well? In Africa or not in Nigeria? What are you talking about?
Why do you disagree? I'm saying you're saying Nigeria. Why disagree about that?
Sorry, why
disagree? I think you're saying Nigeria when they wake up. They say Nigeria.
Yeah. They are the most important political. How do I say? That's why you find out that these guys from the north, they just feel like when they get the robust side, that's why they use Tinubu to do their project now of getting.
You say, but
I will say this in CBD. I will say this: without the contributions of Yorubas, Nigeria will not be Nigeria. That is a fact.
But that
is a fact. So I think we're not. So it goes without question. You know, in that the Yorubas are extremely critical part of that country. Extremely critical. The sad thing about it is the ambition. I won't say there because I don't like stereotype. So it's the ambition of the leaders in Southwest, and they fall for the game that is played by the political elites from the north.
Yeah, that's what
that's what happens. It's not that Yorubas. One man is right about one thing. They want a better Nigeria without question, but they do it at the expense of making deals with people who have a different vision for that country. And that is where things fall out. The Yorubas will be better off making deals with the Igbos. And if that happens,
no. The Yorubas would have. The Igbos are not the easiest to deal with, as I'm sure you'll concede. But
why? Don't just say that. You have to say that's part of the stereotype, and that is part of the divisive.
It's only because whether it's true or just a perception, they're somewhat seen as insular and somewhat just ethnic and tribe based. And they're insular into ethnicity and tribe. And then they circle wagon that to the exclusion of others. Even the Oluwo was talking about that.
You cannot use grammar to confuse us.
It's about you will confuse somebody like you with grammar.
It's not about the insular. It's not about the insular and the circumvert and all that. What we are saying is this. It's just the rhetoric. I think it's that divide and rule. And I think Yoruba's people should start. I think some of our people should start listening to
Who have the Yorubas interacted
You start
with the
listening
most?
to someone like Ayo Adebanjo.
Don't worry
Those
about
are people
Ayo Adebanjo.
So
Who
why
have
is
the
it that you guys?
Yorubas interacted with
Why
the
are you
most in
guys
Nigeria?
listening to only the guys that have money in your culture or in your tribe?
We're listening to lived experiences. So who have the Yorubas interacted with the most in Nigeria, in CBD? Who have the Yorubas interacted with the most? Out of all the multiplicity of ethnicities, who have we interacted with the most?
Well, I will say, to be honest with you, I will say it's probably the North. The Hausas.
The North?
Mm.
The North? How many Northerners are
Politically or
in
socially?
Ibadan?
Are you talking
No, I mean
about politics?
socially.
Socially, I think is the other part, the other tribes of the South. Maybe from the Edo going to the Igbos.
I would
I
say
won't
it's
bypass
the
those other
Igbos.
people and just go
The
straight to the
Igbos,
Igbos.
the most ethnic grouping in Yoruba land outside of the indigenous ethnicities are the Igbos. Decades and decades and decades, transcending even the formation of Nigeria, we've always lived cheek by jowl with the Igbos. So we know the Igbos,
But
don't worry, we
why
know
can't
them.
you
We do know them.
why can't you accept that
And we find
sometimes
them somewhat insular and ethnic. This is the
But,
thing.
let me in CBD let me say
let me
this.
ask one man this question, please.
Yeah.
Why can't we sometimes also accept that I won't say all Yorubas because I know some Yoruba leaders, even clerics.
No, you can't say all. You can't say all.
Yeah,
Can't
that's
say
what
all.
I'm saying. That came up and spoke against this current administration that we are seeing. But why can't the other Yorubas accept that sometimes they've been misled and conned by Tinubu? Why is it so hard?
You know, Tinubu is a recent phenomenon. Why do you keep putting Tinubu upon Yoruba people?
Because
Tinubu is only
the man that took
2014
Tinubu
dynamic.
is actually a force, to be honest with you. He's actually the strongest political force right now in the south, or one of the strongest in the country and the strongest in the southwest. The man single-handedly took the whole southwest, and he didn't just stop with Lagos.
So why are you saying that the Yorubas have been conned by him? What's the con?
It's a con because let me tell you this. This man, he understands his people, and he capitalized on that, whether you want to call it tribalism or you want to call it ethnocentric, whatever. He capitalized on that, and the only thing is just to benefit his own self.
How has he capitalized on it?
He capitalized on it now because although the other day they have Southwest youth coming and gathering for him that they are endorsing him or whatever.
Yes.
Obviously, you know that he has got drowned across the entire Yoruba land. There's no governor, even if they don't agree with him, they will agree with him in public. Even if
but what's the con now? What's the greater point? Hold on, sorry, Charles.
Oh.
What's the greater point you're landing in CBD?
He married. Okay, let me put it this way. Since you want me to say it,
no, speak freely. No, it won't be held against you.
No, I can't be held against me. Me, I know to be honest, I grew up in Lagos. I didn't just grow up in Lagos. I grew up in the place whereby even if you find Igbo, you find maybe one in a street. It's actually Yoruba.
And yet we can't hear that in your accent.
Yeah, because I left now. Will I stay there all my life?
Yeah, but you have an Igbo lilt for somebody who grew up in a predominantly Yoruba space.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Let me tell you, my best friend till tomorrow, my closest friend.
Look at that. I cannot be racist. My best friend is black. Are you stupid? I cannot be racist. My best friend is black.
No, one man. Let me say this.
Tinubu has not conned Yoruba. As a matter of fact, more Yoruba.
Sorry, Ola. I wanted him to land on the con because he's perambulating, but he's not told us what the con is.
The con is
and I think he's finding it a struggle. Sorry, Ola.
No, it's not a struggle. I'm just trying. I don't want to use a word that will sound too harsh.
Speak freely. Just speak freely.
No. I usually don't like bringing out this because what I'm going to say. Let me put it this way. The con I mean is that let me ask you this question so that you
Now, God,
understand.
just tell us the con first. You've been on it for
Okay,
10 minutes
the
now.
con is that it's not benefit. The con is that whatever they promised him himself, he has not gotten. And how do you think he's going to deliver that utopia of economic boom and infrastructural whatever for Yoruba people? Is that the result? What is the result right now?
So how
CBD,
will
I
it
don't think
con the
CBD, I don't
Yorubas?
think
How has
Yoruba
it con
people
the
are
Yorubas?
holding their breath for Tinubu to come and save them, though. They're
No.
not expecting much from him.
Okay, right now maybe not. Back then, did they not follow his direction?
No. But back then, he just convinced them that they should vote for this guy because people were complaining about the Jonathan administration. It was an easy sell. So, but
I'm not
one
talking
man.
again. At least I think everybody understand what I'm trying
Nobody
to say.
understood, or at least
No,
I
I
don't.
understand
You
what
know,
you're saying. See,
it's
woman,
just talking around in
see what
circles.
CB is saying is why I'm saying people should wake up. See, this because of time where I said you could say Nigeria until they wake up. You be able to give an example what I just said. Leading to my example. They're not
That's as
playing you
clear as
guys.
mud.
Charles, the thing is this. You have to realize this. The Fulanis have colonial outposts in Yoruba land, and this is a fact.
What does that mean?
They have colonial outposts in Yoruba land. The Kwara, Ilorin, parts of Oyo have emirs. So
which part of Oyo has an emir?
Ilorin has an emir.
Huh?
The Yoruba leader that just passed away, he was a Muslim. True or false?
Yeah, it's not an emir.
All Muslims in Nigeria, who are they answerable to?
They're answerable to the deities.
No. One man, you know the answer to that question. Come on, man.
No. That's the answer to that question.
What is saying to you is all the Muslims.
I know what he's saying, but
that one man knows what he knows exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but what is factually factual inexactitude.
He was a Muslim. As a Muslim, one man, I listened to your program and I listened to the debate about why they decided to have Muslim rights for a traditional Yoruba leader. And I even agree with the people that disagree with those things. But the fact of the matter is he was a devout Muslim. And
yes,
he was a Yoruba traditional, a revered, he wasn't a normal Yoruba, he was a revered Yoruba traditional leader. All Muslims in Nigeria answer to the Sultan of Sokoto.
Who told
fact.
you that?
This is fact.
No. But that's the fact.
True, yeah.
One man, come on, man. No, yes, they do.
I don't know.
One man, come on, man. And the thing is,
that is not true, Aizon.
Okay,
it's like saying all Christian Obas are answerable.
Who is the Muslim leader in Nigeria? Let me ask you a question.
Which sect?
All of them.
I think the Sultan covers the entire Muslim space, not just
I don't think so. No.
You need to go and look at Nigeria. The status given to the Sultan of Sokoto is the head. Okay, look at the headlines now. He's saying that people should look for the moon.
I saw that. Yeah.
So he will determine when they will do their either Maulud, whatever, or whatever. When they start their fast and end the fast. He determines it. So
I think I broke away. Sorry.
So he is the head of the Muslim by the Nigerian status given to him. The Nigerian federal government.
But which sect? It's not on the confinement. No, he's not. He's not the head of the Shiites.
Hold on.
Whether you're the head of the Shiites.
That leader was not Shiite. And Shiites are a minority in the country. Come on, one man.
How do you know what inflection they allow?
But he wasn't Shiite. We know he wasn't
that.
Shiite.
No, how do you know that? I'm asking you. I know because I know. Is it?
But I know because typically, if you're a Muslim in Nigeria, you're a Sunni Muslim.
No, you are not typically.
Of course, one man has a point, but the point is this: the Nigerian government does not distinguish between the Shiite or the Sunnis.
Yes, they do. They do actually. They do. That's why they are prosecuting those people in.
It's just El Zaka. Listen, let's not go into that El Zaka. Whatever his name is, case with Nigerian government. There has always been Shiite in Nigeria, even in the time past. So they don't distinguish between who is a Shiite, who is a Sunni. Until recently, we've been finding this religion thing playing out in the Nigerian domain. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: that not just even this present Sultan, the previous Sultan is always the head of the Muslims. Mind you, the head of Muslims, not Sunni Muslims or Shiite Muslims, the head of Muslims in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, fact.
So if we are to go by that, which means the Alaafin of Oyo being a ruler of Oyo, which in itself is referred as a deity or whatever they call it, is in some ways subjected to the rules that this man from the
No. Hold on. I find that somewhat tenuous, and so I'm very, very somewhat. You know, it's almost anyway. You're entitled to your opinion, but
okay, let me answer then. See, I this premises is very faulty. Just don't even go there. It's just like if
this is on again, and it's mischief.
So let's assume wait, rational mind, wait.
Man, I'm telling the truth.
Wait now. Let's assume Oni is a Christian. So because if we observe Lent and if we observe Easter, and because they can all those things that we have to fix the time they are going to do Easter or whatever, are we not saying the Oni of Ife, another Oba is answerable
to Rome? Is the Oni answerable to Rome? Is he a bishop?
Is he a Catholic? If he's a Catholic, then yes, he's answerable to Rome. If he's a Catholic,
that way. It doesn't mean that because
I'm just look.
One man. Let me put it.
Rational mind. This is what you are saying. Rational mind. This is what you are saying. If you're a project manager in your organization and you have some other group, you have some other functional managers now and you are controlling the resources and they listen to you. Does that mean you are now controlling the functional manager in other units? Working together doesn't mean that.
This is not what we're talking about. Listen, would you listen, please? Ola and one man. I want to put this question across to you. If they are to go for a prayer, and we say all the religious leaders that are Muslims, all the traditional fathers that are Muslims, they should line up and they should pray. What do you think is going to lead that prayer? The Sultan will lead that prayer.
That is still a tenuous argument. Look,
the Sultan.
What is the? Oh God!
Let me land this point. Hold on. I'm not insulting or laughing. He is my king. I will always respect him. But I'm saying in the religious man. Hold on, on the religious level.
But you're already going on a false premise, on a shaky premise.
What is premise?
Okay. When the Alaafin, when he takes to the stools of his forebears, when he takes to the stools of his forebears, what rights coronate him on that stool?
It's the traditional way.
All right, it's not Islam.
Wow.
What?
The point we're making here is this.
Listen now. No. I got it right.
One man.
You already made the point that
we saw it at play now. God. When he died, when the Alaafin died.
Yes.
What was the first right of burial they gave to him?
Why was that?
Because he said he was a Muslim.
No. Why was that? No. Can you hold on? Why was that the first right of what's the death rituals in Islam? What's their process?
They said you die when you die within 24 hours you have to be buried.
So is that not it?
Hold on. One man. Well, you see, we like to spin things, but I know that's how
do you mean spin things? Is that not what happened? No, it's not seeing it differently. It's seeing it as it happened.
You're trying to lead me on with the question, which I get. I answer your question. I don't want to believe you're trying to, but I will counter it in a way. Now, yes, he was buried according to the Muslim rite. 24 hours. Okay, what's the point?
The point that I was trying to make was that, and you already made the point for me by the concession that you made, and you couldn't have but considered because it's factually the case. When the Alaafin, when the Oluwo, when any Yoruba, even to the Baale, when the Baale, do you know that the Oni, he goes into the forest for 7 days? Is it to go and be doing Allah Akbar? No, to go and meet deities before he can sit on the stool.
Okay.
Before the Alaafin goes into that the Alaafin of Oyo is the foremost Shango devotee which the Songo society came. Before he steps on that stool, he steps over blood. And the allegiance that he's pleading to that stool is to defend the deities. So all these I am a Muslim, I am Christian, and these are secondary. They're just hobbies.
I like what you just said.
Is it not secondary to his primal purpose?
But then
what is his primal purpose?
Hold on.
Is his primal purpose to the deity or to some Arabian religion?
Hold on. What
are we doing now?
Hold on now. What you just said, that is how it's supposed to be.
What do you mean it's supposed to be? Is it to the contrary?
But then that's not what we're saying in recent years.
Okay, name the Oba that was coronated with a Bible or a Quran. Bring him to me. I want to see it.
Well, man, I get your point.
Is that not the point?
Hold on. That's not the point we're making. The point we're making.
Ola, are you hearing this?
That's not the
very
point.
Ridiculous, honestly. Very
Hold
ridiculous.
on, Momo. Wait,
No, you guys can't say it's ridiculous because end of the day, wait. The fact of the matter is the man accepted Islam. He's a Muslim.
And Islam is a religious culture. It's not human. So
it's a religion. It's not a religious culture. It's a religion. He accepted Islam. I'm not trying to make things up to disparage the leader.
See.
If you've been in Yoruba land,
the person that is upholding the standard of the religion in Nigeria happen to be the Sultan, right? Just like Bishop or Pope, we uphold that of Christianity. Because Pope and Catholic and Khan and other religious body will now set when they are going to do Easter. Does that make any Oba that
don't use that analogy? It doesn't work.
Is it not the same point that you are making?
It's not the same point. That's not the
That's
same
point you are making. This
is
not just the custodian of the culture of religion in Nigeria.
Hear me out. I understand.
Hold on. No. Don't stay with Ola for a moment, though.
Okay, go on.
Let's set aside Islam because the equal measure of religion, Christianity, and for the purposes of the conversation, let's give a sect to that religion. So let's say the Oba of some place is a Catholic or whatever it is that the Pope superintends. So are you then saying that because that Oba is a Catholic and the Pope is the leader of that faith, that automatically subordinates the Oba to the Pope?
In some ways, yeah. It does.
Okay. Okay. Right. Now, Obasanjo is a high chief.
Listen.
Wait, national mind.
It's a parallel universe.
Let me make that point. He would kneel before the Pope if the Pope is to pray to him. He would kneel, being that he is a traditionalist from a country that is even revered as a deity on its own. But when do
you know that the Oba? Do you know that the Allah is above Islam?
Say what?
Do you know that the Allah is above Islam? Do you know that?
That is how it's supposed to be.
That is how it is.
That's not how.
Do you know why? Do you know why the Allah is above Islam?
Over the years.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why the Allah is above Islam? Do you know why?
Tell me. I know why, but tell me.
Okay, you tell me why you think I would say. Because the Allah in Yoruba land, we say Oba ba lori ohun gbogbo. Oba ba lori ohun gbogbo. The king has, yeah.
So you know all these things you're saying. I think I understand.
And Christianity too. Well. Before, so
no, I understand you very well. But if all these things we are saying is true, then how dare they bury him?
Because he was a Muslim. He wasn't.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Do you know that is some whatever they do in the death of someone, or that is like the final. That is like what they put above every other thing else. How dare they bury him under the rights of Islam?
Don't worry with your full in this.
Why were they now making noise after this? Why were there this dispute about I mean, opening the body of the Alaafin anyhow? The disrespect about publicly opening his body to the public.
No, they didn't open his body. But I can sweep both off.
All these I'm not a fan of this foreign religion. Woman, you know that.
Listen.
Especially
no. Just to say, the Alaafin is a Muslim. Is a Shango devotee. Is the custodian of so many Yoruba deities. So he is not one of those. It's not one to the exclusion of all the others of those. It's the embodiment of all of those. So it's the embodiment of all of those that rounds him off as the Oba. And rightly, because Oba, when we say Oba Balung Gbogbo, it means the king has dominion over everything. Over everything. So that's what Oba Balung Gbogbo means.
You're playing on words. That is play on words.
Okay, what does Oba Balung Gbogbo mean?
I'm not saying, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that is not what it means. But what I'm saying
so why am I playing the what?
What I'm saying is what I'm saying you're spinning words is that that is how it's supposed to be. If that is how the last
rational mind, careful, they're going to get your Yoruba card revoked.
It was never a Yoruba man in the first place. It's from the Greeks. It's from the Greeks.
What was
I'm a prince from...
I was going to go there, but
my great-grandmother
gave me a
was a princess from Oyo. She has the mark, the tribal mark.
Look at this guy.
I have the picture.
You are from Futajelon. You are one of those. You are from.
Listen.
Are you sure you are not from Abdullahi?
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: one man is that you see, I don't want to use whatever from any scripture. You can't slave for two masters.
No, don't worry about all that.
It matters because if you have to.
No, you didn't even let me land. You didn't even let me land.
Okay, fully for the culture, but if it's just that you want to be shared by two religions, one from the Middle East and one from your traditional.
But what you are not saying but what you are saying is not to the exclusion now. I said, Ola can confirm. Ola, what does Oba Balori Ongbogbo mean?
I'm not disputing that.
Hold on, rational mind.
The word Oba himself just means dominion. You have dominion over everything.
Okay.
Now, rational mind, for example, look at this. Even in the English culture, look at the monarch. They were the one that created Anglican.
I don't know. Ola will go on over there.
So they were the one that created Anglican, for example, now. And other than Anglican is where you have bishop, right? It's where you have bishop. The same way when you come to Islam too, there are some people
that's a different scenario.
So sorry, can I just make the point I wanted to make? I just want to say that the Oba being buried, the Alafin rather being buried under the Islamic rites is not to the exclusion of or in opposition of anything, because as I was saying, it's the embodiment of all of the totality of everything. It's a Shango adherent, a devotee, and a lead even Shango. The Allah, it's almost a deity, the Allah for your himself, almost a deity, because he stands in the pantheons of the history of this. So the immediacy of his Islamic being requires that he be, buried, that Islamic rights should be conferred at that point. But that is not then to say that the Shango rights would not be conferred, the Yemoga rights would not be conferred, whatever other deities are personal to all the far spaces are there, carrying out rituals after rituals, rites after rites. They said before his wife could marry, they have to remove prestige from them. So rituals after rituals. So it was it wasn't the finality, the Islamic rights that were conferred. It was because it had to be done within. It was time barred, so they fulfilled that righteousness to go on to fulfill several other righteousness because it's the embodiment of all of these things. So it's not. I don't know.
Okay, rational mind. In a nutshell,
so he had two religions. He had two religions.
He had 1,000,001 religions. Yeah,
but there were two primary ones, right? Traditional belief and Islam. He was a Muslim.
Yeah, he was a Muslim. Yes, that's not
okay. And that's the point. And according to what's happening, the leader of all the Muslims in Nigeria is the Sultan of Sokoto.
Well, according to you.
No, not me. I'm not the one saying.
One man. It's time you should accept that. It's time you should accept that truth. That's a truth that people are failed to accept.
Which is what?
That thing is true. Forget what you're saying.
Which is what now? Which truth is truth?
All Muslims are loyal to the Sultan of Sokoto. Just know it. I think you know
What are you predicating that upon?
See, I don't need to predicate it because it's a truth.
Because you say so, Abi. No, we don't do because you say so.
Okay, woman, are you aware that? Wait, woman, are you aware that?
Professor Datao, what you are saying is Oba belongs to every religion. So if this guy now report to Sultan of Sokoto, then you are saying Allah will report to Ogun worshiper or the leader of Ogun worshiper Oluwo. So the Oluwo of your controls Allah. The audition
Islam does not accept that. Then don't call yourself a Muslim because Islam does not accept
exhibit the way.
Spin things around like
the
this.
premises of what you are saying now is this: every religion leaders, because they will be the one to give guidelines, even for Allah, for him to follow. Where you want to have Oshun, we have Oloya, we have Onishango, we have
these are all traditional.
Because they will be the one to set the guidelines. And accordingly, they will inform Oba. And Oba, we have to follow according to the tradition. So what we are telling us is that Allah now is under the control of Onishango, is under the control of Oshun, is under the control of
I don't want to add on the point. Hold on. To add on the point that Nsibidi just made, that Islam does not accept other religions. But of course, the Allah for you, an open Shango devotee that opens his forecourt to the Shango Day for all of the rituals and festivities of that, and every other deity that is under his supervision. The whole of the palace is agog in celebration of those deities. So, what was the instruction from the Sultan regarding that?
Let us not waste our time then calling ourselves
Muslims. Come on, man.
Okay, the only thing I have to say, one man, is be aware when there's a gathering of prayer. Any place where there's a Yoruba Muslim, Igbo Muslim, a Fulani Muslim takes charge of the prayers. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of any of that.
Be aware of it. Go and ask. If it's a lie,
I don't have to ask.
Okay, no problem. Don't ask, but I'm just telling you what I know.
No, I'm not sure that is factually true.
Okay, no problem. I'm not. You know me, I don't argue much. Go and find out.
No, I don't have to find out. If you don't have the facts, then don't make the assertion. If you don't have the facts, don't make the assertion. If you go to the central mosque in Ibadan, and the chief imam there is an Ibadan man, whether you are from Saudi Arabia or you are from the back of beyond, if you come to that to kneel there, you kneel to his rhythm.
They won't come there and worship.
But then they don't come. So that's at their obligation. So because
they consider them inferior to them.
Well, they can consider anything.
So that's I mean, you have it. That's what I'm saying to you.
What do I have? What is there? You have it.
They still maintain that superiority complex.
No, they can have it now.
So
is that not at their own personal whim and prejudice and self-flagellation or self-deceit? If they feel it was actually Black League had actually made that point that it walked the trajectory of the Islamic faith from Saudi Arabia to Black Africa. And the way it was cascading, he said when they swept through to the northern African spaces, the places that they captured, they then from there captured others. So whoever got captured first, you know that the Malian that cusp of Muslims, they will not even subordinate themselves to the northern Nigerian Muslim because they brought that, because it was even them that brought it into the northern part of Nigeria. So they would not kneel behind them. And then the northern Nigerians feel that they brought it to southern Nigeria. They would not kneel. So that's their system structure. And that's their own issue. Well,
you have reminded me something now, Omar. Yeah. Imagine Naira Marley saying that he's a Muslim. If that man goes to Saudi Arabia, won't they carry him? I think some of our people need to understand from the Yoruba is that these Muslims, they don't, you know, they take, they don't play with their religion. They don't accept multiple forms of.
Which is the practice of the Obas in Yoruba land, and you are saying anyway.
What is the practice of Yoruba?
Multiplicities of deities. Is that not
the
practice?
That's what I'm saying. They don't do that. They don't accept that in Islam.
It does not.
Well, there it is.
Islam does not allow that.
So there it is. But is that not the practice in Yoruba land?
What I'm trying to say, it's not considered a Muslim.
It's a Yoruba Muslim, a strong Muslim.
There it
is. A Yoruba Muslim, a strong Muslim.
I don't really care for that. So that's fine. So I'm happy for that to be the case. You know, I'm happy for that to be the case.
But one man, the point is that, you know, with the number of Muslims in Southwest, especially in places like Kwara, where you have an emir, you know, the Fulanis have a colonial outpost in the Southwest. And because of that, they will always have leverage to be able to sway.
That's a nonsense, man.
No, it's not. It's not nonsense now. Come on, one man. Let's be objective, please. Let's be objective.
No, that's not an objective. That's
nonsense. They have an emir of Ilorin.
How about
Asari
that is now an Alaji?
Asari Dokubo can watch. Have any religion he wants. Asari Dokubo. Is Asari Dokubo. Is Asari Dokubo Pere? Is he a Pere in Ijoland? It's not. So it doesn't matter to us.
Is he not your lord?
Our kings are not Muslims.
They
worship Egbesu.
What is Egbesu?
Egbesu.
Go and ask. Did you see that king from their region that I posted the other time next to you know, they're still
like when they
rational mind, Egbesu is the god of war and justice. That's what they believe.
God and justice. Look at that. God of war. What is
God of war and justice? Go and ask what Egbesu is. Look, one man. Look, I'm not trying to disparage Yorubas. I'm
you cannot now. You cannot.
But I'm not trying to. But what I'm saying
you are not in a position.
There is an emir. Okay. Wait. There's an emir in Ilorin.
Right.
Yes. Okay. The former Kakanfo Afonja was the one that betrayed.
No, we know the narrative. Please don't be harsh.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is there's a significant amount of Yorubas. Let's leave their laughing for a second here. There's a significant amount of Yorubas that are devout Muslims and they do answer to the Sultan.
No,
a significant amount.
No.
You and I know it is true.
I don't know that to be true. I know that to be untrue. Come on. No, I know that to be untrue. But let's get back to Ola to round off his thoughts. We're getting into deeper.
Okay.
We'll address that more.
We can talk about it later. But yeah,
there's no Yoruba. There's alliance to Sultan. You need to stop that, I beg.
No, if he's a Muslim, if he's a Muslim and he's within the borders, if he's a Muslim and he's within the borders of Nigeria,
I don't know why people always attack Islam to Fulani and everything.
No. We're not going to do that.
Anybody that's a Muslim is a Fulani.
I spent a significant amount of my time in Ilorin and I saw this firsthand. Yorubas that are heavily
in Ilorin, there are Yorubas that are mixed with Northerners. So if you want to say in Ilorin, that area, that Kwara State is not fully Yoruba. Listen.
No, you're not going to tell me what I experienced. How are you going to tell me what I experienced?
Okay, let me tell you something. But that's not the entire Yoruba land now. You can't say because in Ilorin. So now you're saying Yoruba, like the whole Yoruba land is.
Is there an emir in Ilorin?
Yeah?
Is there an emir in Ilorin?
Ilorin is different. It's a Islamic part of Yoruba land. Listen, we all know the history of Ilorin.
Ilorin to Ogbomoso and Ogbomoso to Oyo is a stone throw.
No, it's just no.
So wait. In Ilorin, there's an emir.
Okay, there's an emir.
Wait now. The emir answers to the Sultan. The Fulanis in Ilorin have also migrated into Oyo.
No,
this is a fact.
No,
the Fulanis. No, the reason why they are even the reason why.
All right, sorry.
They did not go past Ilorin.
The reason why they are attacking people in Oyo State
the history is gone.
Is because they have a significant population that have lived there for years. This is a fact.
In Ilorin, yeah, but not in Oyo.
No, in Oyo State. In Oyo State.
No, where do they live in Oyo State?
One man, I don't say like you don't know.
So you are saying they are part of the rulership in Oyo State? Is that what you are saying?
No, I think it's just making up stuff. But
he's making up stuff now.
Am I making up that there's an emir in Ilorin? Of course, you've admitted that. Am I making up that Ogbomoso and Oyo town are close to Ilorin?
Sorry. What are you doing, my guy? What do you mean admitted? No, was it in contention that there's an emir in Ilorin?
No, I'm saying you're saying I'm making up stuff.
No, you are using some tenures. You're saying that there's a significant population of Fulanis in Ilorin. Do you know the population? You said you lived there. It's not a fact.
It's a fact. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's leave that.
It's a fact. You're not going to tell me what I saw. It's a fact. There is a significant population.
Are you saying there are more Yorubas in Ilorin than
but we saw going to
of course
there now to protect his people.
I agree with you.
You know the narrative is I think this is one of this Radio Biafra stuff. Yeah, this is what they're saying. So it's telling us that there's not this bank of fortress in of Fulanis in
what I think
I heard what he said, that are now cascading and sweeping through Yoruba land.
Yeah, that's where the point is going.
And they always point at Ilorin.
It's just a nonsense. The other one they used to go to that. What about the Ogun State that they were sacked into Benin Republic? They
was you're the refugees
This is not a complete lie.
This
is not a day thing. This is me saying it based on experience, based on fact. This is not a radio.
It's not based on fact, man. It's based on Radio Biafra.
See, you guys are not being objective. You don't want to accept the fact, so you are trying to spin.
Well, you guys will leave us on our problem. You guys will not be telling Yoruba people their problem. We can't tell us our problem more than us. We know our land. Let's leave us with our land. You guys focus on.
Mikey,
this is simple demographics now, my brother. It's not a matter of your problem. Simple demographics. Go to Ilorin and see what's happening.
You telling us Fulani took on your, I know your, they took on your. I heard them the kind of saying that they chase a lot of your.
The guy that betrayed your empire. They have his statue.
Can you hold
on?
Wait.
Let me make this point.
When I say hold on, then please hold on.
Go ahead.
When was the Kakanfo narrative? When was the Afonja narrative? When was it in history?
The point I was trying to make is that when you go into Ilorin.
All right, thank you.
If
you want to answer the question. When was the Kakanfo narrative? When was the Afonja narrative?
It happened a long time ago.
How long ago?
Maybe in the 1700s.
I'm not sure of the year.
I'm not sure of the year.
So why is it now an immediacy of urgency? Something that happened in the 70s?
Because it changed. Because you want me to answer that question, or are you going to let me answer or not?
Yeah,
because it changed. Because it changed the demographics and the situation in a part that was part of the Oyo Empire. A part that was part of Yoruba land. Wait.
As well.
This is historical
part of Benin Republic was part of your empire. Even Togo.
You guys are not being objective. That's the problem.
Ghana, where people in Ghana, they used to be part of your empire. So your empire,
even Ghana was not part. But your empire stopped in part of Benin Republic.
No, if you go to
is Dahomey Empire as in Togo?
Yeah, he was. They were under your empire. They freed himself.
I didn't kick him out, or he left himself. These are my hands. He left himself because he knew he was talking nonsense. But back to you, Ola, who doesn't talk nonsense.
Okay. Huh? Oh, sorry. I know emotions are high.
Whose emotions are high? We are having a heated. Okay, say your
I don't think he was talking nonsense. I think maybe it was not. Maybe you did. People are not accepting the way he's putting it.
No, he was talking nonsense. Let me tell you why he was talking nonsense. Let me tell you why he was talking nonsense. You see that Ilorin thing that the Biafrans, the Ipobians, that they like to, along with the the Nigerians are Yorubas are refugees. So that's their two something. You see that Ilorin space.
You see, they let him talk now.
You see that Ilorin space. You see that along the space, and there are several spaces. I don't know the history of the East, but I'm pretty sure that there are communities within the East that have changed hands through warfare from one ethnic type to another, to then land in modern times in the hands of an ethnic type. That Ilorin space, it was back and forth between the Yorubas. If you go deep into Yoruba history, that has been a space that was captured from the Hausa Fulani types. They cut it back. It's a back and forth space. Yes, they have an emir there now, and that Afonja narrative, it dates back some 3 centuries ago. But here is this guy coming now to say, it's a Fulani outpost, and they are using it as Trojan horse.
They are planning to come and dip the Quran in his feet.
And then they say, and then the whole of Ilorin is Fulanese. And all this. These are just
No.
nonsensical
I think
words.
what he was trying to say is this. I think if I get him correctly, I didn't see him going deeper into that narrative of.
No, that is where he was going.
You see, you guys think stop trying to teach people their history. It's not. No one comes to teach people their own history.
Because he drove through Ilorin once upon a time.
He was talking about that there are Fulanese in those areas, and to be honest with you, I spent time in Lagos and Ogun State, and those are the first time I interacted with a Fulani person was in Ogun State, and there are many. It doesn't mean that they are taking over the space.
Minorities there.
They are not taking over the space.
But Nigeria is a country. All Nigerians travel everywhere. Just like there are Igbos in Ilorin, there are Igbos in Lagos, everywhere. So don't say because they exist in our
because the picture he wants to paint with the language of outpost, the picture he wants to paint is a picture of them now sweeping through, and that was why I then asked him when that Afonja narrative was. So he's not going to say, oh no, this is just a drip effect. So they want to situate and hold steady, and then they'll sweep through. It's just this alarmist nonsense.
Everybody, can I say something? You believe there's no link between the Yorubas and the Fulani historically? And
no, there has always been. No,
that era is gone, man.
No. I think there's always been amongst the I would say Hausa Fulanis and the Yorubas, there's always been through trade and religion and intermarrying.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean they're not trying to conquer anybody.
That is an outpost and it's an emir, and the Afonja guy, wants to come here and tell us Afonja story. Somebody from the Greeks.
To be honest with you, I think that was what he was just trying to establish.
CBD, can I say something? Guys, can I say something? Allow me. I don't know why he's on left. I don't think he should have left. Maybe I just want to believe that he just.
No, his system dropped. I don't think he left. I think it's actually back. I let him back, but let's keep the tempo down. So let Rational Mind land there. Yeah, go on.
You see, I get the point that Aizon is trying to make. I understand your perspective too. One man and the rest of other people who are that pro Yoruba. No, but then in recent times,
it's pro fact, not pro Yoruba.
Okay,
this is what propaganda. When they say propaganda, you take a soupçon of a grain of something that is documented, and then you blossom it into some alarmist narrative, and then you launch it at a gullible audience. This is propaganda.
Okay,
this is
it's
yam talk. It's yam talk.
One man. You can say it's propaganda. And that's your view. And I won't. If I try to make it.
It's a fact, man. Come on. Don't say it's a view.
Either it's a fact or it's a view, whatever. But then there's another fact.
Mike, stop.
Could you allow me speak? Can you allow me speak, please? There's another fact that is staring us in the face. We're seeing what is going down up north there. Plateau State. We started from Sokoto State. We see the people that were originally lived there. The demography has changed. Now fully is the Fulanis. Now we see what is going on in Niger State, going on in the Middle Belt area now. Another kind of demographic change is going on there. You see every time people are being killed. They've been trying that with us down south too. But then maybe we'll be pushing them away. But they keep making that incursion down south. So could this be that this is another ploy in changing the demography of that place and making it a more dominant Fulani, even though maybe they still remain a minority, but they will have control over our space. Could I also be what is
so you believe that's possible?
Okay, just consider.
Look, the thing is this. Woman, I heard your little. I heard your little monologue, but the thing about it is this: take your emotions out of this. Okay, you're saying I drove through Ilorin. However you want to spin that narrative, that's on you. But the fact of the matter is I spent a significant amount of years there. And I know for certain what I'm saying in that the demography of that place changed a long time ago. The reason why I brought Afonja into this is because that was the catalyst. If you go to Ilorin today, as you're driving, you see a statue of Afonja today. If you're driving in, you see a statue of him. He's still celebrated.
Do you know who he
was? I'm not the one making this up. All I'm saying, and look, forget everything I've said. Whether or not because obviously you guys are taking,
and what is
obviously you're taking this as an ethnic thing.
No,
but forget everything I've said. Okay, wait. Forget everything else I've said. The fact of
what are you asking us to take from the fact?
No. Let me land the plane.
No, you made the point.
Let me land the plane. Forget everything else I've said.
From just statue being there. What interpretation are you?
Celebrated. Who put his statue there? Do you think it was the Yorubas that put it there?
Or who put it there?
Who do you think?
I'm asking you. You are the one who brought it
right?
up. The emir put it up.
The emir that answers to who? Who does the emir answer to?
So are you saying the emir put the statue?
Of course, he runs the town. They put a Afonja statue in front of the town. Who does the emir answer to? The emir answers to the sultan, right?
No, this is what you do now.
No, I'm not doing anything.
So what does that have to do with
the sultan or not?
Hold on. Are you saying that the emir of Ilorin put the Afonja statue?
I'm saying the emir runs the town. I'm saying it's not the
No, that wasn't the question. I'm asking you because you made to hint at something that Afonja statue.
I'm saying he's celebrated. That's what I'm hinting at.
No.
If you really want to go there, this isn't about who built the statue.
No, but you.
That's what you want to make it about.
You brought it up.
No, I brought it up because he's celebrated.
Yes.
There.
So who put the?
You want to make it about who put it there? I don't know.
No, you brought the statue up.
No, I wasn't there when they built it, but he's obviously celebrated. That's why the statue is there.
Then what spin are you trying to?
I'm not doing a spin. Is there a statue there or not? Is there a statue there or not?
So we don't know who put the statue there.
Okay, there's a statue there. Let me tell you. There is a statue there.
Whoever put it there,
because there's a statue there. Is he celebrated or is he not celebrated?
You can't go from there. So we have to know who put it there in order to know what.
No, you don't have to know who put it there. The fact that
we have to know who put it there, man. We have to know.
No, you don't have to know. The fact that the statue is there means he's celebrated. That is the central point.
No, that's not the central point.
It is the central point.
No, that is not.
It means he's celebrated. He's a hero in Ilorin.
That is not the central point.
Okay.
The central point is who put it there, because whoever put it there tells a story. If it's put by the Sultan, as you are telling us confidently...
No, I didn't say the Sultan. I said the emir answers to the Sultan.
And
no one who put up on just... Okay, but go ahead.
You said it was put there by the emir. We heard you say that. So if it was
I said it's probably the emir that put it there, but yes,
is it now probably?
I said it's probably. I also said I don't know who put it there because I wasn't there.
If it was put there by the emir, that tells a particular story. If it was put there by the Yorubas in Ilorin, that tells a particular story. And when
what story does it tell if the Yorubas put it there?
Well, it tells a different story. You have enough cranial functioning for you to come.
No, but tell me, what story does it tell?
Can you just?
Well, we tell that it's from there. Maybe
she tells that it's from where?
That is from
the man betrayed the Yorubas.
What is? Okay, let's.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you guys so sensitive about this?
No,
this is the problem.
You see,
hold on, Ola, please. Don't be using words like sensitive because you don't.
No, we're talking about historical facts. Why? You're obviously bent out of shape. Why is it getting you bent out of shape?
You are bent out of shape.
I'm talking about historical facts.
I don't know quite. Maybe you're somewhat inebriated.
One man, let me debunk this
I'm talking about historical facts.
What are you debunking? Let's move on.
Let me debunk something real quick. One man.
Hold on.
I'm not to debunk Biafra.
No, hold on. Because this guy is just talking nonsense.
One man, don't call me this guy, I beg. Don't call me this guy. You know my name.
You are telling me
I know it's your platform, but
don't disrespect me. I am bent.
Talk to me man to man. I'm here.
I'm here.
You know, no.
Let's relax, guys. Let's calm down.
No. Can you hold on.
You said this guy from the Creeks talking about this. What does the Creeks? What does the Creeks have to do? I'm talking historical fact. I'm not talking anything else. I haven't insulted you 1 second. Yeah? Let's talk to me. If you're going to talk to me.
Hold on. Okay, you are telling me I'm bent out of shape.
Yes.
And I am the one being disrespectful.
Yes, you're calling me this guy.
Oh, you tell me
I'm just stating historical facts. I'm not trying to make anything personal.
I am bent out of shape, and I am the one being disrespectful.
Yes. All I'm talking about is historical fact.
What historical fact? You know nothing about anything.
No, wait a second. Did Did Afonja betray the Yoruba people?
What did he do?
Yes, he did. Are there significant?
What is the history of your people? Who are your people? Who are your people?
Wait.
Are you a Yoruba man?
Are there a significant amount of Fulani?
Who are your people?
Are there a significant amount of you? See, you're the one taking this personal.
I'm asking.
I'm simply stating facts. You can't accept facts.
Do you know who your people are?
I'm not talking about my people. We are having a conversation about
your people.
About Fulanis and about Yoruba land.
Who are your people?
I'm not talking about my people. I'm not doing that with you. Obviously, you're the one getting bent out of shape because of a simple conversation about historical facts. About historical facts. You're the one getting bent out of shape. You can't handle simple thing I'm saying. If I really get nasty, I want to see how you react. Because I'm over here just having a simple conversation with you.
I've cleared the
space for you. You don't have to clear nothing for me. You don't have to clear nothing for me. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere.
Who are your people?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. And I'm having a conversation with you man to man.
You are not, though, are you?
I am. You're the one getting bent out of shape.
Who are your people?
You're getting bent out of shape because I'm simply stating facts.
I've asked again.
Forget everything else I've said. Did they attack your land? Yes. Did they kill people? Yes.
Who are your people?
Is that true or false?
Look at this.
Is that true or false? Did they attack Yoruba land? Yes. Did they kill people in Oyo? Yes. Did they have refugees moved to Benin Republic?
One more time.
Yes.
If you can't
so what are you talking about?
What are you
talking about? I'm over here giving you historical context, telling you that the Fulanis have a colonial outpost in Southwest.
You are giving
what do you tell me? I don't know anything. I'm the one that lived in that place.
You heard from
you didn't live there. You don't even know that there's a statue there.
Nnamdi Kanu is your historical thing.
Nnamdi Kanu
somebody that doesn't even have some school start holder.
Nnamdi, I'm laughing at you because that's how you see, you're showing your ignorance because you're bringing up Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu has nothing to do with it.
Is that not your talking point?
No, it's not my talking point. It's not my talking point.
Reference? Is that
I'm simply stating historical facts.
Is that not your source?
No, it's historical facts.
Who are your people?
You can't handle simple historical facts.
Who are your people?
It's a shame. It's a shame.
All right. It fills you
with shame. Can't handle simple historical facts.
You cannot have
a simple conversation based on facts.
Who are your people?
Let's discuss it based on the merits. Forget who my people are. Let's talk about exactly what we're talking about. If you want to debunk my point, debunk my point based on facts. You cannot do that.
If by your admission,
you cannot debunk my point based on facts.
If by your admission, your people have
debunk it based on facts.
Then
I've said that there's a statue of Ilorin. I've said that demographics have changed. I've said that there's an emir. I've said that the emir reports to the Sultan. Debunk that.
Then
it's not my. This has nothing to do with my people.
If you feel you have no significance,
you're bent out of shape. So you're trying to spin this to get me out of shape about bringing up my people have nothing to do with this. This is me and you talking.
No.
This is me and you on your platform.
It's not you and I. It's not you and I. It is you just ranting things you heard from these comic book spaces that you go to.
Comic book spaces.
Who are your people?
Who are my people? Have nothing to do with it. This is me and you having a conversation.
Okay, but who are they?
If you cannot have a conversation on the merits, then you do not have the ground to stand up.
I want to know what your substance is.
I'm telling you what my points are. Debunk them.
No. But what prism? Who are your people? What is your substance? Who are your people?
I've told you what they are. You can't debunk them. You keep asking who my people are. How do my people
all right, thank you. I think I've made the effort. All right, thank you.
I'm asking you.
No, that's
I'm
enough.
Asking you. You can't answer.
No, I'm giving you a good go. But
who are my people? That's your argument. Who are my people?
That's enough. Thank you.
Okay, then you can't. Exactly.
Let's bring other people in. But it's a waste of time, you know.
It's not a waste of time. You can't debate me. You can't debate me. It's not a waste of time.
Debated
debate it on its merits. You can't do that.
Okay,
you cannot do that.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, that's enough. I'm right here when you're ready.
I'm ready for you. If you know who your people are.
I'm ready. I've made my point. I've made my central point. You can't debunk them.
That's enough now.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay. Well, I'm right here.
Let's hear from people who do know.
Woman, let me. Okay. Can I say something? Mike, please, just a minute.
Okay. After you. Right. Yeah.
See. This is one of the dangerous trends in Nigeria where we try to revise history, and this is what brought us to the present situation we are today. Please, my advice is this: if you don't know the history, let us be very careful.
It's just
like saying, for example, that Allah report to Sultan of Sokoto is one of the most dangerous things you can say that can divide that country, because there's no truth, it's not factual, and one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard.
Thank you.
See, even if you want to say that the administration of local government by the government hierarchy, that okay, maybe you will say Obas in Yoruba land report to the chairman of local, even the chairman of local government, you are talking administrative only. But when you are talking of culture and tradition, it's like Oba cannot separate himself from Christianity, cannot separate himself from Islam, cannot separate himself from Shango and all those traditions, because Oba Balori Ungogo, that the word Oba doesn't say dominion, you ba on everything. That is what Oba means. Now, you can't tell me that Allah Oyo, just because he's a Muslim, now report to someone. That's one of the most barbaric kind of narration you can get, and distorting the truth, and can create some kind of danger precedence in that country. Please let us be very careful, because someone can say, okay, I need to report to the Archbishop of Anglican Diocese, or maybe this thing. So all those things, when we start saying those things, it's barbaric. Or maybe we are saying the way of Ado now reports to can president. That is exactly what we are saying. So please, let us not.
Let's just leave it. The guy is just making up stuff.
Yeah. So
Ilon is just a tiny little sliver within.
Please, you know my name. Refer to me by my name. Don't call me the guy. Please. I need your platform. Don't call me as a man. All right, you're not going to disrespect me just because it's your platform.
But let me say something.
If I say this guy, that's not an insult. When you are telling me I'm bent out of shape.
Oma is fine, it's fine. But let me say this.
Well, you are bent out of shape.
Eyes on the merit. Eyes on, please.
You can't even debate on the merits.
No, you need to learn how to speak in public.
You can't even debate on the merits.
No, it's not.
Eyes on is fine, man. Oma is fine, it's fine. Please, guys. Okay, listen. Now, eyes on. Here's one thing.
Please don't use that language again. Don't tell me I'm bent out of shape.
Okay.
I will tell you exactly what.
Eyes on. Come on, man. We gotta move on. Wait.
Hold on. No, don't tell me. Don't.
I will tell you what's on my mind,
guys. Come on.
To tell you.
You will watch the language that you use to address me.
If I think you're bent out of shape, I'll tell you you're bent out of shape.
Watch the language.
But one man, you guys, you end this now. Come on, let's.
He's the one calling me this guy.
No. You will learn the language. You will mind the language, because I don't present myself in a manner.
If you stop calling me this guy,
in the manner,
then I'll stop telling you you're bent out of shape.
At your will.
How about that?
So you will learn to address me in a suitable manner.
And you will learn to call my name. If you don't call my name, I'll call you. You're bent out of shape. Because that's exactly what that means.
All right, thank you. You may leave.
You can kick me off, but that's not going to shut me up. That's not going to shut me up. At the end of the day, you are running away from this conversation. Remember that.
Learn manners.
I have them. I've been abundant. But you are running away from this conversation because you can't stand man to man.
If you have it,
because you cannot stand man to man. You don't have the balls. I'm right here. If you right here.
Manners, demonstrate it.
I'm demonstrating it. You're the one that's referring to me as this guy. You know my name. Why are you calling me this guy? Okay, don't call me this guy. Don't call me this guy. Okay, yeah, you have it then. If you call me this guy, then I'll tell you you're bent out of shape. It's that simple.
It's
that simple.
You want me to kick you off so you can have a sense
of
victory.
I want you. I want you to have
manners, and I will teach you it.
I want you to have a sensible conversation like a man.
I will teach you it.
I want you to have a sensible conversation like a man. It's like someone who has balls. That's what I want you to do.
Has balls. Look at that.
Yes, listen, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay right here. And I don't care if I debate with every single person. But I will debate on the merits.
No, you won't be.
Okay, guys, come on,
man. Can you? Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're not going to overrun this space. I will moderate it. So if I say that's enough, then please just respect that. I know you struggle with the manners, but please at least have that. So, Mike, come in.
Okay. All right. So, here's one thing we need to understand about the history of the Yoruba land, and also similar to the Benin Kingdom. Those kingdoms back then were larger than the way they are today. They were more expanded. If you go and look at your history, you know that the many part of that part of Nigeria were part of the Benin Kingdom before, and also the Oyo Empire also. Many part of that Yoruba land even extend to Basa, Nigeria. We're part of
another topic, please.
Let me say my point now. Let me learn my point, please. You get your own time to talk your own. I don't know how you guys do this. We're part of your empire now.
Can you let him speak, please? Can you let Mike speak, please?
Now, if you guys go and study history, you find out that there were times where internally they were part of those kingdoms. They wanted to be independent. I will give you one example. Would be Egba people. They were at war with the the Alafin to have their own independence. You know, which was the last war in the Yoruba land of independence, was where the British can actually help the Egba people to free themselves. And prior to the Egba war, they were part of today's Benin Republic. They were all part of your empire, which they all wanted independent freedom. And it's the same case with the Ilorin area, where the people there also wanted their independent from the Oyo kingdom. So them fighting for that independence, in the mix of it, may have been time where the Fulani now came, maybe kind of assist them in freeing themselves from the Oyo Empire. Now, people today are looking at it as, the Fulani came and conquered a land from Oyo Empire, as if it wasn't a situation where the people that were there themselves were not trying to, the story didn't go beyond just being assisted, and those kind of issues where people need to understand, It's like today, and the advance of Islamism in Yoruba land today has nothing to do with Fulani people. Simply has to do with when Nigeria was created, where the British were using propaganda to demonize the African ways, the African tradition, and African way of doing things, where most Africans were starting to look into Christianity and Islam. And a lot of people started converting to Christianity, and some were choosing Islam because those were because those were the books and the preaching they were being allowed to be enforced, pushed around Nigeria, Yoruba land in particular. So many Yorubas, when they run it, they started seeing their tradition, their Asian tradition as demonic and things like that. So they were looking to something else to follow. And then when someone introduced Islam to them or introduced the Bible to them, they were making their own independent choices to either be Christians and Muslims. So now, because you have so many Muslims in Yoruba land today, doesn't mean it was a conquest of Fulanis. Just like you can say, because we have so many Christians in Yoruba land, it's a conquest of the Igbos. Because most people that really were pushing, growing up in Lagos, I remember most of the people that were even doing a lot of these born again, this thing, were a lot of Igbo people from the East. They come preaching Christianity and things like that. So you can't say it was
Mike.
So we need to understand that history. When we start saying that for Fulani conquer this thing from Oyo, we need to stop. We need to understand. Don't listen. Well, let me finish my point.
Don't land. Try to
let me say this, that you can come in. Whether there's possibility or not, but what you guys need to understand is.
All right, let's hear from you go. Yeah.
But okay,
land the point.
What I'm saying, what I'm telling Mike.
Let me make the last statement. Let me make the last statement. Let me make last statement. Aizon, you have to understand why a Yoruba person be frustrated.
Just leave Aizon alone because I don't.
No, I'm just saying. A lot of you guys need to understand why a Yoruba person.
I'm not going anywhere, one man. Even though you want me to leave.
No, I don't. Calm down. You're a cool guy, man. You're a cool guy.
Only the man.
I'm letting other people speak. You're the one saying they shouldn't bring me in. I'm here.
No.
You can't talk about me in my.
Okay, guys, let's go back to that.
Okay, no. This cannot carry on.
You have to know this business. You have to have a.
And everybody, please be quiet. Everybody includes you, Ego. This cannot carry on. I cannot have you overrun the platform. I cannot allow that. And I must be able to moderate the platform. So when I say that's enough, when I say all of these things, then I'm inviting you then to allow the space to hear other voices, not to try and steamroll. So don't try and steamroll. At least that, take that at least. So
very
it's not
correct,
a matter of please now you go. So take that at least, and to you Aizon, but to everyone else. So don't steamroll. It's not a steamrolling exercise. So at least allow the moderation to moderate the space, or the moderator to moderate the space. I'll round off your thoughts, Mike, and then I'll take Ego, and then
So people need to understand that when others are coming to trying to tell them their history based on something they hear from a third party or something that's being repeated on constant basis, it's very frustrating, because I see the same frustration coming out of a lot of Edo people, because you have people like Nnamdi Kanu and Igbos, they'll start to talk the history of the Edos,
Stop inciting.
No, this is a fact. I'm not here to attack your people. I'm just saying, like, it's very common. It's the same thing how they started saying Igbo views, I come from Mecca, and they repeat that story over and over and over and over, and many people started buying it.
For you to be talking about
it's a fact, man. We know you guys for that thing. You guys are the one that will be telling everybody their story. You be teaching a Nigerian story, Yoruba story. There's one Igbo guy in the internet that has one channel. The guy be telling all the empire stories in Nigeria. Like, I see where this guy came from. He just make up stories. So I you have to understand why it's frustrating for someone like one man to hear another person come from somewhere just telling the story of your.
I don't even mind facts. I just hate embellishment. And it's just telling you that Ilorin is a Fulani outpost, but that's a subjective view. But
you remember I told you I went to Nigeria, and I went to Kwara. In Kwara, I went to. There's a place in Kwara called Ila. That's where Orisha Oya. That's where she actually went to the ground. That place is still there. That's where I went to Oya shrine, the Oya temple there. I went there. The Yorubas there, even the Oya people, they were still practicing. They are still calling themselves Muslim, but they are practicing our traditions still. And I want you guys to understand that Yoruba spirituality, African spirituality is. The spirituality does not tell you not to engage in Christianity or Islam. It does not tell you that. Many Yorubas will tell you they are Muslims,
I don't think
but what they actually.
Mike, I don't think it's an Islam point that was being made. I think it was a tribe, an ethnic point that was being made. And I think the point that they are trying to make is that the Yorubas, they lost the Ilorin to the Fulanis, and the Fulanis have overlord over the Yoruba by extension of that. And then they are cascading into
I go to Kwara all the time. The Yorubas they are loyal to the Yoruba land.
I think it's the emir that they are fixated on, and that's the outpost. But hold on. Let's hear from Ego. Yeah, let's hear from Ego. Ego, let's hear from you. Oh, now we've lost Ego. Okay, let's hear from him. Do we have? No, not you, Jake. Yeah. So let's hear from you. CBD.
Yeah. The only if we are going to talk about this, I think personally, I'm not into all this. I'm not into all that. But what I'm saying is that, and I think what our brother here is trying to say, maybe, is that there is that. Okay, let me not talk about Aizon and what is trying to say.
Just speak freely.
What I think is this: there's that historical culture, or should I say religion and whatever. There's that tie there, and I think it's there because some of us can speak about it, even if we are not Yorubas, because we have grown up in the Southwest. But I think that's just my own point. I'm not interested in whether they have conquered. And I'm saying that the fact that these people are there does not mean that they've conquered that space. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. They are there, but we need to acknowledge that they are there, and they are part. They've also been kind of part of that of the society in the Southwest, or that geographical space. They are now part of it. But we shouldn't deny that just because we are trying to prove a point. That's where I'm standing on. They are there. But for taking over the space and all that, no, I don't believe that. But I believe that they are now kind of integrated and see themselves as even part of, that area. That's how I see it,
all right. So do we still have a go? So let me give Aizon the last word on that space, and then I'll start to round up. So Aizon, do you want to expand on your theory? Aizon, to you.
No, I mean there's nothing to expand on. I think the thing is what everything I've said, according to historical facts, Nigerian historians have documented them.
I'm not aware that any. No, you can't say that now. You said you. Are
you going to let me speak, or
can you give us the source so we can go look it up?
You asked me to speak, but then you interrupt me without even getting the first sentence.
No, but I can't let you make up stuff now. This is where it started in the first instance.
There are historical books. If I was
can you give us sources?
If this was.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Where is your
okay. Wait.
Where
If this,
when you said the emir put the Afonja, which is what you are predicating all your narrative on, that the Afonja put the Afonja. Where is your source for that? That the emir put an Afonja statue in Ilorin?
Again, you're totally even misrepresenting what I said.
Well, yeah, but
I said. Listen, one man. If you're not going to let me speak, then what's the point of saying you're going to give me the final word?
But don't make up.
If you're not going to let me speak, no, I'm not making up stuff.
Don't make up stuff.
You're in front of your computer. The Google Afonja.
I don't have to Google anything.
Okay. So what I'm saying is fact, and is there?
No. What I'm saying is
Google.
What I'm
you know, anybody can go and post anything on the internet.
Wait. Is there a statue in front of Ilorin of Afonja? Let me ask you that question. Is
the same reason they have statue of Lisa?
Mike, please,
wait. Let me answer that. I'm a Yoruba expert. So wait, I know Yoruba history in depth.
You have spoken.
One man, if you go to Egba and in Ogun State, they have Lisa.
One man, were you just telling me not to interrupt the platform?
Give me a second.
All right.
Were you telling me not to interrupt the platform?
All right.
Exactly. Is there a statue of Afonja in front of Ilorin? Yes, there is.
Lead nowhere. Let me just acknowledge there are plenty water super chat because
of course you are. You guys don't want to hear the truth.
No. You don't know the truth. So
I know the truth. You don't want to hear the truth.
You are a troll.
And this is the ethnocentrism I was talking about.
For it in this instance,
this is the tribal point I was talking about.
Is Afonja a Yoruba man or a Fulani man?
Bash Igbos all day on this thing. All day you bash Igbos. But someone gives you a simple fact. Simple fact, and you can't accept it. You can't accept it because you're mad about your laughing. Was he not a Muslim?
With your permission, can I acknowledge Plenty Water Super Chat with your permission?
There you go.
Only with your permission, if it's okay with you. Is it okay with you? Good. So this is Plenty Water. I say, sir, let me shake the table a bit. Islam is also part of African religion. Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, was later sent on how to so let me try that again. Let me shake the table a bit. Islam is also part of African religion. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was later sent on how it should be properly practiced. This is a historical fact. So that is a historical fact. So historical facts without source is now something we're contending with. How anemia built up. So thank you for the super chat.
See the weight. You know what?
No, please, Charles. Not today.
But you can't cut Igbo's lives.
All right. No, Charles, please. When I say not today, I said not today. There's a time for it, but this is not the time.
And anything one man doesn't agree with is Radio Biafra. That is go-to debunking statement. That's your go-to debunking statement. If you can't find a way to debate a point, you say it's Radio Biafra.
It's only because
which is unfortunate. One man. You should be able to have conversations based on merits. You should be able to do that. You have a platform that you bring up really polarizing. You have a platform where you bring up really polarizing topics. You should be able to sit down and debate it on the merits. Not get really emotional because they're talking about your ethnicity.
No.
That's a shame. One man is a shame.
Look at that.
Sorry,
it's here to
debate it on the merits.
But there's
I'm giving you my points, but you don't even want to accept it. This is Radio Biafra talk. You're a yam head. Who said the yam head? You can't even refer to me. You're being very disrespectful. You don't want to refer to me as my name.
I'm being
all because I am stating. All because I am, I called you bent out of shape because that's how you are behaving. But all because I am stating simple facts about historical things. Stating simple facts about Fulani attacking Southwest. About them displacing people in Southwest. Is that a lie?
That's a lie, man. That's a lie.
They're not displacing people to Benin Republic.
No. That's a lie. That's something we heard from Radio Biafra. There's no documentation of that.
Okay, so why did they go?
Give us the source. Let's go and look it up. Somebody who started hearing on the internet and started pushing it. That's
why did the Igbo rise up, Mike? Answer that question for me, please.
It's not because we were in this place.
Okay,
why was it necessary for him to rise up and take up arms? I didn't just tell you about
moderation just now. Look, I cannot have people. I love.
We're having a debate.
No. But
I understand if you don't want me to talk. I get it. But we're having a debate about something.
No.
I don't understand. I don't understand your stance.
You're not.
I know it's your platform and all that, but listen, we're having a debate.
Go on.
I'm just saying, let's allow us to debate. You know. I don't know what it is. We're having a debate. Let's debate on the merits. I'm not insulting Mike. I'm talking to him.
No. But Aizon, I'm only going to say this really for the last time. The platform can only work if I'm able to be the person
moderator. I get it.
Yes,
I get it. Yes.
And when I call time, it's only really because the inflection of the conversation is not as it should be. So you have to respect that. You have to. It's only really.
I do respect it.
If not for my sake, for the sake of the audience. Are you now? You are still not.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know I do. That's all. But go ahead. I'll mute my mic. Go ahead.
It's unbelievable. We have debates on merit, but you cannot make up your own facts. You can have your opinion.
I'm not making up any facts. I can't even get a sentence out. But it's fine.
You've gotten enough sentences out.
No, I haven't. I have to interrupt to get my point across.
You said the emir built Afonja.
No, I said there's a statue. You see, that's what I was trying to correct. I said there's a statue, but you won't let me correct it because that's the point you want to run with. I said there's a statue of Afonja in Ilorin. This is a fact. I said the fact that there's a statue there means. I said, wait, let me finish. I said the fact that there's a statue there means that he's being celebrated there. And then you were asking me who put it there. And I said I think it's the emir.
Wait, I said it was put there by the emir.
Okay. Well, okay.
Well, you're trying to say it's the Fulanis that they put it there and
exactly because so Mike, let me ask you.
I'm trying to let you know.
Hold on.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Will the Yorubas be the ones celebrating Afonja?
All right, I'm going to have to explain.
Let me ask you that question.
One man, please wait. Let me ask one man. Hold on now, please.
He doesn't want us to talk because he's offended by what I'm saying.
One man, 1 second, please.
I did say that. You have to let me moderate it. I've told you that about 3 times now. He's on. So okay, put your question to Mike, but it's going to lead nowhere. But let me just come off the screen. Maybe I'm the one that is the. Okay, carry on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, I was saying, do you think it's the Yorubas that put Afonja statue in Ilorin?
Yes, the Yorubas in Ilorin. Because Afonja is from Ilorin. Yes.
Yes, Afonja is from Ilorin, but his historical context is that he betrayed the Yorubas to the Fulanis.
No, that's not a fact. That's not a fact. It's a misconception.
Okay, can someone pull up Afonja, please?
Well, let's forget Google. Forget what's on iPod.
Okay, so where is your historical?
Are you going to teach me my own Yoruba story? Let me tell you. Let me explain to you. During that time, there was a time during Oyo Empire where Oyo Empire was so big that many sections of the empire, same as the Benin, were trying to have their own independence. You understand? An example would be the Ogun State people or Abeokuta people. See, today they celebrate Lisabi. That's why you listen when they sing that song, yo, lori, yo, lumo. When they say, Lisabi, they are celebrating that guy because he was the one that led the battle against the Oyo Empire to free them, which they were supported by the British anyway. So Abeokuta people freed themselves from Oyo Empire through the help of the British, and that's why British people kind of allow the Abeokuta people to be the most educated people in Yoruba land. And if you go and do your research, you find out that Ogun State people they were the first to be educated in industrialized Yoruba land because they made that deal. The British helped them to add that freedom from the Oyo Empire. Now, different sections of Yoruba land were also trying to free themselves from the Oyo Empire. So now in Ilorin, the Lisa big guy was the one that were leading to Ilorin people trying to help themselves, free themselves, they're independent from the Oyo Empire. You understand? So they might have had some help from some of northerners, neighboring people from the north that helped them, but it doesn't mean he betrayed Oyo Empire to help the Fulani to conquer them. You understand? So you need to understand that. So if the people there are celebrating Afonja, it's the same reason the people in Egba are celebrating Lisabi as a guy that was in the forefront in a battle to have their independence from the Oyo kingdom. You understand? So today people are taking this whole thing, twisting it and saying the Fulani came to conquer Oyo kingdom and one Yoruba guy betrayed them to have Fulani conquer them and things like that. No, it's a wrong narrative.
The Afonja narrative, Mike, is not a single story narrative. I know it chimes very well with the East to say, look, Afonja, and then they took Kwara from you and you have an emir. But it was the Basharu Gar. It was a warlord who won a lot of wars for. Was it under their laughing supervision? Then my history I have to go and validate. But, yes, so there's a lot of depth in history in the Yoruba annals under that Afonja name. The final part. Sorry. sorry, in CBD. So the final narrative, that marquee narrative that people say, oh, and I think he wanted to use the Fulanis to sack, I think the Alaafin, correct me if I'm wrong, Ola or Mike. So he wanted to use the Fulanis to sack the Alaafin, and then in the course of that, he lost out in that double swipe, and everything went as it is. But predating that, he had a lot of quite winning positions within the Yoruba annals, and is quite local to that space as well. One of the only people to be celebrated in that space. So he's their marquee son. So to then say that is you know the narrative being painted like some Roman soldier that has gone to cut the head of the barbarians and then is putting it on a stalk and then say, look, it's up. So it's just this is just a radio.
I was just going to ask
Radio Biafra.
Simple question.
Yeah, go
was the ancient, or should I say, the Fulani Empire of those days, were they advancing and trying to conquer territories all across the north and towards even the southern Nigeria, or not? Were they trying to do that? Because I think if we can agree that they were trying to do that, then we can see why some. It was not just. I'm not just looking at it from the side of the south.
Can I say something, woman? Woman, can I say something?
It's not only southwest. I don't know why we are getting too emotional for southwest.
Yes, can I say something?
Yes, let me just make this point and then we have from you, Ete. The season of that Ilorin space, and besides, Ilorin is a satellite town, no, it's not really some mass empire, but still a significance too. But the season of that space, it wasn't actually even a Fulani nation thing. It was more mercenaries.
Yeah.
They had cavalries, which they had then, which we didn't have. They had more cavalries, which is mounted horses, sort of thing, more than the Afonja system. And he needed their cavalries to mount. Then he seized on that throne. But then they saw his weakness and they seized it. You know, so it wasn't even a Fulani nation. It was more mercenaries than anything else. So it wasn't part of some grand Fulani plan, but all of this, of course, it doesn't matter. It doesn't chime with the Radio Biafra thing. But let's hear from Ete.
Let's
hear from Ete.
The governor of Benue State is not a Igbo man. He's not a Biafra man. And he said that it was his people that stopped the Fulani from advancing and even taking over that space called Benue State, or even advancing towards the south. So why are we making it look like it's just a narrative that was coined, or maybe that is just peculiar to? It's something that everybody in Nigeria is talking about. The Fulani,
no, but these people
they are talking about it because you Igbos keep pushing that shit.
So is it the only Igbo that is Governor Otome an Igbo man? Is Governor Otome an Igbo man?
The Afonja one is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you guys,
they really try to wrap that up and they want to use it as a sling arrow. So. But let's hear from
everybody talks about Afonja. It's not fair. It's not fair, and it's very divisive and it's very biased.
No, not to the Igbos, we have to say.
Talking about.
Yeah, they started it, man. They started it.
I
don't want to talk about Afonja until they started talking about it.
Hold on, everybody, please. Everybody, please. Let's hear from Ete, but it wasn't actually even an Igbo thing, but let's hear from Ete. Ete, sorry, it's been a rowdy one today. Ete, it's never been this wild, but there it is.
The truth is, there's nothing like Fulani empire. There's nothing like that. There was a jihad in the part of the north, which is present-day Sokoto. Then it spread to other parts. As simple as ABC. It had nothing to do with any tribe. It has nothing to do with Fulanization or whatsoever the agenda people are pushing today. The truth is, when we are talking about empires from that strong, we are talking about Songhai empires or people like Mansa Musa. Sokoto the Sokoto Caliphate is just something very recent. Very, very recent. It's not even 400 years from now. It was something very recent. And it was not, most of the soldiers were not Fulanis. Let's just say the truth. Most of the soldiers were not Fulanis. And it's not even all in the north. There are plenty places in the north that are not ruled by emirs. Plenty places that they have not ruled. They are not ruled by emirs. They don't even know anything like emir there in the north.
Are you talking of then or you're talking of now?
This agenda that people are pushing, that they are using Ilori as an outpost, Fulanization, this, that, all those things is propaganda. Immediately Buhari leaves, another tribes enter. It will be that tribe is trying to control Nigeria. We all know how.
Before Buhari came, they were not talking about it too.
We all know how it was when, for example, the Igbos were in power in those days, when they made it look like the Igbos wanted to control everybody and wanted to suppress everybody. That was the agenda that was moving around before the Civil War. That was the agenda, which was wrong, and which is the same agenda we're pushing with the Fulani tribe today, which is very, very wrong.
Ete, my brother.
There's nothing, CBD, there's nothing like Fulanization. It's just a propaganda because of it's a Fulani man that's in power. If they wanted to Fulanize Nigeria, the North has had power since it's not today the North started having power. They've had power since. Even Buhari is not the first time he was the head of state.
If I can interject, please, if I can interject.
Sorry, let's hear from CBD first. Who wanted to come in?
There's propaganda and there is historical events. When you started talking, you talked about the jihad and their plan and their agenda to conquer spaces, and now you're talking about there's nothing like that. So it's as if you're kind of
you're not getting what I'm saying. The time of jihad has passed. There's no way they are going to do any jihad.
No, that's what I'm saying. We are not talking about something that happened right now. That is happening right. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is sorry. Yeah.
We are seeing kind of an offshoot or whatever of whatever they've been doing. We are still seeing some part of those things happening right now, but we are talking mainly of the historical events, and we are seeing how it's affecting the present day. And to be fair, like I said earlier on, maybe because Aizon went towards the side of the Southwest, this is something that everybody knows, that there is this jihad or whatever, and there's kind of people believe that all this terrorism and the headsmen problem we're having is still that same agenda they are pushing. And my problem is this.
Headsmen has been moving since the history of Nigeria.
How can we
they had a root.
Anytime we are talking about this
Headsmen had a root long time ago. Why didn't they Islamize Nigeria then? Why is it that when Buhari is in power, they suddenly wants to Islamize Nigeria within 8 years? Why? All of a sudden, within 8 years, Nigeria wants to be Islamized.
Can I ask you a question, Ete? Can I ask you a question?
Oh my God!
How do you explain the current events that we've seen the past 4 years now, especially the past 4 years? Hold on. The killings of people in their farms in Kaduna, Kano, Taraba, Plateau, Adabawa.
Plateau recently 130
now
people.
Moving down more even southward to Benue. We see some happening in.
No, there's a sub narrative to that. You know when.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. You can't deny that.
No, but that is not. I'm not sure that it's exactly because this Fulanization, they will take it if they feel it intimidates you, then they will use it to intimidate you. But more what Ete was saying, there's a narrative to say that GOODLUCK, what is his name? Buhari had already mobilized mercenaries, to attack GOODLUCK Jonathan had he not ceded the presidency to him. And then, he could not control them. And this is really what is playing out in this avalanche of violence. And by the way, we've always had traditional insurgency in Nigeria predating the Buhari administration. Boko Haram was already there, ravaging and savaging. So it's not a new phenomenon that's just sprung into the space. And if you add on the narrative, which even members of government have hinted at, that he had a plan to launch a militia against the state if GOODLUCK Jonathan had not ceded. So all of that is all of those weapons that is playing out. So I'm not sure that that rhymes more than some mass, evil hand at the back orchestrating. Yeah,
so are you saying?
I go more with what it is saying.
How else can you explain also all these strategic positions that we have seen from different administrations, even when we have a southern president, and that are key offices are being held by people from the same tribe, that tribe. You understand? So you can't just you can't just say everything is conspiracy theory and is not real, and when we can see it clearly.
You see, BD, let me make it fact for you.
And are you going to say
wait, let me make it fact for you.
No, don't make it fact. So sorry.
I want to you ask for references. Let me give you references.
Hold on. Okay, if you are going to with references, yes, but
let me give you references.
Hold on, rational mind. Let's go to Aizon.
Question is not answered now.
You've been addressed. Okay, ask the question again.
Rational mind, go ahead.
Living in denial of some facts. So you just speculated to some things you said, one man, but I want it to speak because he's been saying the way he's been saying it. Let me not use the word spin. He's been saying it. It looks like as if he doesn't even understand the historical context and whatever is going on in that country. So do you understand my question, Mete, or you don't get it?
I understand.
So you want to speak?
I don't think you made a lot of sense for that question, to be honest.
What did you say, Mike?
I don't think you made so much sense for that question.
Don't upset people, Mike.
Oh yeah, we go with Mike. You want to attack me?
I'm not. I'm just telling you, man.
No, rational mind, we know Mike. That's Mike.
How do you explain
No, we can't be saying we know Mike. If somebody is talking jargons, you have to call him out now. You can't say no Mike.
CBD, you. There's no point of even.
All right. Okay. Let's just go to it.
Do you want to speak or
no? Rational mind, you explain it. You explain it to us.
No, he just
explain the thing to us.
How does because he said it's nothing of anything that has to do with ethnic cleansing or trying to change the demography. It's just some thing that just happened. So what is the explanation behind it? That's what I'm asking.
What you're saying is the way Fulani we take over everybody is by killing people in villages in the north, right?
Answer later. Let me answer that question first.
No. Take us to just for reasons of time. Take us to your landing point, and then let it take it that address the points that you are making.
Why would I answer my own question? I answer my own question myself.
Okay, but you are trying to pull something out of him to land a bigger point. Okay, it address it. All right,
let it go so that we can talk.
I don't really understand what you mean.
I don't either. But
you don't understand what you were saying that jihad started in whatever, and now you're saying that what is going on currently in Nigeria is just some event that just happened by themselves. It has nothing to do with jihad or whatever Fulanization agenda. Is that not the picture you were painting throughout when you were talking about what you said previously? Then I'm asking you, how do you now explain the killings going on, the current killings going on in Nigeria, the killings going on in every part of Nigeria? So how do you explain that? Because government himself is saying that Buhari brought some mercenaries that he was trying to unleash on this. Are you not saying that this mercenary now starts spreading themselves across every corner of Nigeria?
Okay, I understand you. See, the thing is, we all heard about the statement Buhari made when he said that he was going to make the country ungovernable if he lost that election. We all saw the way the North cabal were acting because they felt cheated from the time of what they call him, Biaradua died. So their time to rule just expired like that. So they were thinking that Jonathan was not going to come for a second term, according to them, and he was planning to come for a second term when he has ruled under Yaradua. So they were aggrieved, and these people brought mercenaries from all over West Africa. That's why you see that when they catch these people, even the Hausa speaking and the Fulani speaking will be telling you that these people are not Nigerians. Some of them are even speaking French. You understand? So the thing is, Buhari has gotten power unexpectedly, probably, and he didn't know what to do next. The cabal didn't know what to do next. They didn't know how to tell these people, okay, go home. They didn't know how to control these people. and they became rogues, they became bandits, and started dealing with the state. You understand? It has nothing to do with we want to Islamize Nigeria, we want to make everybody Muslim in Nigeria. How is that realistic? Let's tell ourselves the truth. How is that realistic that everybody will become Muslim in Nigeria? It's not realistic in any way. So these things is just a propaganda. You will see immediately the next president comes in, there will be another propaganda on him. That is how it has been in Nigeria.
So I guess
hold on, everybody, hold on. So, rational mind, what is your interpretation of the point that you are trying to draw out of? So, what is your interpretation of what you've just described?
Well, from what you just said,
No, please, just hold on. Just understand the question so you address it. Let me put the question to you, please. Not what it is said, not from what it just said. From your original question, you're saying all these people are situating all over the country, savaging and ravaging. So what is your interpretation as to why that is the case? So setting aside what it has to say, because obviously you have an interpretation too.
Yeah, I do. And I was only trying to say what he said makes sense, to believe that what he's saying, it makes sense the way he said it. But I'm still going to hold on to what I've seen to be the case. And until I see a more better explanation that seems to make sense from what you and Ete have said, I will hold on to that. So my explanation is this, that what we're seeing playing out is some kind of agenda. Could be Fulanization agenda, could be an agenda of wanting to dominate the whole space and supplant themselves, putting themselves as the heads of different areas. And then the people, like what we're seeing playing out in Ilorin, whereby we have the majority Yoruba, but the person who leads there is an Fulani extraction. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. So what I believe is there is an attempt in changing the demography of that land, of the land or whatever.
Do you think that is centrally orchestrated? Do you think it's centrally orchestrated?
Well, man, there's no way we can fully understand that.
No, I'm asking what you think.
Well, listen, it seems that is what it is.
That is centrally orchestrated?
There are some people somewhere orchestrating this, pulling the string behind the scene. That's what I believe.
And who do you think these people are? Not names, but just yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
So by attacking the Abuja Lagos rail, they are trying to Islamize us that way, Abi?
No. What the narrative is, and I think this is what was birthed by our.
We are not talking about Islamizing people only.
That's rational mind.
So sorry. Just to see if I can summarize what this whole hoopla had been all about. I think, and this was birthed by Ahizon. You know, I think what the narrative that is being painted, if I'm wrong, correct me, and from the tonality of rational mind too, is that they are sacking communities, not necessarily to sack the population and then populate it with theirs, but to overload that community. So they come into the community, they intimidate and sack the elite of the community, and then they become like citing their Afonjan narrative that they throw all the time. So they are templating that Afonjan narrative all over both the middle belt and somewhat the southwest.
So we don't have police, Nigerian police, Nigerian. No. One man, in every society in Nigeria, we have the Nigerian police force everywhere. So some group of people will come into that community, ransack, kick away the ballet, the Oba that's already in the Nigerian system as known as the Oba in the Nigerian, known to Nigerian government. No, this Fulani is now their sense now is okay. Let's go to that community. Let's ransack them, become the Oba there. When the Nigerian police station is there to go and report the matter.
Forget the Nigerian police station. They are saying it's an ethnic elite agenda. So who is the Nigerian police? Is it not Fulani? Who is the Nigerian president? Is it not Fulani?
So the point you guys are saying is the Nigerian government by Fulanis are trying. Wait now. Most of the are you saying all the commissioner of police in all the cities and states in Nigeria, they're all Fulanis?
Have you heard instances where they effect the arrest of a herdsman or a Fulani man, and he doesn't spend 2 hours in the police cell before they're released.
Well, we hear stories, all kinds of stories. A lot of it, I know there's no documentation.
I think a lot of this conspiracy
conspiracy, but he has to make
theory.
He has to make it because we live in a time where we have system. We have judicial system. We have the Senate. We have wait, one man now. So
no, it's nothing to do with what
you're talking.
You are you don't believe it now. Who sent you?
Let me provide my reference, please, so that way I can put the whole theory of this Afonja thing that it's a hoax to bed. Okay, this is from a historian, 1921. His name is Samuel Johnson. The name of the book is titled "The History of the Yorubas."
That guy's sorry.
Wait,
don't even go to that guy's book. I read that book.
You cannot do this. You cannot do this. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Let him make it
you cannot do that. Okay? The history of the Yorubas from the earliest time to the beginning of the British Protectorate. All right? And he says, I quote, Ilorin came under the rulership of the Fulanis. They were invited as friends and allies, but they were more astute than the Yorubas. They studied their weaknesses and misrule, according to Samuel Johnson, 1921. Their more generous treatment of fallen foes and artful methods of conciliating power, they could openly crush, mark them out as superior people in the art of government. So he's quoting the way the Fulanis came into Ilorin and were able to dominate the space and take over. So this isn't me saying there's even more stuff in his book that talks about how Alimi took over from Afonja after Afonja was killed, and they burnt his body to ashes. And his murder opened up the dismemberment of the Oyo Empire. This is in his book. So I'm not the one saying this. I'm not the one making this up. That's why I said it's fact. If you want to debunk this, you can come up with...
No, it's not fact. It's not fact.
Okay. This is a historian I'm quoting here.
But you should be a bit more circumspect with that word fact, because even a book is a perspective. Even a book is a perspective. So you should be a bit more circumspect.
And like I said, it's open to debunking, right? So if you have,
I know that
one man, that guy's book already. That's Samuel Johnson. That guy. If you see the way one man, I read that guy's book and I wanted to throw up.
Please wait, because I read that book. See, Aizon, you've actually misrepresented everything that Samuel Ojo-Bada wrote. I can tell you. Maybe you just went to search for it now.
I had read it. Wait. I had read it before, and I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I wanted to put. Okay, well,
read it before.
I guess I was making up everything I said.
No, you were googling to back up what you said, and you came
I just went to pull it up.
The major characters in that book are, Alaafin Aole, Are Afonja, and Alimi. When you look at that narration, you understand when they eventually, because there was this rift between Alaafin and Afonja, you understand that even Alaafin Aole was seriously on Afonja, but when Afonja too was threatened, that was why he was now trying to seek whether this Alimi could help all those stuff. But eventually, when they were able to get what they wanted, and all of a sudden they just conspire against, unaware, they conspire against Are Afonja, and they murder that guy. And there was a vacuum, and that's how they feed that vacuum, even before Alaafin could even realize what was happening. So it just take time and read that story so that you understand that you've actually been.
And by the way, treachery is not wit. Treachery is not wit.
Sorry, one man. You know that this story about Oyo Empire, Afonja, everything. I learned all of this in school, in the Southwest, in my primary school.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
So why is it that we keep on using these tribal connotations that is something of the Radio Biafra and from the East? And this is something that I learned in the school in Lagos, in secondary school.
Woman, did you learn in school in Lagos? I don't know which school you got.
You guys are moving the goalposts and you're trying to rewrite history. You guys are
no, you can't tell us about Yoruba history.
Samuel Johnson is the best.
Woman, let me tell you about Samuel Johnson, right? Woman, let me tell you about.
Hold on. Before you tell me about Samuel Johnson, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. But a lot of it really from Plenty Water. It says, let me remind everyone that Nollywood is responsible for changing the term oracle, which means messenger, to the gods. Every corner of Nigeria believes in one God. The rest are oracles or deity. So I think that speaks to that Islamic space that we were talking about earlier on. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So he continues still with the super chat, and Plenty Water goes on. It says, no, I think if we read this, let me check the table. Yeah, did we read this already? Yes, I think we read this already, yes, but I think there was a third one that came in. Yes,
you skipped it. That was the
one. Yeah, so that's the third one that came in. It says, Islamic 5 times prayers come from Prophet's miraculous journey to Jerusalem, and then the seventh heavens. People did pray Islamically in Africa before that, bowing and praying God at different times of the day. So hopefully I read that properly. Islamic 5 times prayers come from the Prophet's miraculous journey to Jerusalem, and then the seventh heaven. People did pray Islamically in Africa before that, bowing and praying to God at different times of the day. So this is more really a Black League specialism, because he will quote you chapter and verse on this space, not some Samuel Johnson. Yeah, I don't know. It's not
even Samuel Johnson, it's Samuel Ujobada. So Samuel, I don't know Samuel Johnson. They get
I've looked it up. I think it's probably some European guy. But
Yeah,
let me just acknowledge this last super chat, which comes actually from Solly. It says, the East. Oh, the God. The East loves conspiracy and propaganda rather than concrete logic and facts. So that it is right there. So that's your opinion, not mine. So he's on in CBD. If you want to tell him off,
imagine that this just this petty tribal.
Welcome on there, Joe. Well, anyway,
nobody's even arguing. Well, okay, continue.
Woman, let's see Samuel Johnson, right? That guy, I've followed him. I've read his book. This guy,
Mike, is it Samuel Johnson or Samuel Ojobada? Which one?
No, Samuel Johnson.
No, Samuel Johnson is not the one you are talking to. Samuel Johnson. I've read his books. The guy, him, along with some other people like Bishop Ajayi Crowder, even Fela's grandfather, they were one of the people that the British were using to push out many propagandas against the Yoruba spirituality, where they were even translating the Bible into Yoruba language and things like that, and they were like taking our deities, putting them into the Bible as demons and things like that. They were the first people to take our deity God issue and call him Satan or Satan in the Bible. You understand? So I've gone on research on that guy, read his book, and I saw so much British propaganda that this guy wrote. That he was working hard to Christianize the Yoruba people so bad that the moment I saw mention his name, I'm like, oh no, please, not this guy, man. That guy he was one of those people known for that. Even Fela started making song against his own grandfather because he later realized that even the Fela's daughter recently was even almost apologizing that her great grandfather was one of the people that caused the problem that we are in today. That those people came to carry the British agenda to push that Christianity on Yoruba people.
Okay, Mike. Can you quote someone else that has a different narrative, please?
If you want to know Yoruba people's history,
no, quote someone else. I gave you one person. You don't want to accept it. Quote someone else that has a different narrative.
You need to, if you want to know Yoruba people's history, you have to come to the traditional institution.
I should rely on oral.
We have our history. We have our history. It's the same thing. We want to learn about Edo people's, Benin people's history. Go to Benin Kingdom and give you that.
Okay,
I'm sorry. If you are going to read British educated scholars.
Oh, too many voices, man. We don't even know who Islam's people are to see if we can learn about them.
So if you want to talk about how people are not Igbo people,
woman, I think I've been respectful enough. Let's not go back to the generative conversation.
No, we still want to know who your people are.
Leave my people out of this, please.
Leave your people out of this. Look at that. The hypocrisy.
Calm down. CBD, calm down. Mike, calm down.
No, if you want to talk about
CBD, hold on. CBD, hold on, please. I respect you a lot because you always show maturity, you know. Mike, calm down. You know, it's just a session where we just talk and share idea, you know. Yeah, you don't just push your ideology on somebody, you know. It's your history. I cannot argue with your Yoruba history, you know, but don't put it on the CBD or his own ideology or narration, you know. But what you were saying.
Okay, go on.
Hold on. Like what you're saying, Mike, you are right. Bishop Jai Crowder and Falana did a lot of damage, not only the Yoruba race, to a lot of race. British used them to push their narrative. What would they to back up what were they doing in Nigeria at that time? They destroyed they caused a lot of confusion as we are acting today. Their first printing press was in Ibadan, you know. But sometimes some people were explaining wrongly because of the anger they have because of working from that side. They're generally blaming on every Yoruba people. But the Yoruba people took the same they were the same shoes that everybody were in there at the same time, you know. So you are right, but calm down. CBD, eyes on, just telling you their own what they had. You correct them. It's not in your shoes to push your idea. Me have been Israel. I have not pushed on anybody here. When you say that, when I tell you it's okay, I relax. You know, it's what they had, and you know, you just okay. Yeah, but this like the point you just made was a very valuable point that Fela's father and this guy, they did a lot. The British this thing tools they were using, and that will make a lot of sense. You understand? And you see, with sometimes, please just calm down. When you say something, just take it like that. Eyes on, beg, not verse. He's on. I don't think call you eyes on. Eyes on. Me, I know you for. Sorry, just let's just.
Don't worry. Eyes on is a big boy. You can handle it.
Mature discussion. You understand?
Actually, it's not didn't mean any harm. It didn't mean any harm. One man. It's not didn't mean any harm. He didn't intend to come and say something that he knew was wrong. He was just speaking based on what he understood and what he knew. So
I don't think he meant harm.
I didn't think it was fair to just be angry at him, at all.
No,
he was just saying what he knew. And sometimes you think it's something is, like so many things I thought I knew that I want to talk to people. And they have to tell me that, guy, no, that's what you've learned is actually not completely factual and things. So I had to go back to do my research and find out that I wasn't 100%
that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. I'm
he's not that kind of person. I've been following him on this platform. He's not someone that will intentionally come here and trying to give you something false.
I'm not, but I guess
I'm not upset with eyes or anything like that. But I'm sure he knows enough to know that. I mean, he comes here often enough. This is just, it usually goes this way, but not to this extreme. I think it went the deepest it's ever gone. But I'm sure he's on.
He went outside the Igbo. He went outside the Igbo narrative, I mean.
No. In terms of just the ratcheting up of when I had to clear the deck.
I just came to the section of Beg, please, Mama, can you recap what is on
no, we don't want to go there.
Hey, my Bini brother, they won't keep pressing for you.
Don't mind them. What you talk? No, hold on. But Aizon, well done for holding your ground. This is what I say to Mike. Don't let me bully you. Push me back. So you won't get kicked off. You won't get banned, but you won't get anything. But just push me back if I push you hard.
Guys, I don't know everything. I will state what I know based on what I have seen and read.
Don't talk again. What you talk?
No, I talk the first point, the first sore topic when they don't like.
Well, I wanted to start to round off, but
I beg, Mama, just wait. I just woke up now. I just made
it. Listen to it on playback now.
No wonder you just come and advise people without knowing.
They didn't even know this is the thing.
My brother, without even knowing what is going on.
The first topic when I talk, we say they are laughing was a Muslim man. Then begin vex. So the thing we say, okay, they're saying he's a number one Shango worshiper. I'm not disputing that, but on record he's also a Muslim, and they buried him as a Muslim. So they begin vex, and the point I was making was that the Muslims in Nigeria, the person they answer to in Nigeria is the Sultan of Sokoto.
No, that's
right.
The point that the point that you were really making and I hope you're honest enough to admit it, is that the Yorubas are in servitude to the Sultan, to the north. And that is the totality of the tonality that you are bringing, huh?
Yoruba Muslims. That's what
no, the Yorubas, not the Yoruba Muslims.
No, one man. The point I was making is that there's division in the southwest because of the number of Muslims that exist there. That's the point. That's the fundamental bottom line point I was making. And that's why I brought up the Ilori example.
You mean you think because I don't know, but
that's why I brought up the Yoruba. I mean the Ilori example to show that okay, look, based on the number of years I spent there, I was able to see that there are a lot of devout Muslims there, and based on what we know about the Muslims being the Sultan being the number one person they all answer to, and the number of Fulanis in that town, and it being so close to Oyo and Ogumosho. So that was the point I was making in that.
You see, anyway, but let me just say, hold on, one piece, please. You see, it's very easy to do these things. It's a pick and mix sort of picture painting, isn't it? You pick a little bit there, and then you put a little bit there, and then you present it as a picture of some form. Any and everybody can do that. Though there's an Afonja statue somewhere, they are laughing, it's a Muslim in Oyo, and then they buried him under Muslim right, who falls under the Sultan, or the Fulanis are overloading the Yoruba. So it's very easy to do. It's pick and make logic. But I want to start to round off to land on Aizon. So Aizon, you get the final word, but I'll kick it off with Ego, who I suspect is no longer with us. Ego, are you still there? Okay, so yeah. So thank you, Ego. So I'll go from Ego and I'll go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Have you ever had no need to be this wild in this on this platform, Rational Mind?
Well, this is my first time of seeing this. Yeah. Well, I just hope you guys were able to. I'm happy, glad you guys were able to work it out. We all came to that agreement that okay, we understood each other. But please, let's also always lower the tempo, the heat, because sometimes when they get out of hand like this, it's like we're just attacking each other. If we don't understand each other's viewpoints, it tends to go this other way, like we just seen a few minutes ago. Well, for me, in conclusion, I just want to say that I just believe there is something going on with our country called Nigeria. It's our only country. Well, for some of us who are still there, it's our only country. Some of us have the liberty of either choosing to either stay in Nigeria or come back to our current base. For those of us who are in the diaspora, but everybody has that opportunity. But then we still have our families back home, and see this whole thing playing out. We feel for our people. We want a better life for them. If only they themselves could also come to think the way we think, especially most of us in the diaspora. I think the way we see things going on in that country, a lot of them don't see it that way. A lot of them seem like maybe we're saying something that is strange, entirely strange. I maybe we just come with our Oyibo mentality, as some of them will say. Well, it is true that maybe it's Oyibo mentality, but there's something inherently wrong with that country. I mean, we've all discussed it here. In any way, we discussed it, that Fulanization, Islamization, religious issue, ethno-religious issue, or corruption, whatever it is. But it is for Nigerians to decide for themselves what they want to do going forward. 2023 is a decisive year. It's going to be a decisive year to turn around that country for the best if they can. But if not, well, let's see what happens. That's all I have to say. Thank you, one man. And please, guys, subscribe and thumbs up.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to, let's go to Ete. We've not heard that much from Ete today. Ete, if you're there, delight us a bit more. Final words, Ete.
Yeah, today was a very interesting session, although the Afonja talk really took us away from the headlines that we were supposed to discuss. And the thing is, we should just think logically and see things clearly, and not allow too much conspiracy cloud our sense of reasoning, because sometimes we've seen even in the past all these conspiracies, all this propaganda, how it has been used and how people have believed those things. So we should always think logically, always calm down and look at things without emotions before we start believing or spreading. So that is it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Aizon. It's amazing how many people are on these sessions on daddy duties. You certainly, and DOG as well. You know, daddy duties, but still keeping up with the boys. So daddy duties keeping up with the boys. Let's go to Insibidi to hear his words. Insibidi, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah, yeah. I think definitely to the broad AT's point, yeah. I think it's. I think we also need to take what is said into consideration. Sometimes we just let us not get too emotional, but also there's like I said earlier on, there's a difference between conspiracy theories and all that, and historical events that really happened that everybody knows. It's in the history book. So sometimes let us not try to move the goalpost or just because of our feelings or what or our emotions. Let's just try to be, you know, factual in how we talk about these things, not in anger or maybe hating on anybody, but just trying to state the fact because that's the point of the whole discussion we're having. So yeah, definitely we should continue to to talk about things that is affecting that country, and also don't forget support Peter Obi, someone that will change the country, not all this psycho fancy we are doing here and tribalism sometimes. Let us look at what is good for the. I'm not saying it must be Peter Obi, but look support outside tribalism and all that. For me personally, right now, I've looked around. To be honest with you, if Peter Obi is not there, I will look at someone like maybe Showore and Kingsley Moghalu. But unfortunately, Showore and Kingsley Moghalu, to be honest with you, they know that they already have a deficit of not being part of the major political parties. And I think they are not doing a very good job in marketing themselves as much online, especially because they could have really capitalized so much, with the social media and kind of always, even if they need to hire people, just make themselves always out there in the social media for people to, for the youths. It can become a movement. Because as it is right now, many of the youths are not. Even if you go on Twitter, Instagram, you don't find much of their news. So they can't wait for people to just jump on the bandwagon. They have to also work. So that's why, as it is right now, another person closest to what I believe they can do is Peter Obi, and that's why I'm here supporting Peter Obi because the man it shows like he has a clear direction of what he wants to do, and and he also has a good track record and everything. But also, as we're talking about these tribal things, let us understand that even as we talk about Fulani, me personally, I always say that it's not the Fulani people, it's not the tribe as a person, it's not the it's some of their political leaders and their or most of their political leaders that are just having all this agenda. I don't think because I've been able to deal with a few of the real Fulani people or the ordinary Fulani people, and they are just like us, to be honest. So let us also have that in mind. Let us, no matter what we do, never generalize a tribe or look at the ordinary people as part of with the same eyes you look at their political leaders. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. Thank you for another amazing session. And also, I need to commend you, one man, for also I can see you have improved in your patience level because I was expecting you to just tell our brother Izon, okay, see you next week or see you.
No. If you know, you can say anything so long as you don't swear and you're not abusive. It did almost cross the but
Oh man,
you know, so long as
you know what I'm saying before.
Anything can be said so long as you don't swear or get cursing and it didn't curse or swear. You know, it did prod at me a little bit, but why not? You know.
Today, I really confirmed you really like Izon's inputs on your platform, because I know if there are some other people, you would have told them good night long time ago.
No, because it was very intellectual in his presentation, misguided, yes, from my perspective, but very, you know, he presented as he knew, but you know, it's nothing personal, you know, it's just
it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I like that, because it means that you're also getting, maybe taking some of the feedbacks, or also you're trying to.
No, it was never not the case. It was never not. If it was started to abuse people's mothers, like the old standards that we used to have when we first started, that all they came here to do was to insult people's mothers. They would, of course, then I'd have removed him, you know, but he didn't do that, did he? You know?
Yeah, but it's okay. I don't agree with you on that, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. But you know, obviously, you know that you're the one always poking and looking for the trouble of the Easterners. But it's all right. So thank you so much for You know, for another session, and yeah, let us maintain love, peace, and you understand. Even and let us never, no matter what we talk about tribes, please always remember that the tribe is more than some political people trying to capitalize on the sentiments of their people, or on the love that their people have for their tribes.
Oh yeah, MCBD. Did you say you are not able to comment in the comment section?
Yeah, I feel like somebody maybe hid my comments. I'm suspecting one of your moderators, to be honest.
I don't know why anybody would. Nobody has told me that they have done that. So if anybody did anything to CBD, then please let me know. So because you know all those spam things that I'm always banning. You know those always click on this to see girls that I'm always. So there's a lot of them on the band, because there's a bin where all the band names are. But there are so many of those things, those viral things that are banned, that everybody bans, that for me to go through the ban list to go and look for anybody's name will be difficult, unless somebody tells me that they've actually banned somebody, I should go and unban them. But I don't think anybody would have any. I don't know why anybody would do that.
I like interacting with the comment section, so that's why I noticed that nobody's in my comments. So
yes, because Thomas said that too, and I'm getting somewhat concerned. Even Lord Michael said something similar, so I'm not quite sure if it's something.
I hope Solly is not a moderator, because
no, so Solly. With a Solid that can barely, you know, I can barely use the toilet, and you want to courses for courses now. But Solid, I'm only joking, no. But yeah, thank you, CBD. So thank you, CBD. So from CBD, let's go to World Peace, who just joined us at the last minute. So World Peace, we are taking closing remarks, but then of course you were not really fully here. But let's hear from you anyway.
Yeah, my people, time don't reach again. Man of us, I know we join the segment, you know, because I sleep off and I wake up late. Anyway, people in the comment section, great to know, well done. Only say, I'm not give me small accolade where comfy take calm the situation down when I enter the house, you know. But now so it be not be every day. Person go smile, but sometimes we will still argue. Because inside argument, now we will know our true friend or the truth of what we talk about or make sense inside. Anyway, not to know much way they happen. From waiting eyes on explain and waiting one man explain. Yes, not just a tradition, history about people, you know. So like I talked before, we're not supposed to be impose or force your ideology of history on person. When you say the history here, maybe the person where you talk about go pick correct you add one or two to round. Now so me see again, I will quickly talk to Mike and Mike. Like Mike, which statement you make when you talk about your Yoruba history, of course history, but when you call refer and say if not talk about Yoruba history, if you want to talk about history, go talk about Benin. That's a very wrong way of saying things, you know.
Oh no, say it again. Maybe you misheard me.
You say not talk about you correcting eyes on. You say, but they say make it not. You tell you your history. If you want to talk about that history, if you talk about being history, that one on your, if you talk that
No,
one.
no, I didn't say that. I think you misheard me, man.
Okay, sorry.
I think you misheard me. I didn't say that.
You, but okay, I just want to drive message.
I didn't say that at all.
What I'm trying to say, you say, if anybody want to talk that kind of thing, you go make an general, make it not make an person.
No, I think what I said was people are.
I know.
They are saying they are. They say hyper people. They are saying trying to teach you about history, and they're doing the same thing to Benin people.
Okay.
That's what I
let's
said.
Wake up. And I know. Yeah. I want to drive message to everybody and say, at least, especially as we take this kind of section, we're not going to hurt people feeling. If you want to make that kind of statement, not be say you now, Mike, but basically make that kind of statement, you'll make it in general. If you talk about that and history, I know one man don't talk on too, but I did on that on comment section. But I know I just joke and just talking. When we talk about this, Allah for you, but it's okay. Eyes on, I'm waiting you here. CBD, you don't come out. I beg. I still like make Mike who come down for a CBD sometime. Let us say talk, waiting for history so that we still really correct them. Ola, I hear you talk about the Alofonja. The way we hear you can't see our journal, but sometimes it's good we could talk history the way because history part politics and they affect us for Nigeria today because politicians don't spoil history to fit they play their politics. Until we get our history right, our politics not go day right. If we get our history right, our politics go day right. There's so no left for history go repeat himself. So if we get our history right, all these things will repeat himself, so no go feel repeat himself again. Now so I go start carriage. Thank you, one man. Thank you everybody here. Aizo, my brother, thank you. Isibidi, thank you. Mike, thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace, our correspondent from Japan. So from our correspondent from Japan, we go to our correspondent from Canada. Ola, closing remarks. I think probably the wildest we've ever had so far, by my recollection. Ola, your words.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Before I proceed, I actually want to empathize with our own local Fulani because I keep saying that whenever I talk of North-South, not necessarily the common people, because we are all victims of this political manipulation. But that said, when people are saying there's an agenda of Fulanization in Nigeria, see, people, if we don't read out, if we don't know our history, then we don't know how to respond to the official event. This is reality. When people like Wole Soyinka, Obasanjo, Danjuma, this Governor Otom, once these people start saying this thing, please, we should not take this thing as just like a shy play. Because when you look at the history of Nigeria, you won't find a situation under any administration whereby the people in the government and even the prominent people within the society will be talking of this agenda. And to add sort to injury, go and look at the proposed bill and you will see the indigenization of that thing and go and look at what it's addressing. That they are telling you that once you live in a community within 5 years, you become an indigene of that place. And you will see these people that be displacing people from their land for the past 5 years. And you will see these people, when you look at the nature of attack in the north, go and look at the concentration of area they are attacking. That alone will give you an idea of what that agenda is. And you listen to the narrative from those people that have been released from the hands of ex-men, those people kidnapped, that they paid ransom when they were narrating the ordeal. Those are the people that will give you the facts. We can't just stay here and be theorizing what we don't know anything about that we cannot substantiate. Let us face the fact. Since this guy has come there, you look at our security architecture. If you say you modernize something, it's one thing. If he's Fulanizing the security architecture, it's not as if he's putting Hausa here, he's putting Gwari there. No, he's putting Fulani there. When you look at all those stuff, you will see the calculation clearly. Clearly, you will see everything. So when this Gani Adam raised what he noticed, and everybody started saying this thing, even these people, they were even writing a sitting governor, Fulani National Movement or whatever they write this, they were writing sitting governor, and we are still saying these people don't have any agenda. See, let's us face reality. Don't let's live in denial. The same way we live in denial, Buhari is not this, so it's not tribalistic. The same way we usher in Buhari and he's showing us the color. He has shown us before, but we refuse to learn. We refuse to say, oh, they didn't allow him. Even in the first time, oh, it was Sharaki that didn't allow him. Okay, Sharaki is no longer there now. He's even doing worse. See, me, this is the way I get my fat. Before, I used to buy books, but because they are expensive for me now, I use my school email and what I have access to. I'm on Justo, I'm on ResearchGate. When I read my own thing, I read from those historians that they are making their own facts known. That is the way I do it. They do my own. I don't just go to roadside talk and all those things. No, I read from those people that are researchers, that they know the facts, and you will see that they are very coherent. You will see this coherence in whatever they are doing. So, my people, let us learn so much about our history. It's only when we know where we went wrong that we will know what to correct. But if we keep living in denial for even what we don't even have enough evidence to even substantiate that denial, we always find ourselves in trouble. So please, let us do something about that. Having said that, I want to thank everybody. Please, let us just thumb up and let us just share so that we can reach more audience, because this is necessary. You can see what we are learning here. So many people, they are not opportune to learn all these things. Please let us do that so that we can help ourselves, we can help our people, and we can brighten our future. So thank you, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Good day wherever you are.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Mike. Mike, to you.
Yeah, it's been a good session. Well, my regard, my high respect for my brother here, Aizon, you know. I mean, you should read class today, you know. You showed class, you know, because honestly, you know, you kept maturity, you know, as much as what Oman pushed you, you just kept that maturity. You didn't lose it, you know. You kept your composure and kept your ground, you know. You showed a real class, and I have to give you that one, you know. And I also give one man big up too, because one man also a big class, because he showed class and he showed maturity, because I'm a typical host, you know, would have lost it and just say I kick you off my show, you know. But one man kept it. He kept his principle, because he's always made it clear that, hey, I will never kick you off my show unless you cross this line, that line. And the fact that got under his skin, Aizon didn't cross that line, and one man stuck to his principle and they didn't kick him off, you know. So both men, they really earned my respect a lot today, you know. So that's one thing I'll say about that. But and then the things we discussed, Yoruba people, you know, people always describe Yoruba people as a very sophisticated people, because it's only Yoruba land I know that I will meet two siblings from the same family, same mother, same father. One will tell me, let's go to church. You invite you to church. You go to church with him. He'll tell you he's a Christian. The same family of the brother will say, guy, how far? I'm a Muslim. Follow me, go mosque. He invite you to mosque. And when you say you want to go and visit both of them in their house, when you get to their house, you find out that their real religion is Shango. Shango is who they really worship. So it's the thing about Yoruba people that confuse people, and it's the reason why we end up we become an easy target for propaganda, you know. He's only Yoruba land, you say an Oba that will go through the ritual they have to go through to become an Oba, which is traditional, which is definitely something the Muslims and Christians forbid. Well, the same Oba will go through the same ritual and become Oba, and he will tell everybody, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim Oba. So they are thinking, many Yoruba, when I discuss this thing, they will say, we have to accommodate every religion, accommodate everybody. It's our culture to be tolerant, but it's also creating confusion, you know. So I mean, some things we do, we see it as just being kind, being normal, but sometimes if we think about it critically, we find out it's counterproductive. It's not really helpful, you know. We need to be clear. What is it that we are, who we are, what we do, and be straightforward with it, you know. This whole doing through, and when I spoke with some intellectual, they told me that actually where that issue mentality came from was when the British were here. They used to discriminate. They used to make sure before they give you opportunity, they'll make sure that you are either a Christian or Muslim, that you don't practice anything in Africa. You have to dump it before they give you the opportunity. And that was the reason why our fathers used to kind of hide their religion, their true African religion, and pretend to be Muslims and Christian. And that mentality has grown and become something normal in Yoruba land, where people will hide their true, what they really worship, and tell you that, oh, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, but in the background, what they really worship is Orisha, you know. And it's similar to what happened with the Caribbeans when the Yorubas they went to the Americas as slaves. The Yoruba tradition was able to survive there because when they got there, they were hiding a tradition under Catholicism. They say they were Catholic, but instead of they'll put a statue of Saint Joseph or those things, but actually it's a statue of Ogun or Shango. So that was able to hide, conceal their tradition to keep it alive until today. Where if you go to the Caribbean, South America, those ex-slaves, they kept the Orisha tradition alive there, So I mean, maybe people being strategic, but at the same time, today the British is no longer here. Why are we still hiding our tradition? We need to bring it back. This Christianity and Islam is not taking us anywhere in Yoruba land. We need to go back to our own real religion, man. That's the original one, and stop being, just trickish and be two-faced about things, Me, I used to be like that before. I'll tell people I'm a Christian, but now I tell it to your face, I'm a Lorisha straight up. I'm a man straight up. I don't care how you feel about me. If you don't want to be my friend, go to hell. I'm as long as I'm not doing bad things. And on the issue of this old northern this Fulani, it's high time we stop it. Africa, we need to. The world, we are at the crossroads right now. The world is changing. It's time Africa need to free itself from this foreign imperialism. And the only way we can do this Pan-Africanism, every tribe needs to dump this point, blaming another tribe for all our problems. We can't continue to keep saying Fulani is the reason why we are messed up, or we can't do anything, or we can't advance. We need to look beyond that, man. I can't be blaming some poor dusty tribe for all our problems and seeing them as the enemy that wants to conquer us. When we have people like the French, even the Chinese, all those people with superpower, with missile, with all these things, and their biggest problem is Fulani. This is ridiculous. Let's stop this Fulani rubbish, man. I can be as a Yoruba between my biggest fear of conquest is Fulani. Fulani, do they have nuclear bomb? When you have countries like China, any day they can, or even French, any day they can just come overthrow your government, take over and put a puppet government there and control your economy, and which is something they are still doing. If you go to the Niger Delta in our oil field today, the companies that are there are Shell, Chevron, French companies, British companies, they just losing our wealth. We don't talk about them as the real people that are conquering us. We're still talking about Fulani. Afonja, they did this before. They are coming to turn to Muslims. It's our biggest fear. That's what we should be focusing on. We need to stop it, man. This is ridiculous. Instead of what to start finding way to civilize the Fulani man that's not civilized and wake him or educate him about his big real problem of Africa. And now we can solve the problem of Africa together as Africans. We are busy promoting hatred towards another ethnic group. We need to stop it. And we need to go gather, rally, and stop attack, go against all these people that are perpetrating all this propaganda. People like Radio Biafra and all these people. We need to go against them. We need to really nip them in the bud because those are the real enemies of Africa, the internal enemies, pushing hatred, tribal division, all these things. We need to stop it. All these things is not good. It's time a black man needs to unite. We have blacks. They were captured as slaves. I live in the Americas. I live in the Caribbean. Many of them in America, and they want to come to Africa. But when they look at Africa, they see these Africans as people that hate each other. I was just having a conversation with some black American the other day. They say, man, I don't think I can visit that country, Nigeria, because when I go on the internet, there's so much hatred among the Nigerians. They hate each other too much. They hate each other based on their difference in tribe. How would they like me if I go there? They don't want to come to Nigeria, Africa, because they see Africans just hate each other. When they know that the real enemy of Africa is all those imperialists, those European countries. They are the one looting our continent. Let's grow up, my people, man. Let's stop this Fulani and all this ethnicity. It's not me. You don't go anywhere, man. Well, that's what I have to say, one man. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mike. So Mike now wanting people to stop ethnicity. It was ethnicity that you used to launch yourself on this platform, but there it is. That's Mike.
No.
Is it not Igbo fighting that you brought
you see, let me correct that thing. I'm not Igbo fighting. I'm fighting people that are causing all this division, like this IPOB and Radio Biafra. I mean, come on now. They're the one that these people push propaganda against Yoruba people for like 50 years. To the point where they turn the whole South against Yoruba people just because they want to claim them as Biafrans. These are the things I'm fighting. It's not I'm fighting Igbos. Why would I hate people because they are from different tribes? I just hate that energy from that space where you have they allow all these kind of people to exist among them. If I have Yorubas that do that, I'll fight them too. Like, come on, you can't be doing this. It's not good. It's not good for the continent, man. It's not good for the country when you're trying to use propaganda to divide people and make people hate each other. And why? Because you want Biafra? Come on, that's not good, man. That's evil. So that's my point. It's not because I'm attacking Igbos or I hate Igbos. You know, I just have to speak the truth and know that this is a real problem. We can't continue with that, you know.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike. So that was Mike. So from Mike, then we go to our man from the creeks. So we round it off in the absence of Adanle Koko. We round it off with Sapele Water, aka Ogogoro talking. So a bit of Sapele Water to round it off. He's on with the inside.
One man. nice conversation. Please, if you people haven't, go ahead and like, subscribe, follow the channel. Otherwise, you get to miss passionate and intense conversations and debates like the one me and one man had today. But funny enough, I agree with a lot of things Mike just said about, specifically about Pan-Africanism. I agree with him about that. And I think from that standpoint, we should be able to, and he also said he's speaking the truth when he talks about the Igbos. And, you know, sometimes he gets the reaction from Igbos where some of them take his, you know, they get sensitive to his comments and they get angry. And some people actually try to challenge him on what he's saying. I choose to pick the latter. If I've said something and you don't think it's factual, that's why we have the platform. Challenge me. Give me your facts that dispute my facts and make me realize that what you are saying is superior to what I am saying. And I will accept that if you can convince me that what you're saying is actually more factual and more based in truth. That is why we have the platform. That is why we will have the debates. You understand? So in conversations, people have said things, depending on where you're from. It's okay. I think if anything, if you want to debunk it and you want to defeat their comment or their ideology, especially on a platform like this, you use the mode of facts and trying to prove that what they are saying is not factual, and here's why. And I think, you know, that's the way we should have conversations, and that's the way we can grow, and that's the way we can learn, and that's the way we can move forward with things. I believe with the content like Nigeria, it becomes difficult because we have sensitivities when it comes to ethnicities. Certain people, certain individuals, you talk about their ethnicity, whether it's true, false, maybe in the realm of the gray, they take it personal and they raise flags. Oh, you can't talk about my people like that. Oh, well, you know, I personally am a job. People talk about where we're from all the time. They stereotype, they say things. If I think what you're saying is a lie, I'll challenge you based on fact, and I'll try to debunk you. And that's how I see it. And I think if we continue to have conversations like that, we'll continue to grow, and we'll continue to actually come to a consensus on the way we should address things and how we should move forward. And I think that's the best way. I call into this platform because it gives that ability to have the conversation. Whether it's intense, whether it's calm, we have the conversation. We can shout, but when cooler heads prevail, we can then have a serious conversation as men and talk about it based on the merits. And let's and I want you to prove to me I'm wrong in what I am saying based on what I know. And if you can do that, I will accept it. I think as Nigerians, we can all grow from that standpoint. I believe I try not to stereotype any ethnicity. I try to speak based on what I see as fact. If Fulanis are attacking a certain place in Benue or Plateau, the Fulanis are attacking those places in Benue or Plateau. I'm not trying to, you know, disparage Fulanis. That's what's happening. If they're attacking the place in Oyo State, then we'll call it as it is. And if you have other facts that are contrary to that point, then please bring them forward. Let's have a conversation about them. You know, as Nigerians, we can't afford to continue without trying to challenge each other to become better. We just can't. You know, we challenge, we talk about all these so-called leaders we have every day. You know, we criticize them, we call them names, we do all these things. But if we are really trying to critique them, then that critique should start from us. We should be able to say, okay, here's how we need them to behave, and here's how we are going to behave to hold them accountable. we can't say we're holding them accountable and then we behave the same way they behave, if that makes sense. So I think I thank one man again for having me on and not kicking me off today. It was fun having a conversation, although I still like to debate him. You know, maybe if I was in London, we could have the debate over beer and talk about, you know, the whole thing in the Southwest, and my point and my main ideas related to why I think there's division in the Southwest. To be a fun conversation to have.
No, we can have the conversation, Aizon. You know, I mean, that is what the platform is for, to take on this. Not right now, of course, but that is what the platform is for. We are if you ask for an overarching philosophy for the platform, is really to debunk traditionally held belief systems. So all of these things that are more fables than facts that have been regurgitated through generational lines and have taken on the truth of their own, but not vested in anything factual. So this is why people think we fight a lot in here, but the people of a higher functioning, if they listen beyond the impassioned speaking, they will see that there are traditionally held belief systems that are being challenged. And nobody will yield traditionally held belief systems just to somebody else's other perspective without recoiling and pushing back. So it is the push and back and forth that makes for it. So that's, if you ask what the overarching philosophy of the platform is, that is really what I'm really hoping to get out of people. And you encaptured that very much. You know, so that's why I delight in conversations with you. Another person, Black League, you know, he and Mike, you know, so those sort of conversations. And there's a guy, he's called Emeka, but then he spilled. So I got into a conversation with I'm not sure if you were here or not, with a chap called Emeka, and it was in the realms on the call. It was in the realms of the conversation that I had with you, you know. But he spilled over, you know, because and then he spilled over. But is this because I just don't think we have to curse and swear.
No, I agree.
If you revert to that, then you've already lost the conversation.
No, I agree with you. I think
so he spilled over, but for the time it was coming, it was so well, you know, because you need somebody to counterweight against that of equal rapid weight, so that you can have that through and flow without having to break stride. But once you start to curse, you break stride, and then it turns into
no, and that is the one thing I like about the platform, is that it gives you the ability to sharpen your ability to debate critical points. And that's, if you don't debate critical points, you don't get better at debating critical points. So the platform gives you that ability to do that. And things that you may think you know, by debating it, you might find out, okay, maybe I wasn't so well versed on this thing, or maybe my point of view isn't very accurate, or maybe I need to think about this a little differently. But that is the whole point. And in someone bringing a different perspective and saying, no, you're wrong, here's why I think you're wrong, that is what strengthens our knowledge and our growth. The
last thing I will want is an echo chamber where we just come and just nod along.
I agree.
Yes, let's go. It's the Fulani, so yes, so it's the Igbo, so yes, so yes. No.
It's to challenge. It's to challenge beliefs, and I think that's the strength. And of course, you know, I listen every night, and sometimes if I have the time, like today, I'll call in and have a conversation. And I think that's the strength of it, and I think that it's important. Of course, I expect us to get passionate. Of course, you know, everybody holds different things very dear to themselves. So you hear some, oh, what do you mean? Oh, that's wrong.
If we don't get passionate, then we're just faking it, because it's a serious. What we are discussing, they are serious matters, so they are existential matters. Why would you not be passionate about that? You know.
Correct. You're correct. No, so one man, keep doing what you're doing. Listen, very fun, lively conversation. I enjoyed it, to be honest with you. I actually thought you were going to kick me off at one point.
No, you knew I wouldn't, unless you start to swear. I would never.
No, I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't. I don't attack the person. I attack the conversation. That's my mode. I say, listen, I'm going to attack your argument. I'm not going to attack you. So I keep it at that. So again, definitely thanks for having me on. And I
apologies
really
if you are offended by being called this guy, because I call everybody this guy. I say, look at this guy.
No, you call me Aizon every other time, and then
okay, go on. But
you call me Aizon every time, and then all of a sudden you're referring to me as this guy. This guy is coming here.
You know, when I refer to somebody as this guy, then I'm really saying maybe when I'm feeling that this thing is just beyond ridiculous what this person is saying. Okay. As a look at this guy, you know, so that's sort of
I see. Yeah, you know, and look, you know, I always tell people, usually I talk about some ethnicities and they go, you know, I say, look, I tell people that Yoruba sometimes, I say, listen, I have nephews, my children have Yoruba names. So it's not even, it's just simple like, hey, this is my observation based on what I've seen. This is what I've seen based on this, and then I kind of go from there. And but it's always been fun coming here, and I will call in again and have more conversations and challenge more people, and you know, make people think about what they're saying and have fun doing it. Definitely.
All right.
Thank you for having the platform.
Well done, Aizon. So that was Aizon. In the absence of Adanle Koko, he steps up to the bridge. So that was Aizon, and that has been the session Fight Night with one man. So that's how we went tonight. Fight night with one man. But it wasn't really fight. It was more gentle jousting. So gentle jousting with one man. So there it is right there. So in the absence of Ajanle Koko, let's maintain his tradition to acknowledge the comment section to bring everything together. So if you have not subscribed, please do that. And if you have your thumbs up, please do that. I'm sure Fourth of Many has done both of that. And Ajanle Koko's babe, of course, Bonksma. So it's not Ajanle Koko's babe, but that's just a figure of speech. I have to be mindful. I'm sure she's a respectably married woman or something or the other. So that's Bonksma right there, a regular within the platform. So Samuel Naji. So Samuel Naji. So I'm not sure if I've come across that name before, but note to remember it when I come across it again. Oga is there. Joseph is also there. So Joseph Ebene. So that's Joseph Ebene. And of course, Alexander Akashe is back with us. I think Alexander has been busy this last few days. So Alexander, either on playback or in real live streaming, he's always with the session. Waris Jinadu. So there is Waris right there. So how you doing, my brother? Boluwaga Laditi, we see you. So Ademi Tobiloba, not as convoluted when it's on the screen. We simply know him as Solly. So Ademi Tobiloba, there it is right there. So Ugo Farms, we see you, Ugo Farms. So there is Ugo Farms right there. Let me just see if, yes. And here is Undu BC. So Undu BC, I'm not quite sure what Undu BC is saying. Undu BC Ajegu. Undu BC Ajegu. So there is Undu BC right there. So Undu BC goes to see you. Lit Vlog Igwe, also known as Charlie Boy. Michael Babs, that's Michael Babs right there, a regular commentator. Once in a while, it would be good to actually hear some of these names that we see regularly in the comment section actually come on the screen. I think it is only Alexander Gomez and Alexander Kashe that have braved that line so far. Only Alexander Kashe and Alexander Gomez. So if you're a regular on the comment section, you might just, even for a 4 or 5 minute cameo come on the screen, just so we can get to know each other more. Never lose Forex, FX, and crypto. So there is some trader right there in the digital space. What's the market now? Are you in Dogecoin? They're saying that Elon Musk is now going to make Dogecoin the currency for Twitter. So I'm sure if you are holding Dogecoin, then you're smiling right now. So Gandu, we see you. The Ruga agenda was to create each local government for Fulani in Nigeria. I think that's not far from the truth. That's a widely held belief. Mike Ajayi, we see you, Mikey or Michael. So that's Mike right there. Albert Awukwe. Albert Awukwe. Plenty Water, of course, often charged via super charge. He went away for a while, but I think he's back now. You have to understand that a lot of people, you know, they're not just like me sitting in some. So people traverse the whole of the space. And by the way, I have a life in between doing these sessions too. Difficult as that may seem to believe. So that's Plenty Water right there. Who comes in spurts. It comes in a spurt and then it goes off in a wave. So ebbs and flow. So ebbs and flow, fits and troughs. So world view. So that's world views right there. What is your view of the world? Maybe you come share that with us on the screen one of these days. Really to encourage just different faces, especially if you're as impassioned as his own in what you believe in. And if you're really able to hold your ground in the way that Aizon held his ground, then you're more than welcome to come on the screen. Mario Thompson, we see you, Mario. So that's Mario Thompson right there. And ask Google, of course. He keeps asking us to do that, but not quite telling us what to ask Google. Mikibo NG, I saw you, but I think I skipped past your name, but I salute a flick of the you know, what's it for you? A salute. Philip Onwuli. So Philip Onwuli. So thank you. So good to see you, Philip. And if you're not subscribed or you've not thumbs up already, then please do that, especially after all the efforts that's been made by Mike and Izon and all, you know what I mean? Just the quality of the conversation today. Well, maybe not my contribution according to Steelmaker. It says, one man, stop being ignorant, do your research. So there it is right there. So I can do my research or just be educated by the knowledgeable people that come here. So there it is right there. Ogun Muyi, happy. So when everyone is talking, no one is speaking. This is a mature platform. So thank you. That there it is right there. I do try to tell them to, you know, to just well, there you are. So there you are. That criticism, I'm not taking it. I'm passing it on to the people that come on the panel because I'll say the same words, but they never pay attention to me. Mickey Okota, so that's Mickey right there. Chibuzo, I see you. Let's just take about maybe 2 or maybe 3 more, if we can come across 2 or 3 more, and then we'll shut it down. From there, top merchandise, there it is right there. Is it Gucci or Armani or all of the above? And then Canadio Network, we see you, a regular staple on the platform. And we land on this gentleman here, Joel Imo. So on Joel Imo, we land and we'll round it off from there. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.